Audiobook title Caledon's full chapter from 01 to chapter 185 status. Completed by author T.G. Parsons. Welcome back, travelers of the Zephyr, where just one chapter somehow turns into so sunrise again. Today's descent into obsession is Caledon's Fall by T.G. Parsons, a complete space opera, war and mecha epic that started life on Royal Road and then marched all the way to Kindle Unlimited. And yes, Caledon really is having a worse time than you. If your last bad day did not involve losing an entire dukedom, consider yourself ahead. Caledon was in ruins. The dukedom fell to enemy blades, bad politics, and one catastrophically incompetent former duke who has definitely secured a place in the do not emulate section of history. Into this mess steps Cal, heir to a shattered legacy, trying to rebuild a world that has been pillaged, mismanaged, and generally treated like a tutorial planet nobody expected to survive past level 10. Cal wants to claw his way back to those halcyon days of the past, though in practice that means juggling nobles, soldiers, and mech while the galaxy politely does its best to kill him. Expect hard-leaning sci-fi with mechs, kingdom building on a planetary scale, and that tasty blend of space opera, war, and political scheming that makes you quietly grateful your biggest responsibility is pressing play. You will get noble houses and ruined worlds, VR training, high-beam weaponry, and giant war machines stomping about like someone crossed Dune, old-school mech warrior novels, and a very angry reclamation project. If you enjoy watching a driven, genetically engineered, very capable lead try to rebuild a fallen realm, while the universe throws every possible complica at him, you are absolutely in the right audiobook. This recording is brought to you by Zephyr Audiobook, home of dangerously bingeable web novel marathons, where 4-hour uploads are considered a warm-up stretch. If this story grabs you, do the noble thing, subscribe to the channel, leave a like, and drop a comment for the algorithmal gods. Apparently even empires and audiobooks need proper logistics. Now, strap in, power up your imaginary mech, and prepare to watch a broken dukedom fight for a new future. This is Caledon's Fall by T.G. Parsons. Part 02. Tai had warmed to Merit over the past few weeks, when it was evident that the handsome newcomer had no interest in pursuing Sid. Unfailingly polite and easygoing, he had fit into their group quickly. Tai was even happier to pair Mare and him together. The beautiful black-haired woman was intimidating, undoubtedly the best pilot amongst them. Tai was always self-conscious when trying to order her around. To his delight, the pair worked well, complementing each other's strengths and quickly growing a rapport. They were a good match, with Mare providing covering fire for the melee-focused blade. Mare scoffed at the compliment, refusing to respond to Tai, even though she agreed that Merit was an adequate pilot and complementary to her fighting style. She couldn't bring herself to like the man. Something about him irked her, but she couldn't quite figure out why. She had searched his game records and found that he had only joined a few months ago. Aside from the familiarity of his name and appearance, there were his piloting skills. From his age, he was either a well-trained rookie pilot in the real world, hoping to blow off steam in a game, or a prodigy. Mare could tell that Merit wasn't overly experienced. His fighting style was too rough, and he lacked some basic knowledge about the game and real-life combat. Added together, she leaned towards the man being a talented newcomer who had only started piloting recently, and took to it as easily as a bird did to flying. For someone to overcome the neural burden required to pilot a light mech like a blade in only a few months, he must have support in the real world. Merit may come from a wealthy background that could provide for a tutor or trainer. That in itself wasn't rare. Tai, Sid, and John had similar supports and were the same age as Merit. But the difference was they all had years in the game, learning to pilot safely one step at a time. It showed in their actions and the way they handled their mechs. Mare shook those thoughts from her mind as Merit piloted his mech toward her, stopping at a short distance from her archer. "Thank you for the assist," he stated. Another thing he did that she noticed, he never let his ego get in the way. Even Tai and John, her teammates, would sometimes get upset if she helped them without their asking, putting down an opponent they were struggling with. Merit would simply say thank you, taking the proffered help without complaint. Your inexperience with the blade is slowing you down. You should have been able to dispatch those two easily." Mare replied, almost wincing as she said it. Even for an easygoing teammate, she expected disapproval from the criticism. "You're right. It's harder to adjust than I thought. I feel like I'm half a step behind. It's getting better, but I'll need you to pick up my slack for a while." Merritt replied, and Mare could hear the smile in his tone. She was surprised again by how he accepted her critique and moved on. Before Mare could respond, the others came around the corner. The trio all piloted scout mechs, their machines in various colors, although they each had red bands around their arms and legs to show they were in the same team. Merritt, that was great. See, Tai, aren't you glad I asked him to join us? Sid questioned, rushing her mech to Merritt's side. It was hard to convey body language in a mech, but Sid's personality shone through. Even in the 20-foot machine, she acted like a bubbly girl, practically dancing on her tiptoes. Yeah, I'll admit, you're a good fit. I was wondering, are you trying to join the Duke of Caledon's house guard? I heard on the net that they are recruiting. Tai wondered. He had caught a snippet on the Imperial Newsnet before joining them. Baron Mare responded, leading the group to look at her. What? Tai asked, confused. He wasn't well versed in history, but he recalled hearing about a Duke of Caledon. Caledon has a baron. He was stripped of his title after the rebellion. Mare stated as if history was evident to everyone. For some reason, something in her mind twinged at the statement, like it was on the edge of her memory. Oh, right. Baron, sure. Well, planning on joining? Tai asked, turning away from Mare and looking at the jet-black blade. Something like that, Merritt replied before leading the conversation away from the topic. They spent the remaining day hunting Clan Toth's scattered scouting forces in the area before logging off. Mare awoke in the real world, the early morning Terran sunrise greeting her as she climbed out of her VR terminal. Stretching languorously, she briefly reviewed her schedule for today. Determining she had time to spare, she sat at her office desk just off her private quarters. It wasn't easy to coordinate times to play together, forcing some of their team to compromise. She preferred to play early while the sun hadn't yet risen, giving her a few hours of solitude where she could join her companions on the world event in Beluth. Pulling up an image of Merritt that she had captured in the game, she used her optical implants to search the Imperial net for any references to him and current events on Caledon. She could have entrusted this task to one of her aides, but she didn't want rumors to spread about her interest in a boy halfway across the galaxy. Her parents would be livid, while her grandmother would probably be over the moon. Shaking off the thought, Mare sunk herself deeply into her investigation. Chapter 46, Luna City 2. Chapter 46, 2 months before Cal's self-imposed deadline, he traveled to Luna City with Scylla to check in on the reconstruction efforts. He had been clear at the outset that he didn't want them to bury the history of the disaster. He wanted the crater to stand as a testament to the loss experienced there, so they planned a new city on the outskirts. As the transport ship glided slowly across the white surface of the moon, Cal was greeted with a welcoming sight. Hundreds of structures had been built around the rim of the crater, ringing the former location of Luna City. Tall buildings made from the white regolith rose hundreds of feet into the air, the reduced gravity allowing the engineers to reach heights that would be impossible on Caledon. Their ivory surfaces were enhanced by glass windows reflecting the light. Thousands of construction drones, mechs and transports flitted around the site, with a staggering number of workers brought from Caledon to support the rebuilding. Cal had opened his grandmother's vaults for this undertaking. He saw it as an investment. Luna City would be the first step of reopening Caledon to the galaxy, a launching point for their economic exploits and military expansion. It was amazing what could be accomplished in a short amount of time when you ignored the costs. Their transport landed in a large, open area. Cal and Scylla disembarked, their enclosed bodysuits providing the necessary oxygen and protection from the void of space. Above the site, the shimmering blue energy shield protected them from errant debris and radiation. Cal hoped that once the main buildings were complete, they would enclose the entire city in a transparent dome, beginning basic terraforming of the town to make it as comfortable as possible for their workforce. Eventually, spaceports would ring the moon as more starships and mechs were serviced here. But for now, Luna City was to be the focus. Impressed, Scylla asked as they walked slowly across the walkway leading to the central administration complex. Her gait was awkward as she tried to adjust to the lower gravity, giving her an odd bounce to her step. Next to her, Cal had already altered his way of walking, gently gliding forward. Everything seems on schedule. You've done a fantastic job. Cal replied as they entered an airway, the doors closing behind them as the hiss of atmosphere filled the room. Their helmets retracted automatically once their suits detected adequate oxygen. I wish I could take the credit, Scylla replied. The door to the interior opened, revealing a bustling office area. Staff walked with datapads, coordinating the construction efforts and holos, showing timelines, video feeds of the various regions, and budget projections indicated on the walls. One of the most needed qualities in a leader is their ability to recognize their flaws. You would be surprised how many people lack that insight, but you have it and know enough to reach out to those around you for help. You should be proud of your accomplishments, Scylla, Cal replied as they entered the room. Standing in the center of the entrance hall to greet them was David Rowe, his blonde hair perfectly coiffed, matching his impeccable suit. Eclipse Dynamics had been brought on board to lead this project, with David Rowe personally overseeing its management. Scylla had been wary of the former leader of Trier, but over the past few months, she saw that he was an intelligent, hard-working individual who had made strides to adapt to the Baron's requirements for his workers. It also helped that part of his renewed commitment to the barony came with a hefty discount for his services. Rowe had said it was a well-deserved penance, and Scylla couldn't disagree. "My Lord Governor," Rowe greeted them with an elegant bow. Scylla stepped forward, offering her hand for a shake rather than the formal greeting which Cal matched. "I'm very pleased to see you both again. I hope your view of our progress was to your liking," Rowe asked, gesturing for the pair to follow him to his office. On the way, Cal was greeted with more sights of the construction, the drones and mechs quickly lifting large, pre-made sections of buildings into place. How is the schedule progressing?" Cal asked as they waited for an elevator to carry them to the top floor of the administration complex. "We're within our margins. It will be tight to complete everything by year-end, but I'm confident the primary facilities will be complete. We will be able to dock and resupply your starships and have adequate repair facilities for your mechs by the deadline," Rowe replied, pressing the button on the holo screen for the top floor. The elevator began to climb smoothly in the lower gravity. Luna reduced the weight of the occupants to a fifth, making it the ideal location for repairing heavy mechs safely and quickly. As they waited, Rowe pointed out areas of interest through the elevator's glass walls. "The defensive shields and weapon systems will be online, but I'm afraid the terraforming project inside will need to wait until well into the new year. Over there are the habitation units for the workforce. Construction should be complete on them within the next few months. How are the unions reacting to the project? Are they satisfied with the work environment?" Cal asked. "Very. With your generosity, we've offered higher than normal wages, and for such a long-term contract, they are willing to bring their families here to Luna. I suspect Luna City will be a thriving metropolis within the next few years," Rowe replied. "I can only hope," Cal stated, looking at the crater in the center of the burgeoning city. The rest of the day was spent in discussions and tours of the area. Cal lost track of how many people he met, the workforce enthusiastic about meeting the Baron that had brought such change to their lives. By the end of the day, Scylla was exhausted. She was impressed by how Cal always seemed to have time to shake the hand of a grateful person or provide a kind word to everyone he met. When they finally returned to their transport to fly back to Caledon, her eyes could barely stay open, while Cal seemed to be still as fresh as they started. With the hum of the thrusters lulling her to sleep, Cal spent the flight reviewing his plans. He had a little under 2 months to prepare. Tamara had a plan for confronting the pirates, a relatively simple idea of leaking to the Imperial net that a starship would transfer some high-value commodities from Caledon. Once the pirates hijacked the shipment, Cal and his forces would engage them. After capturing a few of their members, Tamara hoped they could force a location out of them. Cal had thought the plan too straightforward and plain to be effective, but she assured him that the most uncomplicated methods were best in combat. Looking out the window at the fading Luna City, Cal allowed himself to relax for a moment. He would re-enter the game tomorrow, pushing his limits to become a better pilot. He only hoped he would be helpful when the time came. Lying, Jack leaned back in his chair, his feet on his solid gold desk while slowly peeling an apple with a knife. In the background, the latest pop song by an idol was playing. An interest in mainstream music was something only those closest to him knew about. It contrasted oddly with his pirate leader persona. Jack had received regular fruit shipments from Terra, a link he would never sever to his presumed homeland. Even Jack didn't know if he was actually from Terra. He had long since forgotten the difference between truth and lies. It didn't matter to him. The truth was what he believed it to be. He hummed along with the music as he sliced the Terran apple, popping a piece into his mouth and savoring it. He could imagine his bloodline singing inside his body at the connection to his ancestral homeland. His holo beeped as it connected, an image flaring to life above his desk. Gareth Quad, the erstwhile pirate and current pilot on Caledon, stared at his leader, who promptly ignored him as he finished his treat. Cleaning his hands on a napkin, Jack finally turned his attention to the young man. "You have news?" Jack asked. "Caledon is preparing to attack you in the new year. I've sent you a file of their proposed tactics. Do you want me to do the same for Aesir?" Gareth asked. Jack waved the suggestion away flippantly. "Whatever. That woman's plans are her own. I'm much more interested in something else." Lying, Jack said, and his tone changed. Placing his boots on his carpeted floor, he turned to the holo and leaned forward intently. On the other end, Gareth waited for his father to speak with an anxious feeling. When Jack became interested in something, entire worlds burned. "Tell me about the vault where Caledon retrieved the Lunite crown. What other treasures does it hold?" Jack asked attentively. Chapter 47, World Event. Part 3, Chapter 47, Cal climbed into the VR terminal, the pod enclosing him in darkness momentarily before his vision lightened again. As Merritt, he returned to Beluth and the temporary encampment the insurrectionists had established. They had made significant progress in the northern hemisphere over the last few weeks, pushing Clan Toth further back. Merritt looked at the time hovering in the bottom right corner and silently cursed. He was 15 minutes late for a rendezvous with his teammates. His return from Luna City had pushed him off schedule slightly. Hurrying his pace, he left the bustling encampment behind until he reached a shaded area on the outskirts where the team had their meetings. He found them all gathered, their mechs waiting in an open clearing behind them. Finally, Ty called impatiently. He had been pacing impatiently while the entire camp broiled in preparation for the upcoming assault. "We've been waiting for you, Merritt. The mission was just released. We're assaulting Connacht immediately. Another 5 minutes, and we would have been forced to leave you behind," John stated, his deep voice rumbling as he came forward and shook Merritt's hand in a friendly manner. "Apologies, I was delayed," Merritt replied, not giving details for his lateness, and neither did they ask. "Privacy in the VR world about your real life was to be respected." "No matter, but we must hurry," John stated, already leading the way to where their mechs were prepped and waiting. Before Merritt could join him, Mare stepped forward, blocking his path. "We need to talk," the beautiful woman said, her face serious. Her attitude took Merritt aback for a second. Their interactions had been polite and formal in the past, but this was a strange intimacy he didn't expect. "Later," Ty shouted, pushing Merritt away from Mare and towards the mechs. She looked incredibly frustrated by the interruption, but followed along after composing herself. Sid stared at her curiously, wondering what had caused her usually distant and cold companion to act strangely. Could she be interested in Merritt? Sid thought, inwardly grinning at the juicy tidbit of gossip. She couldn't wait to discuss it with Ty later. Merritt walked to his blade, the tall mech kneeling with one knee on the ground. He had gradually grown accustomed to the mobile suit, its movements turning more fluid and responsive. Merritt had improved the weapons on the unit, adding a powerful las pistol in holsters on each hip, allowing him to combine melee and short-range attacks if needed. He couldn't rely on Mare to protect him in every situation. He needed to diversify his tactics. Climbing the retractable ladder to the cockpit, it enclosed him in its metallic surroundings, the darkness lighting as the mech's sensors came online. A notification appeared in his HUD, the words crimson and vibrant. "The push to Connacht. Connacht City is the hub of Beluth's northern hemisphere. Move forward and seize it from Clan Toth." "Everyone ready?" Ty asked, his voice coming through clearly on the team's communication channel. Merritt maneuvered the blade to the vanguard, just in front of Mare. In the distance, hundreds of other players were already in formation in an assortment of different mechs. At the forefront, a massive Colossus heavy class began to walk forward, its movement shaking the ground around it as its 4 legs dug deeply into the soft soil. A thick, shimmering blue shield surrounded it, protecting the mech and those directly behind it. In addition, dozens of medium classes were sprinkled between them, boosting the group's overall power. "Ready?" Merritt sounded off with the others as they took their place on the left wing. Pushing ahead, he fell into an easy rhythm, the ground a blur beneath him. Overhead, a flight of assault carriers secured the skies, their heavy weapons trained on the horizon for the first sight of the enemy. Merritt could see a few Seraphs trailing behind, their flying speed lacking in comparison, but their agility in combat unmatched by the bulky assault ships. The battlefield was pure chaos. Unlike when the insurrectionists had taken Shad, Clan Toth prepared for the offensive against Connacht. The sky filled with smoke from burning mechs and assault ships, and the sun was obscured behind a thick haze that dyed the sky a reddish orange. Merritt and the others were in the second wave, watching in horror as hundreds of mechs fell to bluish-white lasgun fire and crimson-red PPC energy. Outnumbered and outpositioned, the insurrectionist forces only stood a chance because the heavy-class mech absorbed the brunt of the enemy's hostility. The Colossus shields had pushed past their regular blue and into white as they were slowly overwhelmed by the near-constant bombardment. In retaliation, it launched waves of missiles, deadly vaporizing crimson energy from its multiple PPCs and destructive autocannons. Generally, no mech of a lower class can destroy an enemy higher class than itself, unless through sheer, overwhelming numbers. Merit witnessed that today as the Colossus tore through dozens of light and medium-class mechs. That was until Clan Toth revealed their trump card. From a distance, a streak of crimson light shot across the city. Larger and more powerful than a PPC, it slammed into the beleaguered Colossus overtaxed shields, holding for a long second before puncturing them and burning a hole straight through the centaur-like mech's left arm. Holy shit, it's a tyrant, Ty's voice shouted through the comms so loudly that it crackled. Following the line of red fire, a mech was situated deep behind enemy lines. Painted a brilliant red, the mech stood over 60 feet tall. Its appearance was fierce and almost demonic, with sharp points jutting from its shoulders and knees. Humanoid, it floated in the air above Connacht, large wing-like thrusters keeping it aloft. A long barrel rifle was gripped tightly in both hands, lines of heat still radiating from its body. The enemy mech kept its weapon trained on the Colossus as the temperature dissipated. With another deafening crack, it shot again, striking the heavy mech directly in the cockpit. The Colossus immediately imploded, its reactor causing a catastrophic failure. A shockwave erupted as the heavy class collapsed in a fireball, knocking over the nearby mechs and flattening the surrounding terrain. Merit hadn't expected to see a tyrant heavy class mech in Beluth. If the Colossus was a walking fortress, then a tyrant was a weapon of mass destruction. It took a skilled pilot to direct its devastating attacks accurately. "We're finished," Ty said, his voice laced with despair. He had wanted to stay in the world event for a short time longer, but it was apparent this was a lost cause. "I wouldn't count on that. The tyrant will take a few minutes to recover after an attack like that." Mare replied, directing their attention to a flight of medium-class mechs flying directly toward the tyrant, already striking at its shields with a barrage of lasgun fire. "We need to end this quickly," John stated, pushing his mech forward. All along the insurrection line of mechs, groups came to the same conclusion, hurling themselves against the enemy. "Are you all insane?" Ty asked weakly. "Come on, Ty. It's just a game," Sid yelled, taunting him as she sprinted forward, her lasgun firing at the entrenched defenders. With a put-upon sigh, Ty followed along. Chapter 48, World Event. Part 4, Chapter 48, Merritt slashed at the scout mech with his vibrating progressive blade, the weapon making a loud, piercing wail as it moved. His skilled opponent leapt backwards before the quick-moving blade could reach him. "Tusk," Merritt muttered, frustrated at how well-coordinated Clan Toth was during this assault. This group was on an entirely new level compared to their earlier encounters. Their losses were mounting, and he doubted that many insurrectionists would see victory at this rate. "Thermal warning," a mechanical female voice stated abruptly. Merritt didn't have long to ruminate on his failure, as a beam of crimson light shot toward him from the side. In an instant, time appeared to slow down for him as his neural link strengthened. The rapid beam of light decelerated, and he felt that he could breathe for the first time today. Instinctively knowing what to do to avoid it, Merritt dug his right foot into the shattered concrete of the street beneath him, launching himself into the air and somersaulting. The beam passed inches beneath his torso, the light of its passing filling his vision as more thermal warnings sounded from its proximity. The scout mech he had been fighting wasn't so lucky. Its companion obviously didn't care if it struck its allies. The beam burned through the upper half of the mech, leaving only a pair of legs that glowed a bright reddish-orange. As he flipped, Merritt focused on the PPC firing mech crouching behind a ruined building, the steam still rising off its gun's barrel as the heat dissipated. Aiming his las pistol carefully, he pulled the trigger. Crack! A streak of blue-white laser fire slammed into the mech's shoulder, scorching its armor and denting it. Crack! Merritt's next shot struck it in the eyes, burning a hole through the sniper mech's optical sensors. It stumbled backwards from the force, exposing its cockpit for a final shot from the las pistol. Time resumed its regular flow as he landed, his mech's head turning to assess the area for additional threats. Seeing nothing, Merritt was about to move on to the next location and rejoin his companions when a voice called him through a private voice channel. His mech's sensors picked up the movement of one of his allies from behind him. Mare spoke, stepping out from behind the cover of a toppled building. She gripped her railgun in both hands. The devastatingly powerful weapon had already eliminated several enemies. Merritt was impressed by her skills. He hadn't thought someone could wield the formidable weapon effectively while moving, her motions smooth and shots accurate. Before he could respond, his instincts warned him of danger. Mare's body posture was all wrong, aggressive and hostile towards him. Her tone was flat and cold. Merritt thought they had developed a good rapport with each other over the last few weeks, becoming teammates, if not friends. He was careful not to make any sudden movements, trying to get a feel for what had happened to drastically change her attitude towards him. If I did anything to offend. Merritt was cut off as Mare raised her railgun, pointing it directly at the cockpit of his blade. Merritt of Caledon, I finally figured out why the sight of you has been so off-putting. Merritt Emeritus Caledon, you look exactly like the old Duke of Caledon, which would only be possible if you somehow found a way to alter your appearance in the game. Or if you resembled him in real life. Did you think no one would recognize you, Caledon? Mare asked, her tone filled with barely restrained anger. I wasn't trying to hide it, Cal replied with a shrug that couldn't be seen through his mech. Look, maybe we can discuss. Mare's shout cut off Cal. You and your family are traitors to the Emperor, she screamed. Luckily, her voice only carried through their private communication channel, preventing everyone in the area from overhearing them. I should do everyone a favor and eliminate you now before you do more damage, Mare stated. Really? How would killing me in a game serve the Empire? Cal replied, scoffing at the ridiculous notion. Now that she knew who he was, his time on Beluth was finished. Even if she kept that knowledge to herself, he wouldn't spend limited time fighting with someone who wouldn't listen to reason. For the first time, Cal could see that his words reached Mare. She had temporarily forgotten they were in a game, the anger at his presence overpowering her reasoning. Her actions here would accomplish little more than kicking Cal out of the world event. People like you are the reason I don't advertise who I am. Judging someone by the actions of their parents, threatening me when I have done nothing to harm you or anyone else. I've seen your type before, Cal stated. Bold words from a traitor. Mare retorted, her railgun not moving an inch as it stayed trained on his mech. And what about you? You don't think I don't recognize you for what you are? I can spot another noble from light years away. Your physical characteristics, training and education, that haughty, better-than-thou attitude every single one of you has ingrained into your being during your time on Terra, Cal said. Mare was surprised that he noticed. She thought she had hidden her aristocratic background adequately during her time in the game. No one on her squad had guessed her origins, but she rarely encountered other nobles outside of her family. Can you say your family hasn't done anything you wished you could distance yourself from? That you would like to be judged for your worth and not by your name? Cal pressed, and for a moment the railgun wavered. At least I'm loyal to the Emperor, Mare said. So am I. I proved my loyalty for 500 years. You can shout that you are loyal all you want, but what have you done? What have you sacrificed for that loyalty? Cal shouted, his anger bleeding into his tone. Before Mare could reply, a large piece of concrete fell from a structure behind her, crashing onto the ground loudly. Turning to look at it for fear that it was an enemy mech, she let her gaze leave Merritt momentarily. It was enough time for him to charge forward. When Mare looked at him again, he was on top of her, knocking the railgun out of her hands and pushing her to the ground. Before she could even respond, a wailing progressive blade was pressed up against the metal exterior of her cockpit. For Mare, time slowed to a crawl, her vision filled with the jet-black blade and the weapon in its hands. Even though she kept telling herself it was just a game, it felt so real. The terror and helplessness were unavoidable. She could hear Cal let out a frustrated breath over the communication link before lowering his weapon, the sword in his hand falling silent. We're done here, Merritt stated, his voice cold and hard. Turning, he began to walk away, severing the link between himself and the group. His calms fell silent, leaving him blessedly alone once more. Don't turn your back on me, Mare screamed, filled with rage and shame at how easily he had bested her. The thought that the son of the traitor himself was standing in front of her, and she had been helpless against him, was a disgrace that could not go unanswered. For years, her parents had talked about the rebellion and its effects on the Empire. They were too young to have fought in it, but her paternal grandparents had both died in the fighting. To ignore Caledon now would feel as if she were disrespecting their memory. Swiftly climbing to her feet, She charged forward to attack Merit just as another pair of Clan Toth mechs came out of the ruins. Seeing two insurrectionists, they raised their weapons and immediately fired. Hearing the crack of last gunfire, Merit spun around. Time slowed for a moment, and he acted instinctively. Dashing back to Mare, he stood in front of her mech protectively, shielding her with his body while raising his last pistol. His shot struck both mechs accurately before their own hit his mech in the chest. Warning, reactor overload imminent. The mechanical voice spoke in his ear as the temperature rose around him. Shaking his head, disappointed at his actions, Cal's vision went dark as he died. Mare watched as the blade exploded, matched by the destruction of the two enemy mechs. Confused by Merit's sacrifice to protect her, she didn't bother rejoining her companions. Logging out of the game, she awakened in the real world, the sound of rain against her room's large windows filling the silence. Leaving the pod, she went to see the only person who could give her answers. Chapter 49, Happy Coincidence. Chapter 49, Mare found her grandmother tending her flowers in the solarium. The glass structure was separate from the main building, surrounded by large, green lawns. It housed some of the rarest plants in the galaxy, collected over hundreds of years. She heard the older woman singing softly to herself as she entered the humid building, the snip of a pair of pruning shears accompanying the sound. "Have you come to help me, darling girl?" Mare's grandmother called out, her hearing still sensitive despite her age. The woman was ancient, over 1,000 years old, but still spry and healthy. Rejuvenation procedures had long since been unable to smooth her wrinkled skin. Still, her noble genetics kept her alive for centuries, while her contemporaries were long since ground to dust by time. "Ugh, no, grandmother," Mare replied, looking at the plants with distaste. She had a black thumb and couldn't even keep a houseplant alive, let alone rare and fickle flowers her grandmother preferred. "What brings you out here so early?" Her grandmother replied, gesturing to the sunlight barely cresting the horizon, obscured by the thick layer of cloud. The rain fell steadily against the glass, promising dismal weather. Weather-manipulating technology was forbidden on Terra. The ecosystem was to be kept pristine and unchanged. "I was looking for grandfather but couldn't find him," Mare replied honestly. Her grandmother smiled at the comment, putting down her pruning shears and looking at her granddaughter. "Perhaps he knew you were coming to pester him with difficult questions." "Yes." The older woman laughed, removing her gloves and affectionately patting her granddaughter on her cheek. "Come sit and have tea with me. It has been ages since we last had a chat," her grandmother said, leading her to a table, a steaming pot of tea already waiting. Obediently, Mare poured 2 cups, adding a small splash of cream and a spoonful of sugar. "Now, what trouble is plaguing your mind?" Mare's grandmother asked, taking a small sip of tea and delicately placing it back on the porcelain saucer. "I had an encounter with someone in my game, and I wanted to inform grandfather," Mare relayed, idly running her finger along the rim of her cup but not drinking. That game. I wish you had taken an interest in something besides those beastly machines. Wouldn't you rather study botany under me?" she replied, looking at her granddaughter with expectation. Mare gave her a look of distaste at the notion, causing her to laugh again. "If not botany, then at least something safer. It's perfectly safe. None of you will allow me to pilot a real mech anyway," Mare muttered with a frown. "You're destined for much greater things than that, my lovely girl. Now tell me of this encounter. How could something in a virtual world disturb you so?" Mare relayed the details of the world event to her grandmother, describing how her regular teammates had recruited a new member, Merit. Something about him had been familiar, so she had investigated his background. It led her to discover he was the Baron of Caledon, recently released from prison. "I sought to inform grandfather that the traitor's son is training to use a mech and lead troops into battle," Mare confessed. Her grandmother waved off the notion with a small gesture of her hand. "He already knows," she replied, "and he isn't doing anything to stop him. What if he leads an army in rebellion, just like his father did before?" Mare exclaimed, her voice rising. She stifled her outburst at a stern look from her grandmother. Caledon would never betray the Empire. "It's been some time since I've seen him, but that sweet boy is completely loyal," Mare's grandmother replied. "You know him?" Mare asked, surprised. "Of course. His grandmother and I were the very best of friends. I still mourn her passing, and his grandfather raised Caledon in their image. I doubt that would change, even with his time in stasis. You have nothing to worry about regarding the Baron, my darling girl." The older woman frowned, tapping her cup with her fingernail. "You should return to your studies. I will speak to your grandfather about your concerns." Mare's grandmother assured her, smiling as the young woman left the solarium. Once the door closed, Aurelius, the Emperor of Humanity, stepped out from behind a cluster of flowers. He arrived while they were discussing Caledon, hiding his presence until his granddaughter left. "You heard?" Empress Amelia asked, looking up from her cup of tea and smiling at her husband. "I did," he replied, taking Mare's empty seat and sipping tea from his granddaughter's untouched cup. Frowning at the taste, he added another spoonful of sugar. "Did you know they would encounter each other in this game?" Amelia asked, truly curious. Even she didn't know the limits of her husband's prescience. He smiled ruefully at the question. "No, it was a happy coincidence. I hadn't expected them to meet for quite some time, but this also works. Although I am concerned over her bias of young Caledon," Aurelius replied. Amelia sighed, shaking her head dramatically as she playfully frowned at his response. So it was a coincidence that they happened to meet amongst billions of other players. Fate brought them together randomly, without the intervention of the Emperor. Amelia criticized his response, quirking an eyebrow as she drank her tea and observed her words' effect. "I'm not omniscient, my darling," Aurelius replied, his blue eyes twinkling. "No, but you are one of the keenest minds I have ever met. It wouldn't be outside the realm of possibility that you manipulated events in a way that benefits you. For example, pushing young Caledon into a future where he needed to learn to pilot quickly. And I believe it was on your advice that our granddaughter also found solace in that VR world, was it not?" Amelia mused, tapping a finger against her lips. While the Emperor's intellect was acknowledged across the galaxy, only those closest to them knew that the Empress was, in many ways, his match. "It was," Aurelius acknowledged, sipping his tea. "If I looked into the events in-game, would I find that the world event that drew the pair together was also suspect?" Amelia contemplated. After centuries, she had become proficient in parsing out the truth. One of her greatest joys in life was unraveling the threads of her husband's plans and gaining insight into his thoughts. "As always, I can hide nothing from you," Aurelius conceded, bowing slightly before draining his teacup and standing again. As he was about to leave, Amelia called out to him. "You can manipulate events, my love, but you cannot change what is already inside them. Simply throwing them into the same room won't guarantee the outcome you are looking for. The human heart is fickle," Amelia advised. Aurelius turned to look at his wife, shrugging his shoulders as he replied. "I can only set the table. It's up to them to sit and dine," he stated before leaving the solarium. Empress Amelia thought for a moment, going over the events. She had promised Aurora that she would look after young Caledon after her death, and it was. Only her husband's argument that sparing him from stasis would almost certainly result in his death that she had allowed the boy to be punished. Aurelius was intelligent and able to predict events based on his understanding of human nature, but there were times when even he was wrong. What he wanted to accomplish was clear, but perhaps this needed a less delicate touch. Smiling, the Empress returned to her flowers, the outline of a plan already in place. Chapter 50, Assault Class Match. Chapter 50, Cal rose out of the VR terminal, shaking his head at the outcome of his foray into the world event on Beluth. Ultimately, he had come ahead financially. When he respawned on Land, his account had more than enough credits to purchase whatever light class match he wanted, but his motivation to continue had run dry. With someone as antagonistic as Mare still in the game, he didn't want to subject himself to more of her hostility, especially when he didn't need to at the moment. Cal was skilled enough to practice in a light match in the real world safely. He wouldn't need to return to VR until he was ready to advance to medium class, which could take quite a while as he had too much on his plate. Pushing the encounter out of his mind, he turned off the VR terminal, closed the lid, and locked the door to the storeroom before returning to his room for a shower and a meal. It was midday on Caledon, and coordinating with his teammates had affected his schedule, pushing his match training to earlier to compensate. Freshly showered, wearing a clean and crisp uniform, and with his belly full, he asked Tamara to gather his other military advisors to discuss the upcoming combat operation against the pirates. "We're 2 months out from the start of the operation. What can you tell me about our current status?" Cal asked from where he was seated at the head of a long table. To his left, Governor Scylla and David Rowe represented the administration of Caledon. On Cal's right, Tamara, Elric, and Talha all wore uniforms of his house guard. Tamara acted as Cal's representative before he assumed command on the day. Elric was here to advise on the repair facilities and operational support, while Talha would command the former Marauder's starship. Tan and Miranda were both present in case Cal wanted a review of finances or business operations. We're on schedule. We have secured a dozen starships, with several more to be delivered before the start of the new year. We have also outfitted them with assault ships and space-capable mechs, although we're still short on pilots. I've contacted several groups and believe I have some promising leads. Tamara explained, pulling up a holo of the breakdown of Caledon's forces. These mechs, what can you tell me about them, Elric? Will we have any problems repairing or securing equipment? Cal asked, turning to the large man. We've obtained the XNR Roman 7 Nix Light class mech from Hyperion Industries. They're a bit of a niche machine since they can only operate in the vacuum of space. Elric punched in a command to the table's display, showing a holo of the mobile suit. It was similar to a Scout or Blade, but broader. It had adjustable thrusters on its torso, legs, and shoulders, giving it unparalleled mobility in space at the cost of reduced armor. It was also useless in gravity or atmospheric combat. Most armies chose mechs that could be adapted for space, but Cal didn't want to risk losing against brigands. Caledon's reputation needed a win right now, so he decided to purchase mechs for space and separate mobile suits for ground and air operations. It increased costs and would require more storage, but it would give them an edge against mechs not designed for combat in zero gravity. What about training? Are any of your pilots used to using these? Cal asked, turning to Talha. No, but we'll run them through maneuvers as soon as possible. A few groups have already started. It can be an adjustment, but the Nix handles well. Those pirates aren't going to know what hit them. Talha replied, I understand we're going to lure them out with a decoy starship, but what about if their base is on a planet? Cal asked Tamara. We have contingents of mechs ready for drop once we know their location, including a few heavies. Tamara explained. Will light-class Nix be enough? I've seen what a higher-class mech can do to smaller variants. I don't want any surprises, Cal questioned. If those pirates have anything bigger than an assault ship or a light class, I have a surprise for them. I picked up this beauty at an Imperial net auction. Tamara is going to pilot it personally, Elric said, a grin spreading across his face. He swiped his right hand toward the holo, changing the image. A monster stared at Cal from the display. The mobile suit looked fierce and terrifying. The mech was humanoid, with thick limbs and a heavily armed torso. From the scale, he judged it to be over 70 feet tall. A dark navy color with bands of bright green around its arms and legs. Sprouting from its back were 4 wings with thrusters and embedded missiles. A repeating video looped, demonstrating the wings being used as additional thrust in space, as well as a protective shield. What is it? Cal asked, impressed by the figure. In every aspect, it was a war machine. Assault-class mech, Rise. It cost a large fortune, but it was worth it. Our techs are reviewing it now, but it's in perfect condition. The reactor has triple the capacity of a heavy, making it suited to be a multi-role mobile suit. Space, atmosphere, ground, this model of exquisiteness does it all. Elric stated, looking at the image with undisguised admiration. You sound like you're in love with it. Tamara stated dryly as she sized up the mech. A sense of anticipation filled her at the sight of the machine. I am, Elric admitted, laughing as she punched him in the arm. Assault class, are you sure you can handle it? No offense, but I thought you were only rated for heavy. Cal asked, concerned that it would be too much. I'll have 2 months to get a handle on it, Tamara stated, and for once, her cold expression thawed as Cal could see the eagerness there. That time frame was short, but he trusted her dedication and talent. With this, we won't have to worry about brigands, Talha said, envious of her grandmother for piloting one of the best mechs available outside the Imperial Guard. I should hope not. Rise saw service during the rebellion. 15 major engagements, and not a single mechanical combat repair were required. We only got a shot at purchasing it because the Imperial Guard released it for a special auction. Elric stated. What was so special about it? Talha asked, curious. Nobles only. I had to use your name in the bid. I thought for a moment they would refuse, but it cleared without a problem. Elric explained, turning to Cal. The Baron suspected that the Emperor was involved somehow in the sale and approval of his bid. The Nix, I want to join in on the training maneuvers, discreetly, of course. Cal asked, looking at Talha. Why? I hope you don't think you'll join the fighting. Tamara interrupted, looking concerned at the request. Cal would be lying if he said he hadn't considered it, before dismissing the notion immediately. No, but I should understand how the Nix handles and any limitations it has before we start the operation. Besides, I've come as far in the game as I can. I need to transition to a real light class mech, and this is the perfect opportunity. Cal replied. He followed up with what had happened in the world event. Will this mere be a problem for you going forward? Talha asked, frowning at the woman's audacity in confronting Cal over his identity. Doubtful, and it will likely be quite a while before I return to play. I expect I will be taking on medium class when I do, Cal replied. I'm impressed. 4 months and you've already shown you can handle a blade. Tamara stated, nodding before agreeing to his request to join the maneuvers. Cal would hide his identity, replacing a new recruit named Merit and joining a squad of other newer pilots. Ending the meeting, he returned to his room, intent on getting a good night's rest before tackling the Nyx in the morning. Chapter 51, Nyx Chapter 51. Cal's view expanded from the cockpit of the Nyx. The entire galaxy of stars spread out before him. Behind, Caledon shone like a beautiful and fragile blue jewel in the darkness. The neural burden of the light class mech was high but manageable. His movements were sluggish at first, but he had plenty of room to practice in the expanse of space. The lack of gravity took some adjustment, and he had to constantly remind himself that his momentum would be maintained, which required counterthrust to slow. The Nyx was equipped with a backpack-type piece of equipment, a potent booster packed tied directly to the mech's reactor. He could reach unimaginable speeds with it, but the distance between objects messed with his perception of velocity and scale. Starships were fragile objects, lacking shields and offensive weaponry. The slightest change in their internal systems could have catastrophic effects on the engine. Even over the thousands of years since their invention, it was a limitation that couldn't be overcome. Space combat involved closing with the enemy rapidly, engaging them with lasguns and short-range missiles. Mechs and assault ships would be the primary force, supported and resupplied from starships placed well outside the combat zone to protect them. Cal had seen the records of space combat from the AI wars, where hypervelocity missiles using advanced computers could track objects at ridiculous distances, accurately striking them long before a mech could engage. Whole worlds had been destroyed from orbit or starships jumping into a planet's surface. With the taboo against AI technology and computers that could replicate the human mind, space combat had contracted, significantly reducing the distance required to engage the enemy. All right, rookies, I want you to close in on that assault carrier. Remember to keep your distance from each other to avoid clustering together, and don't fly in a straight line. One of the more veteran commanders who had joined Cal's house guard spoke over their team comms link. Roger, the 6-person crew sounded off, with Merit speaking first. Taking a calming breath, Cal accelerated his Nyx with a thought. The neural link replaced traditional, taboo advanced computers, and the pilot's mind directly linked to their machine, piloting as if it were one's own body. The backpack thruster on his mobile suit flared to a brilliant white, reaching maximum thrust momentarily. Cal could feel his body press into the cushioned cockpit as the acceleration flattened him backward. Beside him, his companions accelerated gradually, their bodies comfortable pulling 4 Gs or more without a problem. For Cal, he rocketed past 9, through 10, until he topped off at 11 Gs of acceleration. Are you insane? One of the other pilots yelled out through the channel, watching the Nyx shoot ahead. Merit, are you trying to kill yourself? Pull back on the throttle, their commander advised, shaking his head at the rookie maneuver. A mech could far outpace the pilot within. Their bodies were the weakest parts of the machine. As a pilot grew more secure in their mobile suits, that limit could increase. For a rookie pilot like Merit, he would likely pass out quickly. I'm good, Cal replied calmly, pushing the mech to move faster. With a thought, he cut the thruster, letting the mech drift, before re-engaging the backpack this time at a 90-degree angle. The Nyx cut to the side, zigzagging through space at breakneck speeds as Cal played around with the controls. Behind him, his companions watched in awe as he far outpaced them, reaching the assault carrier first and decelerating. Pointing his heavy lasgun at the ship, he told the training crew they were under arrest. Minutes later, his companions rejoined him, none as comfortable with their mechs. 2 weeks before the new year, the pilot recruit's commander stood before them, wearing a bodysuit in the Caledonian colors of black and red. Lacking a helmet, his voice carried effortlessly throughout the auditorium on Luna. The city was almost complete, their mech stored on the surface, while starships docked using the newly constructed orbital platform and space elevator. Addressing the crowd of 200 pilots in their cohort, the commander outlined the day's training exercise. You'll be split up into 2 groups. A team will be assaulting the target, while the B team will defend. Since this is training for an authentic operation, we have secured a starship for today's maneuvers. I want to be clear, do not engage near it. The last thing I want is to explain to the Baron why we damaged one of his ships. The commander stated, displaying a holo of the training area. Combat doctrine stated that engagements should be far from a starship to reduce the chance of unrepairable and catastrophic damage. The starship would be positioned, with the defenders inside and unsuited, while only a small squad defends the exterior. Once sensors picked up the enemy, they would exit the ship and sortie. For today's training merit, you'll lead Team A Rex, Team B. The auditorium was filled with a strange combination of groans and cheers at the announcement. Merritt had developed a reputation as one of the best pilots in their cohort, leagues ahead of the others. Team B would have a disadvantage with him as an opponent. Merritt sat at the front, his bodysuit's helmet already on as he took note of the training data on the holo. It had been odd to the others that he always hid his face and didn't have a room with the others in the dormitory, but they had come to accept it after getting to know him. They chalked it up to considerations for his skills. Cal waited until the countdown on his matches, HUD, reached 0 before speaking over Team A's communication channel. They were on the surface of Luna, the staging area for the day's operation. "Let's go," Cal spoke, his voice calm and assured as he had his mech leap upwards off the surface, engaging the thrusters as soon as he was clear. All around him, others did the same. Reaching maximum velocity, the familiar feeling of high acceleration pressed against him. Before he could outpace the others, he cut his thrust, cruising silently while ensuring that his heavy lasgun was primed and ready. For training, they used real weapons that had been disabled but could ping an opponent, giving their sensors an indication of whether they sustained damage or not. There were problems with it at times. Cal found that it was somewhat generous in range and accuracy compared to the VR game he was used to, but it was still better than live fire against allies. The 100 pilots spread out, their mechs glittering in the sunlight as they traveled through space, following the indicator on their HUD to where their target should be. Cal occasionally gave more commands, splitting them further into groups of 4, and having them slightly alter their trajectories so they could form a pincer formation. Satisfied, he waited in silence until the starship came into sight. His sensors picked it up before his eyes could see it, and the neural link buzzed in his head to notify him. "Target detected." The mechanical voice spoke unnecessarily as he could already feel its presence. Cal's vision zoomed into it with a thought, revealing the ship's box-like structure and unadorned metallic surface. He spotted several mechs floating around it for protection, and the bay doors were only now opening, showing that the defenders would likely be out of position once Cal arrived. Grinning, he boosted his mech forward, the others speeding up around him. With the weight of his acceleration pressing against him, Cal lifted his lasgun, sighting the first target and firing. Devoid of the satisfying crack or the streak of light, his sensors pinged to indicate he had struck the mech dead center, its functions dropping as it died and slowed to a stop to float helplessly. Like a flash of light, Cal was everywhere, speeding through his foes, his weapon almost constantly firing. He was untouchable, and his agility pushed the Nyx to its limits. Time slowed to a crawl as his instincts took over, and his connection to his mobile suit neared perfection. When the commander called the training to end, the defenders were utterly routed, while losses on Cal's side had been minimal. He had just been returning to Luna City when his comlink displayed a call from Caledon. "Cal, we've just received a notification. The Imperial Guard is on their way here. They'll be in the system within the hour," Scylla said, her voice grim. Chapter 52, Ace in the Sleeve. Chapter 52, the Imperial Guard starship jumped into orbit over Caledon, its square body emblazoned in gold and bearing the symbol of the Emperor, the Imperial Eagle, surrounded by 12 stars. It hovered silently in the void. Its storage doors slowly opened to release a single mech. Its mission fulfilled, the engine spooled within, carrying the starship away once more. The XMF Heavy class mech throne glided towards the planet's surface, its large wings spread out behind it to slow its descent through the atmosphere, while feather-like thrusters provided counterthrust. The throne resembled the medium-class Seraph, but was much larger and more powerful. It was dominating at long range and a behemoth in close quarters. It wielded progressive blades and energy-coated monomolecular knives. Its reactor could keep it shielded while wielding a destructive PPC. In its left hand was a large shield, coated in heat-resistant materials and displaying the Imperial Guard symbol. As it descended, a glow of red light from the friction heat trailed behind it. The throne glided across the sky, approaching Caledonia quickly, where Cal and the others waited to greet its pilot. Observing from the palace, Cal was confused as he saw the starship jump away, stranding the lone mech on the planet. If it was a messenger from the Emperor, why would they leave someone behind? Confused, he watched as it descended, its target clearly his estate. Gathering Scylla and the others, he made his way to the large landing pad at the estate's rear, a cleared concrete space for shuttles and mechs to land. On the way, he ordered the defensive shield to be lowered while the heavy colossus, which guarded him, stood down, letting the guard pilot into the area. The throne landed gently, its large wings retracting as its thrusters cut off. Over 60 feet tall, it slowly knelt, the front cockpit opening to reveal its pilot, who descended using a retractable ladder. The pilot was tall, wearing a black and gold bodysuit with an opaque helmet. A man, by his figure, walked forward slowly before removing his helmet. Cal recognized him immediately. It was Samuel, Imperial Herald and voice of the Emperor. His hard, stone-gray eyes looked at the gathering, as if weighing their worthiness. "Lord Herald," Cal greeted, bowing his head the appropriate amount for his noble status. Behind him, the others took to one knee. If the Emperor himself had arrived, they would kneel on both knees and bow their heads deeply. Samuel was afforded some of the same courtesy as a representative of their monarch. Samuel shook his head at the title, gesturing for those before him to rise as he stepped forward. "I'm not here in an official capacity. You may call me by my name," Samuel stated as Cal's companions rose. "You're not? Then what brings you here?" Cal asked, confused. He looked at the massive, mobile suit behind the older man, wondering if he was here to join the operation against the brigands. "I'm here as an advisor, nothing more. The Emperor trusts that you can handle yourself, but I wanted to see it with my own eyes, and if necessary, extract you from danger," Samuel stated. "While I don't think that will be necessary, your presence is welcome. Please, I'll have my aides prepare a room for you, and Elric will see to your mech," Cal stated, looking at the large, older man who looked almost worshipping at the throne. "Thank you. I want to go over your plans immediately. You aim to start in the new year?" Samuel asked as Cal, and he walked back through the estate side by side, coming to their main meeting room where holos of the operations were stored. Cal and Samuel stood around the table, the holo of the system they were scouting for their operation already displayed. "We've been sending supplies off-world using several different companies and ships, all while monitoring for suspicious activity. So far, we've had 2 groups of cargo seized as they traveled through the sector. Each time, the brigands have lifted the ship's manifest through logs stored on the Imperial net. Our tech specialists have assured me they can spot the signs of tampering, allowing us to follow behind and waylay them discreetly," Cal explained. "How will you prevent them from fleeing?" Samuel asked, identifying a fundamental flaw in the operation. "The decoy starship will be equipped with a jump inhibitor. It should disrupt their vessels long enough for our mechs to engage and disable them. We suspect that's how they have been hindering merchants, so we'll use their trick against them," Cal explained, pulling up the critical piece of technology on the display. "It's basic but sound. Unfortunately, it relies completely on detaining and interrogating whatever prisoners you manage to capture during the assault. What if they prove to be uncooperative?" Samuel inquired. "Even if they are reticent to offer up their comrades, we should be able to find something in their starship's logs to backtrack its jump coordinates," Cal responded. They continued their discussion for quite some time before the sun set, and it was late at night. Escorting Samuel to his quarters, the older man turned to the Baron and gave him a final piece of advice. "You can't plan for everything, Caledon. Make sure that you are prepared for the whole thing to go sideways. The best-laid plans only last until the first mech launches. These brigands, I don't know how much advice I should offer you. This is supposed to be your test." Samuel frowned, letting out a sigh before continuing. "I hope that you have an ace in your sleeve," he finished, overseeing Cal to ensure his words reached him. Seeing the Baron nod, he bid him good night, closing his door. Cal wandered the halls, thinking about the Herald's words. For him to come from Terra to observe him, there was likely more to this operation than he knew. The Emperor's involvement meant that anything was possible. Would they be successful, even with thousands of mechs and a dozen starships? Tamara was growing more comfortable with the assault mech rise, and her calculation of its power was astounding. He knew that each successive class of mech came with exponential growth in combat power, But the leap between heavy and assault was the difference between heaven and earth. It was likely that a single assault mech could wipe out Cal's entire force. If the brigands had that power, however unlikely it was, it would be a risk he couldn't accept. Cal would never have thought it possible. But with Samuel's warning ringing in his head and his dealings with the Emperor's prescience, Cal needed an ace in the sleeve. Stopping in the middle of a hallway, Cal looked out one of the large windows as the grounds were lit in decorative lights. From where he stood, he could see that the throne had been removed from the landing pad. One of the service drones had likely carried it to storage. His thoughts turned to his time in stasis, the resolve he carried forward into the present. 500 years had taught him that he could only rely on himself. Although he had made friends and had trusted allies when things were critical, could he force them to carry the burden of his decisions? Cal agreed to bring peace and prosperity to Caledon, and those dozens of worlds clamoring for his help. Regardless of what motives others had to draw him into this conflict, it was Cal that agreed to do it. If it came time to sacrifice those closest to him to achieve his goal, would he still have that resolve? As he watched the white moon slowly climb through the sky, Cal found his answer. It was his responsibility. If things turned bad during this operation, he would do whatever it took to protect those who placed their faith in him. Turning away from the window, Cal traveled deep into the estate, intent on retrieving the ace as Samuel had advised. Chapter 53, Celebration of a New Year. Chapter 53, New Year's Day had arrived on Caledon, and Cal intended it to be a celebration to be remembered. It was a statement of the renewed sense of peace and prosperity he sought for the planet, and a way to calm the populace after the previous year's turmoil. Each city would have their own festivities, with parades and holidays from work and school, but the capital city of Caledonia would host the main attractions. Broadcast worldwide, it would feature overhead flights by rare mechs, performing aerial acrobatics and complicated air shows. Parades by his house guard, floats by citizen organizations and community leaders, and foods from all corners of Caledon. Cal was even giving away red packets of money to all the children in his barony, a little gift for good fortune and success in the new year. Cal stood on a raised platform in front of his estate, with Governor Scylla by his side, wearing their best clothing for the occasion. The governor wore a beautiful black and red dress, matching Cal's crisp and perfectly tailored house guard uniform. Music played by a famous local band, amplified by speakers placed throughout the city, rang throughout the festival grounds in front of the estate. A flight of seraphs, piloted by veterans from the amongst the guard, flew in an arrowhead formation overhead, trailing different colored smoke behind them to dye the sky a multitude of colors. Leading the pack was the massive assault class mech Rise. Tamara was making her debut in the mobile suit, and the crowd went wild at seeing the rare machine in action. Breaking away from the others, she spun and twirled overhead, the four wings turning and twisting as they seemed to dance across the sky. Clearly, she had adapted well to the neural burden. Cal couldn't spot any hesitation or sluggish actions in the suit's movements. It was a good sign of things to come. With the Rise leading the assault, victory would be assured as long as there weren't any surprises. Cal felt uneasy in the pit of his stomach at the thought of the coming conflict. Usually, he would disregard the opposition a few brigands could bring, but Samuel's warning continued to dog his thoughts, circling constantly. His instincts screamed at him, urging him into flight or fight mode. Cal's skin crawled, but he couldn't logically come up with a reason for his concerns. Every shred of information, they had identified their opponents as a large and well-organized group of brigands, but one without imperial title or the background of a noble. At worst, they were backed by a corporation, but one that needed to keep their presence concealed. How much assistance could such a group possibly have? The Imperial Guard would have stamped them out ages ago if they were a legitimate threat. Tan had voiced concerns that they had ulterior motives, seeking to lure him out and possibly eliminate Cal. Still, with the force he had gathered, that seemed unlikely. The uncomfortable feeling persisted, robbing him of enjoying the festivities. It was all Cal could do to smile and wave at the crowds as the day continued. Scylla had organized free concerts to be broadcast across all of Caledon, hiring one of the most popular bands from the Imperial Net to perform. With free food, drinks, and family activities, he intended to ring the new year in with a bang. Before the concert began, with the sun setting behind him, Cal addressed the citizens of Caledon directly. His face appeared on holos and displays above the major cities, his words amplified and delivered to every person on the plant. Caledonians, it is my greatest delight to wish you all a happy, healthy, and prosperous new year. When I return to Caledon, I promise to bring security and stability to our home. In pursuit of that goal, I have increased the size of my house guard, allowing every citizen of our barony to travel safely in our domain. From Caledonia to Trier, New Antioch and Cosa, imperial law has been renewed, with every man, woman, and child protected under the emperor's watch. Cal began, his gaze drifting across the gathered crowd. Time has not been kind to our world. Every noble intends to serve the people, enforce imperial law, and carry out the emperor's will, and my time in stasis has prevented me from fulfilling my purpose. I know that each of you has suffered in some way during my absence. For that, I sincerely apologize. With that in mind, I wish to announce my government's New Year's objectives. I have directed Governor Silla to reopen the universities and centers of higher learning. From today, all educational institutions will be free on Caledon for every citizen of our barony. We will recruit instructors from the best of our local population. Caledonia was known as a city of learning and education, and it will be again. Cal paused, letting the cheers of the crowd quiet before continuing. Minister of Finance, Merrick Tan, and Minister of Business, Innovation and Development, Miranda Atkinson, have been giving the funds necessary from my personal accounts to provide interest-free loans to any citizen who seeks to start a business or purchase a home. Over the new year, we will invest in infrastructure and open new hospitals and clinics. Finally, I would like to announce that Luna City has officially completed its first phase of construction, bringing new opportunities and fortune to our workforce and servicing a new fleet of starships. These ships will be used to defend our homeland and secure new trade routes for local businesses. I want to sincerely thank you all for the faith you have placed in me, and once again, have a very happy new year. Cal finished, giving a formal bow to the gathered crowd before turning and slowly walking off stage. While Cal met with Miranda backstage, Scylla began to speak, giving more details on some of her government's initiatives. The businesswoman was wearing a long, black skirt with a matching jacket over a white shirt, and was clutching her ever-present datapad. Her black hair was tied up into a neat bun, held in place by a decorative hair clip. Over the past few months, she had proved herself invaluable to Cal's administration. Her intelligence and dedication as minister had nearly single-handedly restructured business operations on Caledon. How was it? Cal asked as the pair walked back to the estate, exhausted by the day's events. You did well. Tan was nearly hysterical over the loan announcement. Miranda replied, grinning at the former banker's discomfort during the speech. He had practically fled back to his office, muttering about the loss of profits. Your suggestion was perfect. Those loans will stimulate the economy. Bogging them down with interest rates will be counterproductive, even if they are more profitable. Cal praised her. Miranda practically glowed at the compliment, her head high as they walked. I'm going to rest, but have Tamara come see me once everything dies down, Cal said, leaving Miranda outside the palace as he walked back to his quarters. The hallways were empty. All the staff had been given the day off to enjoy the celebrations, leaving him blessedly alone. Far away from the public's prying eyes and his companions, Cal let the facade drop. His face creased in worry and doubt, the feelings overwhelming him since Samuel's arrival. He felt isolated and alone, a familiar emotion that had been ever present in stasis. Cal stared out the window. The light fading and the moon rising before a knock at his door interrupted him from his thoughts. Cal took a moment to compose himself. The self-assured and relaxed mask slipped back into place as he opened the door, revealing Tamara in her house guard pilot bodysuit. You asked for me? Tamara inquired, entering the room and sitting in the sitting area. She didn't comment on the darkness. Cal had forgotten to turn on the lights during his turmoil, and it was only when she entered did Cal realize how late it had gotten. Flicking a switch and bathing the room in a warm glow, he sat across from her. How was the rise? Cal asked, anxious to know how proficient she had become with the assault mech. A lot rode on its capabilities. It was one of his trump cards in case things went south. Excellent. The burden is manageable, Tamara stated. Good, and our preparations are we ready as soon as you give the word, she replied. Cal stifled the unease in his stomach, hardening himself against what was to come. Good. We leave in 2 days. Cal gave the order, setting events in motion. Chapter 54, Subterfuge. Part 1, Chapter 54. In an out-of-the-way system, far from any inhabited planets or well-patrolled routes, a starship floated in the darkness of space above an icy world. Unremarkable, its star was a red dwarf, a tiny pinprick of light thousands of light seconds away from its surface, leaving it dark, cold, and isolated. Over 24 space-capable mechs waited patiently at the designated coordinates, their machines a motley collection of antiquated light classes, only some designed for space combat. Most were adapted with booster packs and thrusters. The brigands waited for their mark to come out of the jump. The hackers had alternated its destination coordinates to bring it directly to them. Based on the manifest, it would be lightly crewed and carrying high-tech parts destined for Caledon. Everyone get ready. It should be arriving in moments. Their leader, a long-haired, older man with a scruffy beard, spoke gruffly to the others. Piloting a modified scout mech, Samson was the longest-serving member of their group. He had boarded dozens of starships, and the others followed his orders as a veteran. The leader of the pirates watched a timer on his HUD as it approached the appointed time. The manifest was an estimated time. Sometimes these traders were delayed, making the wait tortuous as they floated in the void. Spatial anomaly detected, incoming starship. One of the members on board their ship communicated, carefully watching their highly attuned sensors. As soon as their target appeared, they would turn on the jump inhibitor, keeping it locked to their location long enough to board. An undulation appeared in space above the nameless ice planet. The stars behind it twisted and warped in their vision as a starship materialized. Its metallic surface shimmered from the haze of heat the jump created. "Now," Samson yelled, his mech burning a trail in the darkness toward the isolated ship. Behind him, dozens of other mobile suits sped to close the gap before the starship could detect them and deploy its security forces. "Inhibitor activated. It's not going anywhere," the crew member confirmed. Some of the pilots in Samson's group cheered as they sped toward the target, their minds filled with the thought of the upcoming payout. Halfway to the target, its storage bay doors opened, its response to their attack quicker than Samson expected. It didn't matter if they did. The intel said they would only have a handful of outdated mechs and rookie pilots. Once they saw Samson's mechs, they would quickly surrender. "Wait, something isn't right." The crew member on board the pirate starship spoke, his voice laced with confusion as he tried to make sense of the sensor readings. "I'm detecting an overlapping inhibitor field." "Why would they do that?" the crew member finished. Before Samson could respond, a flight of mechs burst out of the target's hold. 2815, the number of mechs he was seeing increased, with no end in sight. Worse, they were all brand new space combat variants. Their pilots were skilled and coordinated, immediately forming squads and closing the distance between their attackers, working together to drive a wedge between the pirates' mobile suits, isolating them. What had started as an assault on what Samson had thought would be an inferior enemy evolved into a stalemate battle against an equal-numbered, well-equipped security force. The only edge Samson and his people had was their combat experience. They were fighting against inexperienced but well-trained pilots. The bright lights of lasgun fire pierced the dark void of space, the explosions of short-ranged, high-yield missiles, and the crimson energy of PPCs. The coordinated efforts of the target's security forces prevented Samson's group from dealing fatal blows, while his own people's experience gave them a slight edge. Losses on both sides were minimal. "Retreat! Spool up the engine. I want to get out of here as soon as we land," Samson shouted as a bluish-white beam of energy shot past his HUD. Only a last-minute, instinctual maneuver saved him. Returning fire, he continually moved towards their starship, his troops falling back in waves. "No good. That starship has an inhibitor on board," the crew member shouted, trying desperately to punch through the interference, but the engine refused to spool. The inhibitor created a subspace distortion, destabilizing the jump. Samson cursed, his voice echoing through the cockpit of the light-class mech before he calmed down. "Then we strike through and destroy the target. Everyone on me." Samson intended to form an arrowhead formation to pierce through the enemy line and attack the starship. Once it was gone, at least some of his people could escape this battle. Multiple spatial anomalies detected. "We've got 3 starships incoming." Samson cursed again at the shouted words from the crew member, his mech's vision turning to look behind their ship as the space undulated, twisting and warping until 3 starships appeared well outside the combat zone. Zooming in for a closer look, Samson saw they were painted black and red, a house symbol of a red stag prominent on the side. Immediately, the storage holds of the ships opened, unleashing dozens of more mechs, along with a hulking behemoth of a machine 3 times the size of the others. It sped across the distance, far outpacing its companions. It wielded a long-barreled PPC cannon in one hand and a sniper variant heavy lasgun in the other. Its four wings spread out, trailing a line of fire from its thrusters. Incoming communication, all channels. A mechanical voice spoke in Samson's cockpit, automatically displaying a face in his HUD. It was a handsome young man, his long hair perfectly coiffed, wearing a black and red uniform. "This is Baron Caledon. You are all under arrest for piracy. Discard your weapons and power down your mobile suits. Failure to comply will result in your immediate elimination." The Baron's words were punctuated by a streak of crimson fire from the massive assault class mech speeding towards them. The attack brushed past the motionless pirate starship, a warning shot to demonstrate that it could be struck at any time. Samson was shocked at the display. He didn't think an attack could reach them from that distance. Re-evaluating, he realized that a single mech could wipe out his entire crew, let alone the hundreds of brand-new Nyx mobile suits now surrounding them. "Stand down, do as they say," Samson ordered, tossing away his one heavy lasgun and powering his mech's reactor to a minimum, only sustaining life support and the visual sensors. Dozens of his companions followed, drifting motionless in space while they were grasped by the Baron's house guard and dragged to one of the three waiting starship's holds. Samson's last glimpse of open space was a boarding crew forcing their way into their starship, likely quickly subduing the few people he had left and securing their ship. Cal watched with satisfaction as his forces secured the pirates, dragging nearly 40 mechs to the storage hold. They would be scanned for threats before being placed inside, their occupants removed and restrained for interrogation. "That went well," Talha commented, watching her grandmother in rise guard the prisoners, her weapon trained on them for the slightest hint of resistance. The young woman wanted to be out there, but had been placed in command of the ship. Confirmation from the boarding crew. "The starship is secured. They're downloading the flight data now," Talha stated from the center console. Cal, Talha, and Samuel were in the command center of the Marauder's former starship, leading the operation. This was the first group of pirates they had found after nearly 3 weeks of operations. They had secured over a dozen different planets. Their local governments had been more than happy to come under his barony's protection, placing their security forces under his houseguard's command. Unless the Emperor commanded otherwise, they would likely be formally inducted under his title, and their governments restructured after centuries of neglect. Cal shook the thought from his mind. That was a problem for much later. "That starship is old. We searched the registration number on the net. It belonged to a trader that reported it stolen decades before the rebellion," Talha informed him, pulling up the information. "Old ship, busted and barely functioning mechs. This will be like shooting fish in a barrel," Talha finished. Cal frowned. The feeling of unease he had felt for weeks now grew stronger. "Let's go see what our prisoners have to say for themselves," Cal said, turning away from the display and heading towards the storage deck. Chapter 55, Subterfuge. Part 2, Chapter 55. A row of prisoners knelt on the cold metallic floor of the storage hold, their hands shackled behind their backs, while guards pointed their firearms at them in case they tried to escape or attack the crew. They were a motley collection of men and women from all parts of the galaxy by their appearance and clothing, and they looked as if they had been living rough for years. "My lord, this one says he's their leader. Samson, we're running his name and image through the Imperial database now." A veteran stepped forward, saluting the Baron as he approached. Cal focused on the leader as Talha and Samuel flanked him. Older and noticeably experienced, he had long, unwashed and lanky black hair and a scruffy beard. His clothing was dirty and torn, as if it had seen too many years of hard use. Cal saw a few mechs the pirates used already stored by the walls of the hold. They matched the appearance of the people in front of him, ill-maintained and broken down. "I'll keep this short and simple. You have been caught in the act of piracy, which carries a weighty sentence in the Empire, a lifetime of hard labor in a prison colony. But I will make you a deal. The first person who can tell me the coordinates of your compatriots will be granted mercy." Cal addressed the prisoners. Some scoffed or spat at the offer, while a few looked at him with hope, quickly hidden as they glanced at the others around them. The silence dragged on for nearly a minute before one of the prisoners shouted, "Mercy, my lord. I'll tell you everything I know." The man called out, his young face terrified at imprisonment. His companions began to shout and ridicule him, cursing the young man. They likely would have assaulted the traitor if they weren't handcuffed. Nodding, Cal had one of the veterans take the man away for debriefing. While they waited for the data to be downloaded from the starship and corroborated by the prisoner, Cal approached the pirate leader. "It was a fine little trap you sprung on us, my lord." Samson greeted him, leaning back in his restraints and looking the tall noble in the eye. He seemed relaxed and comfortable in his bonds. "I commend you for surrendering before you cost the lives of more of your people. But I must admit I'm confused. You're obviously a skilled pilot. Why resort to piracy? You and your crew could have been successful mercenaries or contractors." Cal asked. "Maybe, but we would have to give up our freedom. Sometimes that's worth more than anything," Samson replied. Cal studied the man's face carefully, searching his expression and eyes for every scrap of information about his motives. Despite his ragged appearance, he didn't seem like a desperate, starving pirate. There was an intelligence there and a slight hint of something. What was it? Mockery? Contempt? And your compatriots, are they also equally skilled? We estimated you had many more mechs and starships than this. Where are they? Cal asked. Before Samson could answer, the thin shield protecting the open back of the hold was pierced by rise. The massive machine floated gently into the starship before settling onto the ground. The cockpit opened, and Tamara exited, immediately walking toward Cal and the prisoners once she saw him. Dressed in a house guard bodysuit, the older woman's hair was plastered to her face with sweat, but it didn't bother her as she reported to Cal. "We've secured all their mechs. I've had most transferred to one of the other ships." "What have you found?" Tamara asked. "Talha is reviewing the data from their ship, and one of their members is willing to talk to us," Cal explained while gesturing towards Samson. "If you would allow me," Tamara asked, taking over the interrogation of Samson. While she questioned him, Cal assessed his responses while watching Samuel. The questions she asked were insightful and direct, things that an experienced combat commander would prioritize. The Imperial Herald hadn't said much since the operation began, simply staying by Cal's side and evaluating his actions. He wouldn't offer any insight and refused to answer questions. The ease of their success had done nothing to alleviate Cal's concerns. If anything, they were growing worse. Cal felt anxious and trapped, the same way he felt when he first stepped into an exosuit. He was waiting for it to close around him, sealing him inside. His heartbeat increased, his palms were sweaty and his breath shallow. But he couldn't figure out why he felt this way. His instincts screamed at him that something wasn't right. Cal's mind spun as he focused on their faces, searching for a hint or hidden meaning. Was it the lack of answers from Samson, or the calm demeanor of Samuel, or even his very presence here? "We have their coordinates, and their jump logs repeatedly return to a single point. Imperial records show it's an abandoned orbital outpost, an old mining colony on the frontiers that hasn't been inhabited in centuries. We're computing the coordinates for a jump as we speak," Talha said as she walked swiftly toward them. To Cal, time slowed to a crawl as she spoke, the same feeling he would have in a life-or-death situation in a mech. Each word crept from her mouth, and the world around him became hyper-focused. At the mention of the coordinates, Samson's face twitched. Cal wouldn't have noticed it without looking for a response from the pirate. Beside him, there was a slight tension in the corner of Samuel's eye as Talha said, "Old mining colony." Cal interpreted Samson's response as almost anticipatory, like he was quelling his excitement. While Samuel knew there was significance to the location Talha had discovered, but refused to inform Cal of why it was notable. "Excellent. What about the corroborator? What has he said about their forces?" Tamara asked, looking to Talha and ignoring Samson kneeling before her. "They have a few hundred mechs, all outdated retrofits for space operations. We should be able to catch all their starships at the outpost," Talha confirmed. From what they faced here, the logs from the starship, and the statement by the young pirate willing to help them, everything confirmed that fact. "Then let's head out. Secure the prisoners. 3 ships should be enough to end this, with Rise leading them. I want crews ready for combat as soon as we arrive." Tamara began giving orders before Cal cut her off. "Belay that order," Cal said sternly, his voice hard and flat to his ears. Everything stopped around him. His unfamiliar tone instantly cut off the noise. His expression was severe, his blue eyes hard as he stared at Samson. All movement halted as everyone stared at Cal cautiously. No one else caught it in the commotion, but there was a look on the man's face and in his eyes. He was excited. Why would a pirate facing imprisonment be excited about the enemy arriving at their home base? Unless Cal stepped forward, crouching and putting his face right in front of Samson's, focusing all his attention on the pirate's face. The sudden action took the man aback, and he instinctively tried to pull back, but Cal grabbed his greasy hair, locking him in place. The pirate may have been an experienced pilot, but a noble physically outclassed him. "What's truly waiting for us there?" Cal whispered harshly, his quiet voice easily heard in the silence. Not letting the pirate move, he continued. "Something doesn't add up. Why would you attack trade ships all over the sector if you only had this small force with outdated and inadequate equipment? You knew someone would eventually come looking for you," Cal stated, staring Samson in the eyes. That amusement he saw in the pirate was quickly replaced by worry and traces of fear. "What are you hiding?" Cal finished, knowing he wouldn't get anything out of Samson. Releasing him, Cal let the pirate recoil from him. Standing, Cal absent-mindedly wiped his hand on his pant leg, his thoughts in turmoil. He ignored the voices around him, Tamara and Talha asking what he meant, what was happening. He felt like he was back in the stasis chamber, his body frozen while his mind was active. He kept getting flashes of insight, bits and pieces that seemed random but painted a picture. Tan and his conspiracy that someone wanted to lure him off Caledon. Petitions from worlds and increased piracy. Samuel's presence and the Emperor's sudden interest in his development. Cal turned to look at Samuel, and still, the herald was calm and composed while those around him thought he had lost his mind. Time's slow crawl froze entirely as his mind tried to fit the puzzle pieces together. "They lied to us," Cal stated, and finally that claustrophobic feeling faded. Like a bubble bursting, time resumed with a sudden pop as the last piece fell into place. He could breathe again. "What do you mean?" Talha asked, confused at Cal's behavior. "It's a lie. I don't know what's waiting for us at those coordinates, but it's certainly not a few hundred outdated mechs." Cal replied, looking at Tamara. "I want all our available forces gathered here immediately, every starship and mech in the House Guard," Cal ordered. Tamara watched him for a moment, assessing Cal before nodding. "That's over a dozen starships and thousands of mechs." "Cal, that's insane. It's only a few pirates," Talha sputtered, shocked. "That was enough force to assault and secure a heavily populated system. Was he planning on waging war?" "Hopefully it's enough," Cal stated, looking back to the clearly panicking Samson. The man's eyes were wide in shock, his face pale. "Send word to the Imperial Guard. Provide them with the coordinates we were given, and inform them that I will lead a force against the criminals harboring. There, I'm formally requesting their assistance as soon as it is available." Cal ordered Talha while watching Samuel out of the corner of his eye. "The Emperor may not look favorable on this action, Baron Caledon. This was a task he assigned to you, not the Guard." Samuel spoke for the first time. "And my priority is the safety and well-being of the people under my command. We will assault these pirates first, but the Guard will send reinforcements as soon as possible," Cal replied. Samuel shrugged at the statement, but his body language suggested he was pleased with Cal's forethought. "Talha, have all our forces ready for battle." Chapter 56, Traitorous Action. Chapter 56, Gareth Quad piloted his medium-class mech Erebus around the perimeter of the operation zone. The pirate mech was secure in the holds of the 3 starships the Baron had brought with him, while their ship was still being assessed for threats and information by Cal's specialists. He hadn't had much to do during the battle. He had deployed with the reserve forces once they jumped into the system. But by then, Rise had already subdued everything handily. Gareth wasn't too upset about the day's events. He would have fought convincingly, but it was better that he didn't have to. Flipping on his squad's communication link, he spoke to the other team members. Like him, they all piloted an Erebus, a mech built off the design of the Nyx and developed in tandem with the smaller mobile suit. Unparalleled in its class while fighting in space, it operated similarly to his Seraph, but with added mobility and speed. "Any of you know what the holdup is? We should be packing it in and jumping to where these bastards came from," Gareth asked. "No clue. Orders are to hold for now and monitor for any activity." One of his team members responded, her voice bored at the lack of activity. She was letting her mech drift, enjoying the feeling of weightlessness. Cursing, Gareth changed the comms channel, trying to reach someone with an answer. With no luck, he tried Talha, only to be told she was unavailable. Frustrated, he maneuvered his mech towards the command starship, telling the others he would return shortly. His father predicted the Baron would fall for their bait, jumping into their trap once the coordinates were found. If there was a problem, Gareth needed to know about it. His Erebus pierced the shield protecting the hold, drifting through the opening before gently landing on the metallic deck, the artificial gravity pulling down on it. Exiting, he looked around for Talha or someone in charge. He noticed the prisoners were still in the hold, kneeling on the cold floor under guard. Gareth avoided looking at them for too long, trying not to catch the eye of anyone especially Samson, and giving away his cover. He wasn't sure how much they knew. His father frequently kept his crew in the dark or told them conflicting stories. Dodging their gaze, he went through the storage hold, looking for Talha or someone who could update him on what was happening. Stepping from the main hold to the hallway where the crew quarters were located, he spotted Baron Caledon in discussions with Tamara and the Imperial Herald, Samuel. Gareth had never seen Cal look so grim. His expression was harsh as he listened to Tamara, occasionally nodding at whatever she was saying. Stepping around their group, Gareth decided not to listen in and risk discovery by the Baron for eavesdropping. He may have been connected to Talha, but wasn't privy to Cal's inner circle. He found Talha just as she was exiting the commander center, the doors automatically sliding shut behind her. The red-headed woman was tapping on a datapad, and her house guard uniform was open at the collar, giving her a slightly disheveled look when combined with her messy hairstyle. Gareth stopped, waiting for her to notice him while listening to her mutter to herself. He couldn't determine what she was saying, but she seemed frustrated. "Hey, what's the delay?" Gareth asked, not willing to wait anymore. He needed to know why the Baron wasn't moving on the information that had been dropped into his lap. "Oh, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be on patrol?" Talha stopped, looking up from her datapad at hearing his voice. She looked at him, disappointed, instantly assuming he was neglecting his duties. I just wanted to know why I was out there, looking at a frozen wasteland in the middle of nowhere instead of leading an assault on those criminals. Why aren't we moving? Was there a problem with the data from the starship?" Gareth pushed for information, making it seem like he felt his talents were being wasted. Talha shook her head, already moving past him as she responded. "Cal feels that something isn't right with the data. We're waiting until the rest of our forces arrive, along with reinforcements from the Imperial Guard." Talha replied, looking down at her datapad once more as it pinged with a notification. Behind her, Gareth frowned at the statement, unnoticed by Talha. He clenched his fist in frustration. Their plan would be ruined if all the Baron's forces combined with the Imperial Guard. Worse, his father's forces weren't expected to encounter so many mechs. It would be a potential disaster. Their entire plan hinged on the Baron's forces being unprepared for the overwhelming force Jack had at his disposal. He expected Cal to be overconfident. His army stretched thin as he protected multiple worlds, while Jack consolidated everything he had for this trap. "The Guard? Seriously, it's only a few pirates. We can handle them with what we have now. Don't you think he's overreacting?" Gareth pressed. He needed more information when he contacted Jack. "It doesn't matter what I think, and they'll be here in a few hours. The Guard will send an entire heavy mechs company to join us. We'll wait until they're here before jumping," Talha said. She kept walking while Gareth dropped back, her figure disappearing into the crowd as she returned to Cal. "I need a communication terminal," Gareth thought, looking around momentarily before heading to one of the private meeting rooms just off the crew quarters. Imperial net access required fixed installations to access. Still, if Talha was in communication with the Guard and the Baron's other forces, she likely had a relay set up through one of the other ships, jumping to a nearby access point to send messages. Ducking into one of the empty rooms, he closed and locked the door, the electronic lock magnetically sealing it. The room was small, only containing a table and 4 chairs. On the wall was a holo display, the projection screen showing the House Caledon Red Stag. Tapping the device, Gareth confirmed that there was a relay setup, allowing him to record and send messages on a delay. Every half an hour, one of the other starships would jump to a neighboring system to transmit before returning. Looking at the timer, there were still a few minutes before the next jump. Bringing up his private account, he used a simple encryption that his father taught him, making it appear innocuous while hiding the information he had found about the Baron's intentions. Finishing the message, he added it to the other outgoing messages for the subsequent transmission. Closing the display, Gareth walked out of the room, returning to his Erebus and exiting the starship. Hopefully, within the next half an hour, his father would receive his message and arrive before the Baron's other forces. And more importantly, the Imperial Guard arrived. In the darkness of space, a fleet of starship waited for their mark to arrive. 7 ships, each with a full complement of the best mechs Aesir Corporation could provide. Over 1,000 of the light-class Norn, long-range humanoid mobile suits with heavy lasguns, PPC, and missile launchers ready to be unleashed as soon as the target jumped into range. Distinctive with their heavily armored bodies and minimal thrusters, They sacrificed speed and agility for overwhelming firepower and defense. Several hundred medium-class Bolger mechs supported the army of Norn. 60 feet tall and wide-bodied, they were physically imposing and slow-moving in the weightlessness of space. More extensive and heavier than their light-class variants, these mobile suits had thick shields, becoming a defensive barrier to soak up the enemy fire while protecting the more vulnerable light class behind them. Finally, dozens of heavy-class Fenrir mobile suits were at the vanguard. With their distinctive, wolf-like heads, they had an aggressive appearance. Unlike the other Aesir mechs, the Fenrir was agile and quick, wielding a mix of long-range and close-quarters weapons. Heavily armored and shielded, they would be at the forefront of this battle. All of Aesir's mechs had been modified for space combat. Suited for ground combat, the corporations had developed a suite of attachments to allow them to operate in the void at reduced mobility compared to a space variant like the Nyx or Erebus. On the lead starship, Lucky Jack and Erica Pearson of Aesir Corporations stood in the command center, waiting for Baron Caledon's and his force's appearance. The smartly dressed businesswoman glanced at the operation timer on one of the displays, frowning at the delay. It had been over an hour since Caledon should have intercepted their starship and retrieved the coordinates to their location. Why wasn't he here yet? Next to her, Lucky Jack seemed calm. The extravagantly dressed man was relaxed in his chair, his feet up on the console while his crew worked around him. Observant, he noticed the woman's discomfort at the delay. Relax, they'll be here. A young man like Baron Caledon can't resist the banquet we've set for him. A motley collection of old mechs and terrible, desperate pirates. He'll be here, Jack reassured her, tapping his perfectly manicured finger against the arm of his chair. Still, the minutes crawled by, and no ships appeared. Sir, we've received a communication. It's marked urgent. One of the crew members spoke from his console, the notification showing up through their communication link. The old mining outpost, still, had its infrastructure connected to the Imperial net, allowing the pirates access. Display it, Jack replied, looking up at the front holoscreen as it showed a familiar face. Gareth Quad hovered in the air at the front of the room, his expression concerned. Jack, Baron Caledon is delaying for more of his forces to arrive. He has 3 starships waiting at the attached coordinates, and another 10 on their way in the next few hours. Worse, the Imperial Guard is sending reinforcements. Gareth spoke to the room before the message ended. Jack frowned at the words, and his right eye twitched slightly. He hated when his plans didn't come together. It was said the Emperor could predict events hundreds of years into the future. And yet, Jack couldn't even do the same for a young, impulsive Baron. Prepare our forces. We'll jump to Caledon's location. Erica ordered, seeing Jack was more focused on his frustrations than acting. Gathering the mechs into their holds, the 7 brand-new, Aesir-manufactured starships jumped together. Chapter 57, Carnage. Chapter 57. The other House Guard starships will reach us within the hour, but the Imperial Guard won't have a force available for at least 6 to 8 hours. Talha informed Cal as she returned from the command center. Is there something you could do? These pirates will likely be in the wind by the time they arrive. There's no telling how much damage they can do if we don't confront them soon. Once they realize their trap isn't working, they may be assault worlds directly to draw us to them. Cal asked Samuel. This sector isn't their only priority. The Guard is spread too thin to respond quickly in the numbers you require. They rely on their reputation to keep the peace, and nothing I say can change that. You may need to face this foe alone, as the Emperor predicted. Samuel replied, shaking his head. With our other starships, do you think over 2,000 mechs won't be enough? Talha asked with doubt. She couldn't believe that a rogue group of brigands could contend with what they had here, let alone the reserve forces Cal was bringing. I suspect they know exactly how many people we've recruited over the last few months and have prepared accordingly. I will not let them escape to hurt innocents, but I won't act without reinforcements from the Guard. We may need a ship's-wide announcement cut off Cal, the lights changing to red while warning alarms sounded. Multiple spatial anomalies detected. 7 starships incoming, a crew member announced over the ship's intercom. Already, I just sent the message out and it's too quick for them to arrive. Talha stated, confused. Aside from that, why would all arrive at the same time? They should still be preparing their equipment, and she expected them to come in separate groups from different worlds under Cal's protection. We're under attack, Cal stated, his instincts screaming at him that his statement was true. Next to him, Tamara was already running to rise the vanguard against whatever forces were about to assault them. Gareth Quad floated in his Erebus, waiting impatiently for his father to act. His team communications channel was filled with idle chatter, the others drifting around the icy planet below as they waited for orders. The crew securing the pirate starship was still on board, combing the seized vessel for any threats or hidden traps. Warning, spatial anomaly detected. A mechanical voice sounded through Gareth's cockpit, cutting off the conversation as they turned their attention to the outer perimeter. A massive undulation warped and twisted the stars and space behind them, interfering with their sensors as 7 starships materialized. "Are we expecting reinforcements?" one of Gareth's comrades asked, his voice clearly showing his confusion as the starship emerged from the jump. Only when they fully appeared, their storage holds already opening to release their mechs, were any misconceptions of their allegiance removed. They were plain and unadorned, with no house symbol or corporate allegiance displayed. Dozens of light and medium-class Aesir-manufactured mechs burst from their holds, their frames trailing flames as they surged towards the Baron's forces. "Holy shit, we've got contacts." Gareth's comlink blared out dozens of similar statements as the black void was filled with the explosions of missiles and the bluish-white energy of lasguns. The few guards they had posted around the perimeter were quickly overwhelmed and surrounded by foes. Hanging back from the others, Gareth did the bare minimum to appear to join the conflict, always slightly missing his targets while he dodged their fire. This was the most dangerous part of his mission as a traitor, but his father had warned him not to show his true allegiance until he was called upon to act. Finally, after a minute or two of intense conflict, more Nyx and Erebus mobile suits from Cal's starships arrived, and the battle reached an entirely new level. Cal rushed into the command center with Samuel and Talha, only to see a scene of confusion and turmoil. Hundreds of mechs were fighting in space, their metallic surfaces reflecting the faint illumination of the distant sun and the bright lights of energy weapons. He watched in horror as mech after mech exploded, or were vaporized by the destructive power of PPCs, or had their cockpits pierced by accurate lasgun fire. Casualties mounted on both sides, the conflict reaching a brief stalemate as more and more mobile suits joined from the waiting starships. But Cal's forces, while having higher quality suits, were outnumbered over 2 to 1, and that disadvantage was showing. The starship rocked around him as a massive volley of missiles detonated in the nearby space, wiping out a dozen of his mechs. In an explosion of heat and radiation, overloaded reactor cores bloomed in the darkness like tiny stars. Debris shattered against the metallic surface of Cal's starship, leaving deep pits and dents in the structure. Warning, engine destabilized. Artificial gravity failure. The mechanical voice notified them as the ship's systems failed. Cal and the crew felt the weight of their bodies leave them as they floated gently in the air. Above the unnamed, icy planet, thousands of mobile suits wheeled and fought, desperate to survive. "Talha, when are our reinforcements arriving?" Cal shouted over the warning alarms and yelling crew members. Beside them, Samuel was calm, gripping the commander's seat by the back to steady himself. "Not for another hour, at least," she shouted back, trying to coordinate a defense against the onslaught. They wouldn't last another hour, not with the rate they were losing mechs. Their line nearly crumbled, until a streak of crimson energy, as wide as a starship, shot out from behind the line of mechs. The energy beam swept across the battlefield, engulfing over a dozen pirates' mechs, including several medium-class, before punching a hole through one of the 7 starships. The vessel hung there, floating in the dark void, before the energy cascaded back through its engine, causing catastrophic failure. Rather than jumping, the void claimed it like a black hole, drawing all matter around it into a single pinprick of light. A few mechs, hovering too close to the starship, desperately tried to escape, but were pulled in by its irresistible gravity. The damaged starship blinked out of existence silently, taking the mechs and debris with it, and leaving a gap in the line of pirate vessels. Rise had finally activated, leaving the hold of Cal's starship and engaging the enemy. Its PPCs and lasguns could fire almost continuously, overwhelmingly powerful, vaporizing everything that opposed it. Tamara sped through the battlefield, the 4 wings of her mech spread out about her. Heat funneled from her weapons through the rear of the mech, glowing red in the darkness. Any errant shots that managed to strike the machine deflected off of it harmlessly by a shimmering blue field that surrounded its figure. Unlike its weaker counterparts, the PPC energy from the Rise could be maintained longer, allowing it to sweep across her opponent's mechs for seconds at a time, cutting long paths through them. Wherever it turned its attention, enemy pilots died. Watching the destruction that the single assault class mech was causing, Cal sighed in relief. Even facing a dozen heavy mechs, the Rise could hold its own, its thick shields and overwhelming firepower able to hold them off. Tamara's presence had stabilized things for now. Fenrir heavy-class mechs hurled themselves at Rise in an attempt to slow it down and overcome its defenses. But Tamara was too agile, her wings thrusters moving her mech like it was an extension of her own body. She glided through the battle, always striking where the enemy was weakest, her shields and protective wings blocking any attack that could harm her. Firing her lasgun, she pierced the torso of a Fenrir, burning a hole through its chest before slamming a wing into its body, shattering the heavy mech to pieces and moving on. Incoming transmission, Baron. It's from the pirate leader. A crew member called out to Cal, the console in front of him lit up with notifications. Chapter 58, Carnage. Part 2, Chapter 58, Baron Caledon. A man appeared on the display screen of Cal's starship. Handsome, blue-eyed, and extravagantly dressed, the pirate leader's appearance was maddeningly familiar to Cal. The line of his jaw, sharp nose, and high cheekbones spoke of noble heritage. But Cal hadn't heard of any noble bloodline descending into piracy, unless this was all part of the conspiracy that Tan had warned him of. Jonathan, Samuel growled out beside Cal, his tone laced with repressed anger and hatred. Cal turned to look at the ordinarily stoic Imperial Herald. His face was twisted and red, and he looked like he wished he could leap through the display screen and throttle the pirate. "Art." The Imperial Herald himself. "What a pleasant surprise to see you here. I go by Jack now, by the way. Tell me, did my uncle send you?" Jack replied, his tone mocking, and he had the expression of one dealing with a child. At the word uncle, Cal whipped his head around to stare at Jack again. There it was in his face, his voice, the way he held himself. It was like looking at a much younger version of the Emperor himself. Cal sucked in a whistling breath as shock filled his body. "Calm yourself, Baron. You can't believe a single word this fraud speaks. He's no relation to the Lord Emperor." Samuel tried to reassure Cal, but he couldn't bring himself to believe the herald either. The proof was right in front of him. He could see the similarities with his own eyes. Grinning with amusement at the herald's words, Jack ignored him, turning his attention to Cal. "I must admit, Cal, I'm quite impressed by you. You may have a bit of my uncle's prescience yourself, recognizing the trap I had waiting for you and attempting to avoid it. But I'm afraid it's useless. You are a weak, insignificant speck trying to push against an unstoppable force." Jack stated, "From where I'm sitting, things seem to be evenly matched. I suggest you retreat before my reinforcements arrive." Cal retorted. Out of the corner of his eye, he could see Rise on display, ripping and tearing through its opponents. The black void was filled with the fury of its onslaught, and nothing could stand against it. Yes, you would think that. A single assault class mech is quite impressive, but you shouldn't rely on others to fight your battles for you, Cal. Sometimes you will find that they disappoint you. Jack advised before cutting the communication link. Staring at the blank screen momentarily, Cal rounded on Samuel, his expression furious. "No more games." "Who was that?" Cal hissed out, the room falling silent as everyone felt stifled by his rage. Samuel seemed as if he would defy the question, until he deflated slightly. "Lying Jack is what he titles himself now. He leads a group of private mercenaries and military contractors for different corporate interests. If he is here, then a corporation is likely interested in something you have." Samuel replied. Aesir Corporation manufactures all their mechs." Talha added, pointing out the origins of their opponent's machines. Even their starships appeared to be of the same source, although the anines inside would come directly from the Imperial shipyards. "And his connection to the Emperor?" Cal asked. It was clear as day that there was a relationship between them. "Irrelevant," Samuel responded, making it clear that he would not answer any more questions about the pirate's origins. With a frustrated huff, Cal ran his hand through his hair before returning to the battle. "What's your assessment?" Cal asked Talha, relying on the young woman's experience to make up for his own tactical shortcomings. "We may be outnumbered, but with Rise, it's becoming a stalemate. We're losing fewer mechs than the enemy, but they have more to spare." Talha responded. "Then we hold out until reinforcements arrive," Cal ordered, receiving another communication from the pirate leader. A remember advised. The notification appeared on their console. "Show it on the main display," Cal ordered. Jack returned on the holo, this time wearing a pilot bodysuit in bright gold but lacking the helmet. The man had a cocky grin on his face as he saw Cal. "I told you, Baron, you shouldn't rely on others to fight your battles. Sometimes it's better to take things into your own hands." Jack stated before cutting the connection. Cal frowned at the dark screen, an uneasy feeling forming in the pit of his stomach. "My lord, we have activity from the lead enemy starship. Something is emerging from their storage hold." The same crew member called out, bringing the image to the main display. From the plain and unadorned starship, a shadow slowly crawled out of the yawning darkness of the vessel's interior. As the unknown object touched the light of the distant sun, it was revealed on the holo display. The mesh that emerged was bright crimson, with gold highlights marking the connections between its individual armor plates. A hand gripped the ship's side to launch itself forward. Sharp claws dug easily into the metal surface of the starship. The humanoid mesh had thrusters on the back of both legs and its torso, while wide fins expanded from its shoulders. Its head resembled a knight's helmet, with a single, glowing green eye in the center and a single spiked fin rising from its forward and sweeping backwards. It wielded a shield in its left hand with a sniper variant lasgun and additional missile launcher attachments connected to its hip, within easy reach. On the front of the shield, the Imperial Eagle, surrounded by 12 stars, glittered brightly in gold. Launching itself from the hold, it hovered for a moment, surrounded by a thick, shimmering force field before shooting across the battlefield, its motions a blur as it zigged and zagged around the other mechs, closing on its target. "What is that thing?" Talha asked, the ship's sensors locked on the image of the mech. Samuel frowned at the sight of the Imperial sigil branded on its shield. "Assault-class Odin. Aesir has been studying old Imperial Guard mechs and reverse-engineered some of our technology," Samuel stated. Corporations were constantly seeking an edge over each other, and the Guard had the best weapon systems in the galaxy. They were also proprietary and illegal for outsiders to analyze. It seemed that Aesir was pulling out all the stops in this operation. Tamara was finishing another Fenrir when her sensors picked up the approaching Odin. Turning, she focused her PPC on the target, accurately judging its position and velocity before firing. The streak of crimson energy shot towards the other assault mech, tracking it perfectly. Not changing course, Jack smiled from the cockpit as the energy struck the Odin dead center. With a thought, he expanded the shields surrounding it, absorbing the attack and storing it within its frame. Energy lines coursed through the Odin, cycling from the shield, through its body and into its reactor. Seeing the PPC strike true, Tamara lowered her weapon, assuming she had vaporized her opponent when a streak of light shot out from the point of contact. Trailing white-hot vapors from behind it, the Odin reached a level of acceleration that would kill an average human, but was manageable for Jack's genetically enhanced body. Tamara began to speak before the Odin slammed into her rise. Her shield resisted momentarily before cracking, as Jack punctured it with Odin's clawed hand. He gripped her weapon and ripped it out of her hands before kicking Rise away. Rise spun through space out of control, its disoriented pilot unable to right itself. Tamara screamed at the impact. The force of the blow nearly knocked her unconscious, despite the protective gel of the cockpit. The Odin raised its seized PPC, funneling some of the energy from its reactor into the weapon. Jack carefully aimed, his face split in an amused grin as he watched the Rise rotate and twist uncontrollably. Focusing on its cockpit, he twitched the PPC slightly at the last moment, readjusting the weapon to strike marginally to the right of Rise's center torso. Talha screamed from the Starship Command Center as the crimson energy shot toward her grandmother's Rise. The destructive power of the cannon carved through the assault mech's right side, cutting off one of its wings and a hefty chunk of its right shoulder armor. Laughing, Jack twisted the barrel of the PPC and tossed the now useless weapon aside. With a thought, he shot forward again, intent and playing with the inexperienced pilot of the Rise. Chapter 59, Betrayal. Chapter 59. The Odin was on Rise before Tamara could recover, gripping its front armor panels and ripping them away. Jack laughed with enthusiasm as he relished the feeling of cutting loose. It was so rare that he got to enjoy himself like this. He often tried to maintain a sense of decorum, but this was a true pleasure. Tamara tried to stop herself from spinning, to push off the Odin with one of her remaining wings, but Jack gripped tighter. Straining, he freed the wing segment, tossing the large, metallic shield-like appendage into the void. Banged, banged, banged. The Odin struck the cockpit of the Rise with its clenched fists like a berserker. Jack was unrestrained with his aggression, and the inexperienced Tamara couldn't react quickly enough to deflect his attacks. Watching from his starship's command center, Cal felt utterly helpless as the onslaught continued. Without the Rise to support them, the line of Nyx and Erebus mechs began to crumble, overwhelmed by the pirates' forces. Next to him, tears streamed down Talha's face as she watched the attack on her grandmother. She would be out there, fighting next to her if there were any mechs to spare. Every single machine was in the conflict, and the holds were empty. As Jack began to find his stride, his communication link with his command ship chimed. Irritated at the interruption, he ignored it, only for it to override his control and connect. In his HUD, Erica Pearson appeared, her arms crossed and a disappointed look on her face. "Have you forgotten our purpose here, Jack?" she asked, reminding the supposed pirate that he was working for Aesir. They were close to their goal, and the complete destruction of Baron Caledon and his forces was at odds with what they sought. Jack frowned at the feeling of the invisible shackles around him, holding him back from his desires. But as her words sunk in, he realized there was enjoyment to be had in other ways. During Jack's short conversation with Erica, Odin paused momentarily, giving Tamara enough room to right herself. Back in control, she struck her opponent's mech with one of her remaining wings. Knocking the assault mech backwards, she righted herself, finally stopping the out-of-control spin. Pulling out a blade from a storage container in her mech's leg, she extended the sword. The intense light of the energy-coated blade lit the darkness, shining a blinding blue as her reactor fed it directly. Capable of cutting through the densest metals, its high power usage restricted it to higher-class mechs. Shooting forward, propelled by all her remaining thrust, Tamara raised the blade high, sweeping it down on the Odin as Jack recovered from her earlier strike. Rather than evade, the Odin pushed forward, its arms raised to stop the weapon by gripping her clasped hands just as it was about to impact its head. They floated there, the momentum of their movements carrying them across the battlefield. Arms locked as Tamara tried to inch the burning blade closer, while Jack attempted to wrest it away from her. Unlike the desperate Tamara, Jack was enjoying the tussle. "I think it's time to end this little charade," Jack said, his words carrying to every mech through the universal channel. Tamara was confused by his words. He didn't have the upper hand at all. If anything, they were evenly matched at the moment. Unnoticed by Tamara, a single Erebus mech was drifting in the blackness behind her, already raising its lasgun to aim the larger assault mech. "Now, son," Jack ordered. Gareth pulled the trigger, watching in satisfaction as the beam of bluish-white energy shot toward the rise. His aim was perfect, and the beam sliced between a gap between two of her remaining wings, deflecting off her shields harmlessly, but distracting her enough that the sudden thrust of the Odin pushed her back. Ripping the blade from her hands, Jack tossed it aside and clawed at the rise, gripping its head firmly in its clawed hands as he pushed it back towards Cal's trio of starships. The two mechs were a bright stream of light from their thrusters, propelling them into the side of the starship next to Cal's own. The impact from two massive mechs colliding with the side of the starship was too much for it to withstand, and the structure buckled. Wedged against the metallic surface, Jack repeatedly struck the head of the rise until its armor crumbled, and Tamara's sensors went dark. Satisfied that it wouldn't be a problem anymore, he struck a final blow against its cockpit, driving Odin's clawed hand into the cockpit, but falling just a hairsbreadth short of dealing the killing blow. Talha gripped the console in the command center as she watched one of their mechs turn on rise, shooting the assault mech in the back. Cursing loudly, she punched the console, her fist denting the metal as she angrily shouted. On the display screen, the pilot's name was highlighted for them to see. Gareth Quad had betrayed her grandmother, and now she was at the mercy of some maniac. "I'll kill him," she screamed, tears leaking from the corners of her eyes. Helpless, Cal pushed himself forward in the zero-gravity environment and gripped her by the shoulder, lending comfort for a moment. "Later, we need to see everyone through this first." Cal reminded Talha of her duty and the responsibility they had. Thankfully, Odin seemed unwilling to deal the killing blow, leading him to believe that the supposed pirate leader would be contacting him. No sooner did Cal have that thought than a notification was highlighted on the communications console. With a nod to a crew member, lying Jack appeared once more on the display screen. Dressed in his golden pilot bodysuit, his helmet even had a stylized crown built into its design. "A valiant effort, Lord Caledon, but as you can see, your champion has fallen. Order your troops to stand down, and you will have my guarantee that they will live," Jack said. "What is it you want?" Cal asked. "Why, everything you own. I believe you have a sizable fortune hidden in a vault on Caledon, and you may have a certain machine in your possession that an associate of mine is quite interested in getting her hands on. Surrender, and I will escort you to your planet, where you will release those items into my custody." Jack grinned, seeing the frustrated and angry look on the young baron's face. "And what guarantee do I have that you will keep your word?" Cal asked, watching Jack's forces surround his own, ready to deal the killing blow to his demoralized and tired pilots. Cal's forces had lost hundreds of mechs in the fighting, while Jack had suffered even more casualties, but the numbers were in the enemy's favor. Combined with the assault mech Odin, Cal could see he was running out of options. "None, I'll give you a moment to discuss it with your advisor, but the Emperor himself could not save you now, Cal," Jack stated with derision, giving Samuel a wink before cutting the communication link. Cal watched the display silently, taking in the hopeless scene. Remains of mechs drifted through the void, while thousands more waited for his decision. The space above the icy planet was littered with the remnants of their battle. "We can't let him get away with this," Talha shouted, her fiery red hair floating around her face as she stared at Cal. Not seeing a response, she turned to the Imperial Herald, hoping he would have a solution. "If you surrender, I don't know if Jonathan will keep his word. He has earned the name Lying Jack. He has always been unpredictable and fearless of the repercussions of his actions," Samuel advised, watching patiently for the young baron to make his choice. "Our reinforcements are on their way. We only need to hold out for their arrival," Talha said with hope. Cal shook his head, knowing that any coming starships would arrive much too late to help. "Imperial Herald, no, Samuel, I need your help," Cal stated, turning to the Imperial Herald. Samuel shook his head at the words. "I can't help you fight this battle, Baron. This was a task given to you by the Lord Emperor. I'm not asking for you to fight. I want your help with seeing Caledon through this turmoil. If something happens to me, if I fall, I want you to promise me that you will protect my home and rule in my stead until the Emperor selects a worthy successor," Cal asked, looking the Imperial Herald in the eyes. "Cal, what are you planning?" Talha asked, confused. "Promise me that you will protect the people of Caledon if I die," Cal repeated. Samuel paused, searching Cal's eyes and seeing the resolve there. He nodded. "I promise." Chapter 60, Atlas Chapter 60, with Samuel's words providing him with a sense of security, Cal left the command center, propelling himself along the corridor to the storage hold by pushing himself against the wall. Crew members scrambled around him, some trying to conduct repairs, others to coordinate their defense, while a few Cal was sure were panicking, fearful of death. Bursting out of the corridor, Cal looked around the starship's empty storage hold. It was strange to see it so empty, capable of containing 200 mechs, their supplies, and the equipment for repairs and servicing. He usually couldn't spy the far walls through the clutter of people, equipment, and material, but nothing escaped his sight with that obstruction out of the way. Pulling up to a storage rack on the wall, Cal donned a pilot bodysuit, black and red in the style of his houseguard. Quickly sealing the helmet into place, he knew he was short on time. Jack would only give him a few minutes, long enough to conclude that he was out of options. Suited, Cal pushed away from the storage rack, flying through the air towards the still-open doors of the hold, the protective shielding in place. Piercing the barrier, Cal found himself in the void of space, his momentum carrying him away from his starship. He took a moment to admire the clear view of the stars around him. Unlike when he piloted a suit, nothing hampered his vision of the distant heavens. He was viewing it with his own eyes, and not the sensor suite of a Nix. Taking a deep breath, the air circulating through the bodysuit's filters, Cal calmed his mind, preparing himself for what came next. It was as if he were free for the first time since leaving stasis, the void around him empty. Nothing pressed against him. The weight was lifted from his shoulders. Raising his arm, he tapped the built-in display, a holo image appearing in his suit's helmet. Connected through the starship, he accessed the universal communication channel, broadcasting his words to everyone in the vicinity. Thousands of people, brigand and house guard alike, could hear what he had to say. "This is Baron Caledon," he whispered, watching the pinpricks of light reflecting off the metallic surfaces of the mech arrayed against his forces. Pressed up against the nearby starship, a massive machine rose above another, its hand piercing the torso of the other. The Odin was pristine, unscathed from the conflict, while Rise was barely functioning, its systems failing. "Well, Baron, out for a little stroll, are we?" Jack responded. Cal's bodysuit lacked the ability to display his image, but he could imagine the man was grinning derisively. "I've come to make you an offer," Cal replied. "Certainly, we're all ears. I'm curious about what you could offer me since I can take all you have by force." Jack mocked. "I know what you truly want, but Aesir Corporation will never get their hands on it. I am willing to become your prisoner and grant you everything in my grandmother's vault, but you will let everyone here go in exchange. The Imperial Herald will deliver the vault's contents to your chosen place. Cal explained, waiting for a response as he drifted through the dark void of space, his eyes locked on the Odin. An interesting proposal, Baron, but I have a counteroffer. I will imprison you and everyone here. Then we will travel to Caledon, where your people will witness you shackled and beaten. You will give me the vault's contents and the mech that was left in your care. Jack countered, I will set you all free to continue your lives once I have what I want. You have my word, Jack finished. I've been warned that your word means nothing, Jack. Cal sighed, and in the back of his mind, a presence tugged at his consciousness, urging him to act. It was a caged beast waiting to be unleashed, one that he had no control over, a creature that would likely take his own life, as well as everyone here, if he chose to free it. Then you leave me no choice. This is my final warning. Leave now with all your people, and we can continue this conflict another day. If not, none of you will survive. I'm willing to die for Caledon and its people. Are you willing to die for what you seek, Jack? Cal threatened, and the beast within him crowed at the thought of the coming slaughter. I do not enjoy being threatened, whelp. Jack growled, and the Odin moved with his words, its aggressive stance ready to pounce at any moment. Talha, have all our troops retreat as soon as they are able. You are to jump once the ship systems are restored. Cal ordered, switching to a private channel for a moment. Understood. What about the rise? She asked, concerned for her grandmother. I will remove the Odin, but I cannot guarantee her rescue with what I am about to do. You will need to arrange for mechs to bring her away. There must be no hesitation. Jump away with everyone and leave me. Cal responded, his voice firm. Not waiting for a response, he switched back to the public channel. What is your answer, Jack? Cal queried, his emotions calm, and he had nothing left to do. The future depended on Jack's answer. Enough games, Jack shouted, and as he was about to leap off the starship and head toward the defenseless Cal, he heard the Baron's response. So be it, Atlas. I need you. Cal shouted into the void while reaching out towards the link in his mind, the connection to the faraway beast within him. A moment passed in which nothing happened, and Cal's call faded away. Foolish boy, no one is coming to rescue you. Just give in, and Jack yelled angrily, before he was interrupted by a mechanical voice speaking in his cockpit. Warning, spatial anomaly detected. Origin unknown. Erica Pearson watched the display as it showed the small, lonesome figure of the Baron of Caledon. Drifting in the void of space, he appeared incredibly fragile to her. His forces had fought valiantly, but against the full might of lying Jack's corsairs, with Aesir Corporation's finest equipment, the outcome was a foregone conclusion. She heard every word, exchanged between Jack and the Baron. The man was broadcasting it to the entire system. His offer of clemency was ridiculous, as was Jack's mercy. She knew the man was lying. He would take everything the Baron owned and burn Caledon, along with Kalen's houseguard, to the ground. There could be no witnesses to their actions today. So be it, Atlas. I need you. Erica listened to the Baron's seemingly desperate call, but couldn't fathom what he was doing. His communication link was short-ranged. It could barely reach the surface of the planet below them, let alone the system's star or worlds beyond it. Could he have forces hidden in the system they didn't know about? The notion was preposterous. There were no hidden starships or mechs. Jack's spy had given them the entire breakdown of his troops. The silence continued for long seconds, and the unease within her grew along with her confusion. Just when she was about to order Jack's troops to stop the Baron immediately, a warning sounded through the command center. Warning, spatial anomaly detected. Origin unknown. Space undulated, and waves seemed to ebb and flow as they disrupted the view of the stars behind it. A black orb hung in the center of the distortion, a portal to the unknown that slowly expanded. The starship began to shake violently around her from the unknown phenomenon. What is it? Erica shouted over the groans of the ship as its structure began to twist and writhe from the effects of the energy waves. We think it's a jump anomaly, but I've never seen anything like this before. A crew member shouted, the holo in front of him displaying the sensor readings of the abnormality. It resembled a starship's jump arrival point, but larger and significantly more violent. Erica stared at the yawning black hole, the other side a void of nothingness. The undulations grew, and as they did so, her starship buckled violently. Something is coming, the crew member advised her. From the portal, a shape began to emerge. Massive and humanoid, a monstrous figure slowly drifted out of the jump. A beast had responded to Cal's call. Chapter 61, Atlas. Part 2, Chapter 61, 2 weeks before Cal walked through the deserted halls of the palace, the Imperial Herald's warning ringing in his ears. Despite Tamara's and his other advisors' assurance that his forces would be more than capable of dealing with the pirates, Cal was worried. Samuel's presence and the Emperor's assurance that this would be some kind of test for him had made him uneasy. Despite the name being the same, Caledon was different than it had been during his grandparents' time. Cal had never felt so alone before, pulled out of his time and placed in an almost alien world. That sense of peace and security he felt as a child here was long gone, replaced with the burden of responsibility and shame of his heritage. Before he knew it, he was standing in the hidden vault in the depths of the palace. Ignoring the sealed doors to his left and right, he focused on the painting of his grandparents. Happy youths were enjoying the most important day of their lives. Cal wished he could leap through that painting to warn his grandparents of the future. He would tell them that their son would be a disappointment. His time learning on Terra had put him into contact with other like-minded nobles, more interested in their pleasure and power than caring for their fiefdoms. Or maybe he would drag them out of that happy scene and show them the consequences of their deaths. How Cal's entire life had gone to rack and ruin, leaving a small boy with no one to rely on as he tried to blunt the worst of his own father's disasters. He would show them how he failed. With a sigh, Cal ran his hand through his hair, closing his eyes and resting his forehead against the cold metal wall below their painting. He remembered his grandmother's death. Illness had finally taken her after centuries. He hadn't been there when she passed. She hadn't wanted him to see her die. But he recalled what she told him from her bedside in the last hours before she left him. "I'm so proud of you, Caledon. Be good, serve the people. There is such terribleness in the universe, but such joy as well. It all depends on what you seek," she had whispered, patting him on the hand. It was the last time she had shown him affection. She died the next day. She told him that there were things gathered for him in the vault and informed him how to open it. But she also warned him to keep it secret from others, particularly his father. He could still clearly recall the frown on her face at the mention of her son. Cal's father hadn't been home in years, his time spent on Terra or in the fiefdoms of some of his allied houses. There were rumors about Emeric, disgusting things that they had tried to dismiss as lies. But as time passed, they could no longer ignore them. A few short years later, his grandfather joined his grandmother in the afterlife, leaving him utterly alone. And now he was in the vault filled with things they had left him, searching for something that could restore what his parents' negligence and stupidity had destroyed. Lifting his head from the wall, Cal turned to the left. His grandmother's vault was closed once more. Most of the items had been diligently catalogued by Tan, who was quickly turning admirable profits from his investments. The symbol representing her fervent desire for him hung above the sealed doors. The stylized P and X represented peace. It had been what she wanted for him, to live his life in harmony, goodwill, and comfort. She never sought to pit him against enemies or tie him up into machinations or plots. Use what is in that vault to provide a better life for others. Cal could almost hear the words echo in the empty room. Cal let out a sigh, shaking his head. He had failed. Peace was something that had been denied him since their deaths. Even with his inherited wealth, it couldn't buy him that. Turning away from the doors, he stared at the other vault. If his grandmother had desired peace for her grandchild, then his grandfather had prepared him for war. He was more realistic than his wife. Emeritus Caledon knew that the universe was a harsh and unforgiving place. Although he prayed that Caledon would never know conflict, it was best to prepare him for it. In that philosophy, the symbol of war had been carved above these doors. Inside, Cal knew that a monster awaited, leading to bloodshed and conflict. With no choice, Cal walked toward the sealed doors and placed his palm against the cold metal. It lit up, lines of symbols appeared, and a warmth coursed through his hand. The unthinking system confirmed his identity, verifying his DNA and bloodline. Caledon, a voice whispered from behind him. Whipping around, Cal came face to face with the real-life image of his grandfather. Emeritus looked younger than when Cal had last seen him. White-haired and sickly, the Duke on his deathbed had looked every day of his hundreds of years of life. This version still had some gray in his hair, his blue eyes bright and alert, and his skin was healthy and tanned. "Grandfather," Cal responded before catching his mistake. This was clearly just a recording, one made when Cal was young, if he could judge the differences in the man before him. Was this from before his grandmother died, when Emeritus first sealed the vault below the palace? The recording continued speaking, while Cal was momentarily lost in thought. Recovering, Cal returned his attention to his grandfather's holo. Caledon, if you're watching this recording, then it seems that I have passed before things have settled. Hopefully, you will never see this. But Aurora gave me a portion of her wisdom and advised me to make a safeguard. Man proposes and God disposes. Emeritus laughed ruefully, running his hand through his hair in a familiar fashion. Many of Cal's own habits came from his grandparents. Their presence had been a constant for so much of his life that he couldn't help but imitate them. Damnable sayings. She always seems to brush off a new one for every occasion. Emeritus continued. That she did, Cal whispered mournfully. I have petitioned the Emperor to replace your father with you as my heir. It's as clear as good glass that you'd be much better as Duke. Emeric inheriting the duchy would be a disaster, but the wheels of bureaucracy move slowly, and if something happens to me before then... Emeritus trailed off, and Cal saw something in his grandfather that shocked him. Worry, doubt, and fear waged across the old Duke's face. He seemed to age years in a moment before pulling himself together. I've made this recording for you in the event you ever attempt to open the vault I have left here. Inside is an object that I fervently wish you will never need. But if you are hearing these words, you have no choice but to seek its power. I'm sorry, Caledon. I hope that Aurora and I live for many more years, and that you take your place as my heir. I pray that you never see this recording and spend your life in the peace and happiness you deserve. Cal could swear his grandfather was looking directly at him as he spoke, his piercing blue eyes locked onto his own. But it was a foolish thought. The man was dead and gone. Centuries had passed since he had sealed the vault, and there was nothing Emeritus Caledon could do to help Cal now. Taking a deep breath, Emeritus drew himself upright, his bearing becoming noble and stern. Caledon, what I am entrusting to you has passed down through our bloodline since the Unification War. It's a machine of unimaginable power that can never leave the custody of Caledon's nobility. I have sealed it here to hide it. If I die and you are not the heir, Emeric must never pilot this mobile suit. Emeritus explained gravely, the Duke giving an order to his descendant. The holo image walked towards the sealed vault door, the ancient metal sliding open soundlessly, revealing the interior. Come, Caledon, behold the Titan-class mobile suit Atlas. Chapter 62, Atlas. Part 3, Chapter 62, humanity had been brought to the brink of destruction during their war against the sentient and infuriated artificial intelligence they had created. When peace finally returned, society exploded across the galaxy using the engine. But with the loss of AI, advanced computing and technological advancement ground to a halt. Humans could no longer rely on the assistance of computers to drive their civilization forward, and technology stagnated for centuries. When combined with the fear and pogroms against technology, humanity regressed for the first time in millennia. Before the grand unification of the Empire, the Emperor was merely one of the few remaining oligarchs of Terra, a world still trying to recover from the previous conflict. Mechs and starships had advanced leaps and bounds, but the neural burden on their pilots still held them back. The human mind could only take so much, even with genetic enhancements and training. Although fractured humans thrived as a species, there was a fear amongst the ruling nobility that without a unifying force to impose the taboo against AI, humanity could one day be plunged into a war of annihilation that had nearly made them extinct. Human civilization could have been very different without a fate-changing discovery on Terra, one that transformed the future of humankind. The first Titan mech was born. Using technology that bordered on the taboo, it pushed past the established limits of the neural link. Better yet, the engine that powered starships could be used to generate unlimited energy and instantaneous travel anywhere in the galaxy, all within a single mech. Only one was created at the time, the personal mech of the Emperor, who used it to lead his forces across the galaxy in a war of unification. Forging the Empire through blood and steel, his generals became the ducal lords of their new realm. 12 dukes ruled the galaxy under the benevolent oversight of the Emperor. They were the 12 stars that surrounded and protected the imperial eagle, immortalized in the symbol used for the Empire. In recognition of their loyalty and to further cement his leadership, the Emperor created 12 mechs based on the design of the original. Bound to their bloodlines, these mechs are the incarnation of our duty to uphold the law and protect the innocent, Emeritus said as they stared at the mech before them. The Atlas stood over 100 feet tall, humanoid, with its torso a base white, while black and red armor panels mixed with gold highlights. Perfectly proportioned, it appeared both noble and fearsome, with 6 blade-like protrusions on its back. On its head, 2 green eyes were dim in the vault, while a golden V crested its forehead, similar to the symbol of war on the vault entrance. Cal stood in awe at the mech and the armaments it wielded. Particle projection cannons hung on both sides, along with twin railguns and heavy las rifles. Named after the Titan Atlas, it's a mech that can keep the sky from falling like its namesake. Nothing in the galaxy can match its ferocity except for the other Titans in its class. But with that power comes a neural burden that can only be overcome by those who have been genetically enhanced through generations. Even then, it will kill the unprepared. Emeritus explained, staring at the Atlas for a moment. Caledon, Emeritus repeated, turning away from the mech and staring at his grandson. Although it was only a holo, the effect was uncanny, and Cal couldn't help but think that the man was really there. This machine must be kept away from your father. If I am unsuccessful and he becomes Duke, he will use its power for selfish reasons. I fear that he will even wage war against the Emperor himself. Therefore, I have hidden it here until you are ready. Emeritus continued. I hope my fears are unrealized and things work out for the best, but I must be prepared for anything. Do not attempt to pilot Atlas until you are ready. Even though it is attuned to our bloodline, the strain can destroy your mind if you are untrained and ill-equipped to control it. Atlas borders the taboo. Its systems do not replicate a human mind, but rather take a piece of the pilot's consciousness, even his soul, to reduce the strain. Each pilot adds to the soul of the machine. Once linked to its pilot, it will be a presence inside you for your entire life. You will become a part of something that has been in our family for millennia, almost an amalgamation of all of us. But that part is the very worst of our subconscious. It's a machine of war, death, and killing. It has taken that aspect unto itself. It will devour your mind if you are too weak, leaving you nothing but a husk, Caledon. Emeritus warned. Therefore, do not use Atlas unless you have no other choice, and only when you are capable. Emeritus finished. Letting out a sigh, the cracks began to show in his expression. His stern facade faded, leaving an older man behind. Take care, my boy. Hopefully, you will never hear these words. The image blinked out of existence, and the recording finished. Cal stared at the space momentarily, the vault around him silent as he processed what his grandfather had said. He would never attempt to use this mech, unless his preparation failed, and the enemy he was about to face was more than he could handle. Samuel's warning had led him here in search of a final line of defense, something to use when everything had gone against him. Shaking away his doubt and the lingering feelings his grandfather's words left in him, Cal stepped towards Atlas, wondering how to go about entering the mech. It had been left here for over 500 years, but looked brand new. It even lacked a layer of dust, its surface bright and shiny. The cockpit section was closed, and the mobile suit stood upright and immobile. The vault around him was empty, the walls distant and bare. No repair stations, consoles, or equipment. Aside from Atlas, nothing else was here. What am I supposed to do with you? Cal whispered, gently placing his hand against the metallic surface of Mech's leg. He was akin to an ant staring up at a person. The size difference was dwarfing. Cal did not intend to pilot the Titan until he tested the connection between them. It wouldn't be a last resort if it killed him as soon as he entered it. At the very least, he wanted to know how long he could pilot it in a pinch. As a light-class pilot, he could potentially upgrade to a medium without hurting himself, although he would likely be slow and useless until he adapted. But this Titan was above an assault mech. It could kill him as soon as he stepped inside and activated it. It had taken Tamara hundreds of years of experience to become capable of piloting an assault class. And although she lacked a noble's genetic enhancements and a bloodline bred for Atlas, it demonstrated how difficult piloting a high-tier mech could be. As Cal's hand touched the metal of the mech, the mobile suit's green eyes glowed with an inner light. Unnoticed by Cal, its systems began to come online, and the reactor inside it began to spin. So similar to the mythical engine, the heart of the Titan awoke. User recognized. Caledon, a mechanical voice spoke from the mech. The machine's cockpit opened, revealing a dark interior. A retractable ladder slowly expanded, reaching the floor. Cal climbed inside the mech and felt the gel cushion chair mold around him. It took some getting used to. The height difference between a Titan and his Nix was astounding, and it threw off his perspective. Tentatively, Cal pulled up the maintenance and optimization holo display, the initial step before connecting to a new mech. No one leaped into a new machine unless they were absolutely sure they could handle the neural burden. Instead, they did what was called a neural handshake, a test to see if the pilot could actually handle the load. The test would allow Cal to determine if he could even operate the mech, or if his head would pop like a balloon. Initial test, neural burden. Cal ordered, awaiting the initial feelers of the mech's neural link. When he felt nothing, he repeated the command. Access denied. Neural connection required. The mechanical female voice replied. Frustrated, Cal tried to bring up a manual or instructions for the Titan. He had only started to review some schematics when the voice spoke again. Initiating neural link. Wait, I'm no. Cal's voice was cut off as the neural link connected, and he was overwhelmed with pain. Chapter 63 Atlas. Part 4, Chapter 63, Cal's world became pain and darkness. Cascading waves of agony crashed against his consciousness, threatening to drown him. He floundered in anguish, and it felt as if an entire ocean pressed down against his mind. His nerves were raw, his body shivered and curled in on itself, and nothing existed except misery. He screamed and cried, but nothing he did brought relief until the pain suddenly disappeared as abruptly as it had begun. Opening his eyes, he stared in horror at the world around him. The cockpit of the Atlas was gone. The vault that had lain hidden beneath the palace for centuries was nowhere to be seen. Instead, he floated in the stasis chamber. Time had frozen around him. No, not again. I was free. Cal tried to scream, to rebel against this new reality, but his mouth wouldn't open. He was trapped again, a prisoner within his mind. This isn't real. I'm free, he thought, desperately trying to reject what he was seeing. But a small part of him accepted it, and he couldn't help but fear that maybe the events of the last 10 months since his release were just his imagination crafting a scenario. He had done it before, spending centuries in his mind, living entire lives to retain his sanity. Fear, rage, shame, regret, all the negative emotions that had been with him since his imprisonment in stasis washed over him, and the Titan fed on it. Cal felt something remove itself from his mind, taking a piece of those negative emotions away. His memory of stasis felt blunted somehow, like he was further removed from what had happened, like he was an observer rather than a participant. Neural link established. The image of stasis retreated suddenly, and Cal was left in darkness once more for a moment as the scene shifted. He was in space, piloting Atlas at the vanguard of a massive fleet. Arrayed against him were thousands of mechs and starships. He knew they were there to battle, that the enemy had been breeding insurrection against the Emperor. Cal was sure of the facts, without knowing how he knew it. Duke Caledon, we're ready, a voice spoke through his comlink. Cal could feel the bloodlust build within him, resonating with Atlas, feeding on it, but still bound in his iron grip of control. Fear and anger bled out of him, leaving him calm and emotionless as the link between man and machine grew stronger. This is Emeritus Caledon. Surrender now in the name of the Emperor. Cal spoke, and he knew that he was reliving a memory, a history stored within Atlas neural link. Cal watched, a prisoner in his grandfather's body, as the man fought against the insurrectionists. Death and destruction followed in his wake as Atlas burned through its enemies, its weapons incinerating all resistance. The violent presence in the Titan howled, with glee as it killed. The scene shifted again. This time Cal was on the barren wasteland of some unknown planet. The atmosphere was breathable, the sky blue, but water and life had yet to form on the surface. Desert stretched in all directions, and the first phase of terraforming began to show. A harsh yellow sun burned overhead, and a shimmering haze of heat obscured the horizon. Atlas was heavily damaged, its armor burnt and broken. In the distance, another mech stood, equally ravaged. In its hands was a progressive blade. The vibrating weapon made a keening wail against the desert winds. A throne-heavy class mech. On its chest, the symbol of the Imperial Guard had been crudely scratched away. Arrayed behind the throne were a dozen heavy and assault class mechs, their Imperial livery and colors removed. Traitors to the Emperor, they had declared themselves independent, burning through the galaxy in their quest for autonomy. Duchess Caledon, you have fought valiantly, but your forces have been defeated. Surrender and you will be spared. A man spoke, his voice stern before softening. Please, you know this is inevitable. The Emperor doesn't care if you live or die. The man continued, his image appearing on Cal's HUD. To Cal's amazement, his response was a woman's higher-pitched voice. He could feel her disappointment at the man's betrayal, the lingering feelings she had for him, and the anger she felt for his decision that forced her to do this. Wordlessly, she piloted the Atlas, unleashing a sweeping barrage of lasgun fire as she took to the air. Cal could feel the roar of the Titan as it fought, the thrill the machine experienced as it stuck its foes. It fed on the woman's intense emotions, and the link between them grew stronger. The scene shifted again, going further backwards in time. The lives of Cal's ancestors appeared to him through the eyes of Atlas. Each image was of battle, fighting, and bloodshed. He watched Atlas hurl itself against its foes, ripping and tearing into them. Each of his ancestors controlled it with varying degrees of success. Some let it loose, while others kept Atlas altogether reined in. But each gave a part of themselves to the machine, granting it a portion of their essence to develop the link and reduce the burden they felt. But in doing so, they created a demon, a bloodthirsty, unthinking killing machine that embodied the very worst of their subconscious. Over the millennia of use, it became something different than just a mere mech, not an artificial intelligence, but an amalgamation of the spirits of all Caledon's dukes before Cal. Scene after scene of violence and overwhelming emotion crashed against Cal, the images coming faster, the feelings more intense as the foreign presence of Atlas pushed itself deeper into his mind. The agony increased, and Cal screamed again, or maybe he never really stopped at all. Neural link successful, calibration complete. The voice whispered in his mind, the toneless voice gone. In its place was Cal's own. With that statement, the pain ended, and Cal returned to reality. Pushed out of the visions, he lurched forward in the cockpit. His vision blurred, and he saw double. The lights around him flickered and warped. His body was racked with spasms, the pain lingering in his extremities as the pressure in his head throbbed in time with his heartbeat. Unable to stand it, Cal collapsed forward over the Titan's console, spewing vomit and blood over the display. It felt like the Titan had taken residence inside his skull. The added company in his mind threatened to tear his head apart. With his stomach empty, Cal fell back into his seat, the gel cradling him gently. He was panting, physically and emotionally drained, as the lingering effects of the visions still flashed in his mind. The emotions that had bombarded him, the memories of lives he never lived, remained. Placing a hand over his eyes to shut out the light, Cal waited for what felt like hours before his heart calmed and stomach settled. The pounding in his skull became a dull ache, and the memories subsided, although he could still see them if he closed his eyes. Wearily, Cal looked at the console display. He didn't have much hope of piloting Atlas, not if the mere calibration of the neural link nearly killed him. Display results of calibration. Cal mumbled, having to clear his throat and try again before the system recognized the command. A readout of the results showed a line indicating the neural burden and the pilot's tolerance before him. Ignoring most of it, Cal focused on what was important. If accurate, he could likely operate Atlas for 10 seconds, maybe 15, before it caused irreparable damage to his mind and body. At best, he would be incapacitated by the experience, likely permanently. At worst, he would die. Closing the display, Cal leaned back in the cockpit, trying to ignore the smell of sick and his discomfort. Thinking about the upcoming trial, he weighed his options. He had done everything he could to prepare. But if it came down to protecting Caledon and those closest to him against his death, he would make that sacrifice in a heartbeat. In his mind, the presence of Atlas thrummed with satisfaction at the connection, aware that it would soon be called upon. Chapter 64 10 seconds. Chapter 64 present. So be it, Atlas. I need you, Cal called into the dark void of space. His neural link ignored the distance between them. His call reverberated through the ether, stretching towards the distant star of Caledon. In a vault deep beneath the ground, the green eyes of the Titan glowed brightly as it responded. The engine inside its body, the heart of the Titan that powered it, spun quickly, forming a jump portal. With the limited abilities provided to it without its pilot present, it crawled into the portal, closing the distance to its new master in moments. Behind Cal, the jump created a larger and more chaotic disturbance than any he had ever seen. The stars behind it were obscured, and the waves of its formation rocked the arrayed starships and mechs. Cal's control of the machine was tenuous. He doubted he could even differentiate between friend and foe once the fighting began. He could only hope that Talha got their people away before he completely lost control. Inside his mind, the Titan crowed at the coming slaughter. Watching the head of the Titan emerge from the portal, an icy feeling spread through Jack's stomach, that primordial fear of prey when they came face to face with a predator. It was an unfamiliar feeling to the ruthless corsair. Without wading through oceans of blood, no one with a past as colorful as Jack's got where they were. He had faced opponents much more formidable than himself on numerous occasions, and came out on top. But this was different. Watching the massive mobile suit emerge from the jump portal sent his instincts into a frenzy. A voice deep within him screamed to run away, abandon everything to save his skin. Frustrated with his squeamishness, Jack squashed the cowardly voice. Growling in anger, he piloted the Odin forward, already hefting his heavy lasgun from its holder and aiming at the fragile figure of the Baron as he waited for Atlas to reach him. "What are you doing? We need him alive," Erica shouted through their still-open channel. Ignoring her, he sighted Cal in his HUD. "You got what you came for. The mech is already here," Jack responded, squeezing the trigger of the lasgun. A bluish-white streak of energy shot out of the weapon, speeding across the distance instantly. As fast as Jack had reacted to Atlas' arrival, the mech was faster. As the beam sped toward Cal, Atlas was already wrapping him in its proactive shield. The shimmering blue field expanded like a bubble around its frame, and its small, exposed pilot. The lasgun energy slammed into the shield, splintering into pieces before the light streaks faded. Before he could fire again, Cal climbed into the now open cockpit, the protective gel sealing around him as the opening closed. "Baron Caledon, surrender the mobile suit or we will open fire on your troops," Erica ordered, her voice severe and strained. Ignoring her threats, Cal took a calming breath before speaking. "Initiate neural link," Cal ordered Atlas, and the mobile suit's eyes flashed a bright green as the engine within spooled, generating unimaginable power. 10 seconds, Cal whispered, preparing himself for the onslaught of the neural burden. He needed to finish this within that time frame or risk dying. It wasn't that he was terrified of death, but he wouldn't risk Jack and the others taking out their rage on those he cared about if he failed. The link was established, and a torrent of strain battered Cal's mind. Agony lanced through his head as his awareness of the mech around him grew. He could see from its eyes and operate its limbs like his own. But there was so much. More power than he could control raged against the link, and the shield around him flickered briefly before firming. Atlas roared in his mind. Its fury could not be contained. Gritting his teeth, Cal forced the negative thoughts and emotions down, gaining control. But it was like trying to grip a greased rope. Atlas would slip through his restraints in seconds, devouring his mind and destroying everything around him. To Jack, the moment the cockpit of the Atlas closed, he knew he was short on time. A machine like Atlas would have a correspondingly monstrous neural burden, one that an inexperienced pilot like Cal would not be able to pilot for long. He simply needed to outlast the Baron and seize the mobile suit once the strain was too much. "All troops attack," Jack shouted through the channel. Squeezing the trigger, he sent shot after shot at the Atlas, the beams ricocheting off the impenetrable shield of the Titan. All around him, over 1,000 mechs followed suit, firing lasguns, PPCs, and missiles in an attempt to either pierce the barrier or increase the strain on the pilot. Throughout the barrage, the Atlas floated there, its arms at its side as its eyes glowed a bright green. Motionless, it would seem as if it ceased functioning if not for the lines of power spreading outwards from its chest, flowing down its limbs to its weapons. Samuel shouted at Talha to get her attention, recognizing what was about to happen. "Order everyone into the starships now. We need to jump," Samuel yelled, shaking Talha out of her shock. Opening up the communication link, she ordered the troops to fall back into the 2 undamaged starships, while the crews scrambled to ensure the engine would function onboard. With a lurch, the artificial gravity returned, grounding the pair to the command deck while the engine began its preparations. The crew of the damaged starship started to evacuate while Talha coordinated efforts to rescue her grandmother, whose rise was still attached to the ship. For Cal, time began to ground to a halt. Nothing existed for him except Atlas and the pain. He was aware of the attacks against him and his troops' evacuation, but it didn't matter anymore. Nothing but Atlas and the coming battle was necessary. At first, Cal tried to buy them time to leave, but as his control slipped, other priorities came to his mind. Neural link established. The voice whispered into the cockpit, and it sounded exactly like Emeritus Caledon for a moment. The universe screeched to an abrupt halt. Frozen in time, Cal became one with the Titan. One, Cal thought, and time flowed forward at a snail's pace. His senses heightened beyond anything a human should be capable of. He could follow the individual particles of the beams striking his shields. The mechs assaulting him moved as if they were underwater, sluggish and unresponsive compared to his thoughts. In that first second, Cal activated the Atlas primary weapon. The 6 blade-like protrusions on its back separated. They shot out from behind it, forming an array around the battling mechs. They surrounded the local space in a moment, enclosing everything in its radius. 2. Activate neural distortion field. Cal spoke to Atlas, his lips not moving as he communicated his commands to the mech silently, as quickly as thought. The blades, handing in space like pylons, began to glow and spin. The power within them expanded, a shockwave of energy forming a field of energy. The pain in Cal's head grew worse, and he felt a liquid run down his lip and tasted coppery blood. 3. Every mech, friend and foe, suddenly felt an intense increase in their neural burden. Amongst the light mechs, half stopped functioning as their pilots couldn't handle the increased strain of piloting under the field's effects. Although the medium and heavies could still maintain their systems, the burden affected their reaction time. Each action would take conscious effort, delaying them. Suddenly, it was as if they were rookies again, the lag unbearable. Blood ran down Cal's face from his nose and eyes. With a faint pop, something burst inside him, and his left eye went blind. Joining the pain in his head, his right leg felt like it was on fire. The nerves were raw, and his leg spasmed uncontrollably as the muscles cramped. Tired of waiting, Atlas raised its weapons. Cal's HUD displayed their tracking, and within the 4th second, over a dozen targets were highlighted. With the field in place, Cal could feel his bloodlust rising. The strain of the neural burden began to crush his internals. His organs were failing. Cal spat out a mouthful of blood, coating the inside of his helmet. But he didn't care. The Atlas could see for him. Grinning in anticipation with blood-stained lips, Cal pulled the trigger. Chapter 65, 10 seconds. Part 2, Chapter 65, 5. Streaks of bluish-white and crimson energy cut through the amassed forces, each target in Cal's HUD accurately reduced to burning debris. Speeding purple railgun projectiles tore through mechs until they slammed into one of the Corsair starships. The vessel hung in the black momentarily, with a gaping hole in its bow, before exploding in a ball of iridescent light. Cal laughed at the carnage, his emotions running wild with Atlas as the mech slaughtered its enemies. Unnoticed by him, his control was loosening as his health deteriorated. His left arm had gone numb. The limb twisted as the muscles cramped. His fingers were clenched oddly, like a claw as it spasmed. Jack managed to dodge the barrage of energy weapons, the attack grazing his Odin's shield, leaving a trail of white on the barrier that quickly faded. I need to get closer, Jack thought, accelerating the Odin forward. 6. The neural distortion field pulsated, sending out another shockwave of energy. Hundreds more mechs powered down from the burden on their pilots, and worse still, the engines of the starships began to fail, refusing to spool for the jump. If Cal even noticed, he was beyond caring. Only a small part of his reasoning remained, a tiny portion of who he had been. The Atlas was quickly wearing away his mind, taking his memories and emotions unnoticed and leaving nothing behind. The neural link between them was a grindstone, and his psyche was eroding under its friction. His right eye had gone white, leaving him blind. Cal didn't perceive its loss, as he was too busy seeing through Atlas. On board Cal's flagship, the artificial gravity had deactivated again with the engine's loss. Talha desperately tried to coordinate their retreat while Samuel attempted to reach Cal, but Atlas blocked all communications. 7. The Odin burned through space, its thrusters carrying it forward as it spun and dodged through the beams of destructive energy. It wasn't unscathed. The relentless attacks had damaged its right leg, vaporizing everything below the knee of the mech. Still, it had reached the shield of the Atlas, thrusting out Odin's clawed hand, an energy weapon extended from its wrist. A monomolecular blade coated in blinding orange energy, Jack pushed it into the Atlas shield. The barrier rippled as the force was absorbed, and the shield glowed an even brighter blue in response. By this time, Cal's entire body was numb, the agony a distant memory. He could barely remember what he was doing, acting on instinct rather than purpose. As his mind wavered, he stared at the glowing shield, mesmerized for a second by the lights. There were very few functional mechs after the Atlas onslaught. The scarce handful that remained operative were following Odin's lead in assaulting the Titan's shield or fleeing to the starships. The neural burden of the distortion field was crippling, and most drifted harmlessly in space, their pilots incapacitated. Friend or foe, the Titan didn't differentiate. In its bloodlust, everything was an enemy. 8. Cal was losing control. The faint piece of rationality in his mind screamed at the Titan to finish what it was doing so he could shut it off. But a much larger part rebelled. He was finally free of the shackles he had worn since his imprisonment. He could release his anger at the universe for his unfair treatment with no fear of being trapped. The engine within the Atlas began to spin, building power until it was visible to the naked eye. A shimmering haze of energy surrounded it, and lines of light and heat spread across its body. Its white armor pieces glowed with an alabaster radiance. The red sections blazed like fire, while the black became an endless void of darkness. Cal's body was being crushed by the forces contained within the mech. Unlike a starship that harnessed the engine's power for artificial gravity, the Atlas required a knowledgeable pilot to redirect those forces to protect themselves. In his ignorance, Cal was allowing the Titan to kill him. 9. The Atlas compelled its pilot to act, and Cal was helpless against the Titan. The gravitational forces pulled at the surrounding space, drawing in the Odin and all other mechs. Even the starships, distant from the fighting, were drawn in. Jack watched in horror as the Atlas spread its arms wide, discarding its weapons to float uselessly around it. The energy it was displaying was frightening, its figure blinding with light. The Odin's limbs strained. As Jack struggled to retreat from the increasing gravity, the Titan was generating. Abandoning his attempt to pierce the shield, the Odin was propping itself against it, every ounce of its strength used to keep from being crushed. Cal was almost lost, his mind a hazy cloud of memories and forgotten thoughts. Atlas was draining him dry, leaving nothing behind. He was becoming a vessel for the machine, a conduit for the Titan's violence. 10. Through battered lips and a mouthful of blood, Cal whispered the command the Titan longed to hear. Celestial desolation. The engine within Atlas spun wildly, creating gravitational waves radiating from its frame. Despite the protections within the mech, Cal was subjected to intense forces that tore through his battered body. As the gravity increased, distortions rippled through space, growing stronger as they traveled. The Odin was spared the worse with its proximity to the epicenter. Its figure twisted and tore in the intense gravity. Further out, hundreds of mechs cracked and warped, their thick armor barely holding against the attack. The starships, already battered by Atlas' arrival, shook violently. The people in the fragile vessels floated above the frame as the ship crumbled around them, barely keeping from being crushed by changes in gravity the Atlas was producing. Their crews were saved because the artificial gravity had failed during Atlas' assault. As the gravity waves expanded, they intensified, defying all logic. They were strong enough to affect the entire surface. When they reached the icy planet, vast rents and cracks appeared. The ice crumbled and sunk, while new mountains rose into the sky from the changes in the surface. The waves eventually calmed once they extended past the planet. The gravity returned to normal as they ebbed. But the Atlas, seeking to destroy everything around it, wasn't done. Celestial desolation was its ultimate attack, designed to destroy everything that opposed it and leave nothing behind. Wave after wave formed, as the engine didn't stop generating the tidal waves of gravity. Cal was senseless to the destruction, his mind nearly blank. The Atlas was killing him, destroying both mind and body. His time limit had arrived. The 10 seconds he had allotted to defeating his opponents had elapsed, but he had no intention of stopping. 11. Samuel knew that Cal had reached his physical and mental limits, that even 10 seconds in the Titan was too much for the young man to handle. But when he showed no sign of stopping, that he had unleashed the Atlas' wrath on everyone, Samuel knew he had to intervene. Communication with the mech hadn't been working, but Samuel forced a connection over the universal communication band. It would only work one way, but it must be enough. Cal, Samuel shouted, hoping the Baron wasn't too far gone to hear him. Through the haze of pain and the neural burden, Cal was oddly detached from everything around him. He had no awareness of his surroundings, simply responding to the Atlas demands without considering them. He was lost in a world of anger, bloodlust, pain, and pleasure from the onslaught he was releasing. But through it all, that small voice inside him screamed to stop it, to see reason and deny Atlas what it wanted. But with each second, that voice was stifled. Cal, a voice cut through the haze, and for the first time since he had boarded the Titan, Cal could think again. Blind, his body numb and mind in shambles, he still had the foresight to know what needed to be done. With a scream, he wrenched control from the Titan, chaining the engine within to his will for a moment. Jack struggled to free himself as the cockpit creaked and groaned around him. The Odin was rattling from the gravitational pressure. Even this close to the Titan, his assault mech could barely tolerate it. Worse, it was growing stronger. The starships behind him were crumbling, their structures failing. With a curse, Jack fed more power from the reactor into Odin's thrusters, pushing it well beyond its safe operating limits when the gravity suddenly shifted. With a lurch, the pressure paused, and gravity returned to normal. The undulations from Atlas ceased, the rattling of the Odin silenced, and the icy planet below stopped its rumblings. Confused, Jack stared at the Atlas, only to see a portal open behind the mech. Massive, more extensive than anything he had ever seen, the portal stretched the distance of the battlefield, quickly engulfing everyone, even the starships. In a blink of an eye, nothing was left in the space above the unnamed planet. Chapter 66, Resolute Chapter 66, Report. The captain of the Resolute ordered as he came onto the bridge. The Resolute is an Imperial Guard assault carrier tasked with protecting Terra. With a crew of several hundred and a complement of 20 medium-class mechs, it was a force to be reckoned with. Lacking an engine, the Resolute patrolled the Terran system, one of over a dozen ships safeguarding the birthplace of humanity. Nothing, sir. A few traders came by with deliveries, scanned, and sent onto the L4 orbital platform. The second-in-command reported as it was time for a shift change. Although guarding Terra was a prestigious posting, it was also rather dull. No one in their right mind would dare to attack the planet or commit illegal activity in the system. Between the Emperor and the nobility on Terra and the Imperial Guard headquarters on Mars, it was one of the most well-defended systems of the Empire. Very good. You're relieved, the stern captain replied, giving a formal salute. They had known each other for years, but discipline was bred into the guard. I stand relieve. The turnover was interrupted by a crew member's shout from the center console. The sensors were blaring an alarm, the notifications visible from where the captain was standing. Contact, unscheduled jump, multiple signatures, the portal's highly unstable. The guard member yelled, pulling up the holo to show a destabilizing jump anomaly. Already the crew could see its formation in the view screens, the undulations twisting space around it. Prepare for combat. Launch all mechs immediately and contact command for reinforcements, the captain ordered. Judging by the size of the portal, it could be dozens of starships jumping simultaneously. Who would be insane enough to attack Terra? The captain thought as streaks of light emerged from the Resolute, medium-class mechs, speeding to form ranks around the incoming unknown ships. In the distance, other vessels began to burn their thrusters at full in an intercept course. After only a few seconds, the first object emerged from the jump, a single starship, its systems powered down as it drifted through by momentum only. There were holes in its hull, vast rents and cracks in the structure. At first, the crew thought the damage could be from the unstable jump, but the mechs that came after from the portal dissuaded that idea. Hundreds of mechs, light and medium class, some newer models like the Nyx and Erebus, while others were retrofitted Aesir Norns and Boldures. Mixed within them were heavy-class Fenrir and finally, a massive assault mech. Alert, the guard raised their weapons, waiting for the first sign of hostility from the machines, but each was disabled. Many were unharmed, but their pilots were unconscious and their reactors on standby, while hundreds more were heavily damaged. Additional mechs drifted from the rift, with more debris than the captain had seen outside a battlefield. Joining them were other starships, each showing signs of damage. Some even had scorch marks from lasgun fire, an oddity for the fragile starships to bear. Open a comlink universal channel, the captain ordered, waiting for the communication officer's acknowledgement before speaking. This is the Imperial Guard ship, Resolute. You have violated Terran space. Identify yourselves immediately, the captain ordered. They would typically arrest any unauthorized visitors to Terra before interrogating them. Still, seeing as none of the mechs or starships seemed to be capable of resisting, he wanted to ascertain who the hell they were before acting. I repeat, identify yourselves. Sir, look. The second-in-command pointed, her pale finger directing his attention to one of the emerging starships. On the side, the red stag of Caledon stood prominent. The once-hated symbol had taken on a new meaning to the guard after the Baron's visit with the Emperor. Rumor even said the Imperial Herald had taken an interest in him. Contact headquarters, request immediate medical assistance and retrieval crews, the captain ordered. He wasn't sure why Baron Caledon had led a force of damaged mechs and starships to Terra, but he wouldn't let them die. Over a dozen starships and thousands of mechs were now drifting harmlessly above Terra, and the portal behind them showed even more significant signs of destabilization. It flickered and wavered, the energy readings spiking on their sensors. In a streak of red light, another mech shot out of the portal, larger than the rest. An Aesir Odin, the captain recognized it immediately. Lacking any trappings or indication of its origin, the mech was missing half its body and head. The only intact piece was the cockpit, and even that showed extensive damage, like it was crushed by something. Incoming transmission from one of the starships, the communications officer relayed. The officer pulled the communication link to the main screen, and a familiar face appeared. The imperial herald looked as cold as ever, his face more creased than usual from weariness. He had a welt on his cheek and a bloody lip, but appeared primarily unharmed. "Captain, Baron Caledon requests your assistance. We need medical attention and transportation," Samuel said, a tinge of relief in his voice at seeing the guard, although he was concerned that Cal had brought them to Terra. "On its way. What happened, my lord?" the captain asked, surprised to see the herald on the command deck of a Caledonian starship. "We've encountered brigands, likely supplied and supported by Aesir Corporation. Any unmarked mechs or starships are to be apprehended," Samuel responded. "Sir, the portal is closing," the second-in-command stated, looking at the jump portal's energy fluctuations displayed. "Our sensors are damaged, Captain. Is there any sign of a Titan class?" Samuel asked, this time with unmistakable worry in his tone. "Titan class? Here? No, we haven't detected anything like that," the captain responded. Samuel frowned at the response as the portal winked out of existence. The medical crews arrived, working to save as many of the unconscious pilots as possible. Miraculously, most were unharmed. The neural burden increasing attack from the Titan had knocked them unconscious, but did minor other damage. The increased gravity waves had wreaked havoc on their mechs and the starship's structures, but hadn't lasted long enough to kill those within. Watching the guard apprehend Jack and his corsairs, Samuel frowned from the deck of the Resolute, his ride back to Terra where he would have to report to the Emperor. But the entire time, he had a nagging worry in the pit of his stomach. He had sent one of the guard ships to the unnamed icy planet where they had battled, but the crew reported that they had found nothing except some lingering debris. There was no sign of the Titan or its pilot. The chaotic energies from its celestial desolation attack made tracking its whereabouts impossible. Where was Cal? Within the portal, Cal screamed as the Atlas shredded his mind. His body was nearly beyond repair, but he could no longer feel it. Through the pain of the Titan's assault, Cal had one overriding thought. He wanted to go home. He had sent everyone away to Terra for the guard to deal with, but he desired to see Caledon once more before he died. In the space above Caledon, the Titan-class mech materialized, its arrival unnoticed by most as the chaotic energies of the jump mostly dissipated over Terra. Its momentum carried it through, the portal winking out of existence behind it. The Titan's velocity carried it toward the surface, but the image of the blue marble transfixed Cal as it hung in the darkness. "I'm home," Cal thought before cutting power to the Atlas, severing their connection. Running on its minimum systems, the Titan left a streak of fire through the sky as the atmosphere burned around them. Cal's last conscious thought was the Atlas landing gently in a grassy field, its cockpit still enclosing him. Like a casket, Cal thought as he drifted off, falling unconscious. The pain was finally gone. He was free. Chapter 67, 1 year later. Chapter 67, 1 year later, Miranda Atkinson sat at the head of a long table. A datapad rested on the flat surface, displaying figures and projections of Caledon's economic growth. Over a dozen people were sat around the table, sharply dressed in business attire. Over the past few months, off-world investors and corporations have become interested in the resurgent barony. The peace and stability found in their system made it an ideal location, especially when combined with free education for their workforce and families. "I will bring your proposals to the Regent for consideration, but I anticipate no problems on our end. That will be all." The professional and intelligent businesswoman dismissed the gathered group, picking up her datapad and exiting the conference room in the large administration complex on the estate. As she walked through the halls, her heels clicking on the marbled stone, she admired the newly displayed works of art. Paintings, statues, and busts of Caledon's most famous artists adorned the walls and rooms of the estate, the more valuable of which were prominently displayed in the palace hall. Heading toward the Baron's quarters, she politely nodded to the staff that crossed her path. More prosperity came with increased responsibilities and burdens on the Baron's household and Governor Scylla. Wealth brought additional staff, numerous administrators, and better-equipped and expanded armed forces. Over the past year, things on Caledon have grown tremendously. Turning a corner, Miranda left the administration complex and reached the main palace. The vast halls were packed with courtiers and staff, business representatives and petitioners. Each greeted her with respect, and some called out in friendly greetings. Compared to when she first started here, the atmosphere was completely different. The air of subtle desolation and silence had evaporated, replaced with jovialness and hope. Inside the throne room, she met with Scylla. The governor had a frown on her face as she tapped her foot impatiently at the empty throne. Wearing a black dress with the red stag of Caledon embroidered on the collar, Scylla looked to have reversed her aging by decades. The fine wrinkles around her eyes had faded, and even her hair looked less gray. Miranda had asked if she had received rejuvenation treatments, but the older woman replied that the reduced stress from her additional staff had worked wonders for her health. "He's in the back room, hiding away from his duties again." Scylla answered her unspoken question before the businesswoman could even voice it. Miranda let out a sigh, shaking her head at the response. "It's been quite an adjustment for him, but he's had enough time to adapt. I'll speak with him." Miranda replied, a small smile appearing as she walked past the governor toward the private quarters at the rear of the building. The tall wooden doors were closed, with fanciful reliefs engraved on the wood. Standing before the doors were two of the Baron's house guards, their exosuits shining black with red highlights, lasguns held in their hands. Only the most trusted house guard members would be allowed to protect the palace, their trustworthiness beyond all doubt. Nodding to the minister, the guard immediately opened the door. "Careful, madam, he's been in a bit of a mood." The guard warned, his voice slightly tinny through the suit's external speaker as she stepped through the opening. Nodding at the warning, she turned her attention to the Baron's quarters. The room was lavishly furnished, with thick rugs covering the cold marble floors. Priceless works of art from the Baron's personal collection covered the walls, several depicting his more famous ancestors, while a new piece adorned the sitting area. A painting of the Baron, started only a few months after his return from stasis, dominated a wall by a lounge chair. A tall, broad-shouldered man stood in front of the large windows, staring out over the rear gardens of the palace. His hands were clasped behind his back, and his head was lowered slightly. Wearing a crisp uniform in the Caledonian colors, the man had added a golden imperial eagle brooch to the outfit, signifying his continued allegiance to the emperor. "My love, the guards tell me you're in a temper again today," Miranda called out after the door was closed. Her heart still fluttered at the sight of him. Their romance had been a whirlwind over the past year, love at first sight. Samuel turned away from the window, the frown on his face softening into a slight smile at the sight of her. He had never been one for love. The feeling of passion he felt for a woman had been absent most of his life. He lived for the empire and duty, from his time in the guard to his role as imperial herald. The past year, he acted as regent of Caledon to cover Cal's absence. The distinction of having the imperial herald himself act in the stead of their baron had obscured the missing Cal from the public eye, who quickly bought the excuse that he was training on Terra. In his time here, Samuel had undergone a different, slower, and less stressful life, allowing him time to experience something he thought would never come to him. It was only a few short weeks after the battle against the Corsairs that Miranda had come into his life, and he cherished every moment. "Still no news," Miranda continued, knowing that one of the only things that concerned Samuel was Cal's fate. "None," Samuel replied, stepping away from the window and wrapping his arms around her. Resting her head against his chest, she accepted the rare moment of intimacy before looking up at him. "He will be fine. We need to have faith that he'll return," Miranda assured him. Nodding at her words, Samuel kissed her on the forehead. Stepping away from him, she began to discuss the results of her meeting. Samuel proved himself to be more than competent as a regent, directing the government of Caledon with a steady hand to the point where Cal's absence mainly went unnoticed by the greater populace. But to his friends, every day he wasn't there was distressing. Pushing the thought of the Baron out of his mind, Samuel focused on the task at hand. Empress Emilia walked through the corridor of the medical facility on Terra. The white walls and matching floors gave the whole place a sterilized feel. The air smelled of cleaners and chemicals, and the hallways were empty, leaving nothing but a series of closed doors to greet her. Behind an entourage of aides, guards and staff followed closely, awaiting her needs. Turning at the end of the hall, she faced the closed door of the private room, waiting patiently for the staff member to open it with a press of their palm on the reader. It had been her daily habit to visit this particular patient, and over the past year, the staff had grown accustomed to accommodating her. Inside the room was a single chair, facing a large, cylindrical tank with glass walls. Filled with a bluish-green liquid, the murky depths held a shadowy figure floating gently. Entering the room, Emilia closed the door, shutting out the rest of her staff as she walked forward and placed a hand gently on the tank, feeling the warmth of the liquid through her skin. "Good morning, Caledon," Amelia said, smiling as the figure within the tank twitched slightly at her words. Cal had been brought to them nearly a year ago, pried from the clutches of the Titan, Atlas, its protective figure sealing the almost dead young man within its frame. The Imperial Guard had brought both to Terra, where only the presence of the Emperor could force Atlas to allow the retrieval of Cal from its cockpit. She could still remember how fragile he looked when she first saw him, bloody and battered, his heartbeat faint. His mind was as abused as his body, and even the most advanced medical procedures could not guarantee his resuscitation. They had brought him here, sealing him within a tank of rejuvenation liquids, rare and expensive components and technology that most in the galaxy would not have an opportunity to use. Even then, it had been a slow process, removing him from the tank at times for surgeries and reconstruction. But after a year, he was nearly restored, although the doctors could not definitively say whether the young man within would ever awaken. Recalling her promise to Aurora to always guard her grandson, her heart ached to see him this way. But Aurelius had assured her that it was necessary to ensure his and the galaxy's future. Settling into the lone chair, Amelia waited for Cal to awaken. Chapter 68, Awakening. Chapter 68, Caledon drifted in and out of consciousness, his mind never settling. He dreamed, but they were fragmented images, scenes out of context. His body felt light, his spirit unburdened. He felt warm and safe, and he slept without fear. "Caledon, are you listening to me?" a woman asked, and Cal looked up from the book he was studying. The thick tome was gripped in his tiny hands, while he lounged in a chair in the family living quarters. The woman who spoke to him was tall and beautiful, her hair long and silky, flowing down her back. With high cheekbones and a prominent nose, Cal could recognize some of the similarities in their appearances. Her blue eyes were focused on his face, a frown creating creases in her otherwise perfect features. "What?" Cal asked dumbly, frowning at the question. What had she been asking him? Additionally, who was she? For the life of him, he had no recollection of this woman, or even knew her name. It was frustrating. His memory had always been outstanding, even as a child, a byproduct of his superior genetics and breeding. Or at least that was what he had been told. Who had said that, and when? Confused by the gaps in his knowledge, he barely heard the woman repeat the question. His concentration was turned inward as he ruminated on his plight. He was interrupted by a pair of fingers snapping in front of his face to gain his attention. "Do not make me repeat myself, Caledon. Honestly, is that book more important than your own mother? Is that what Aurora is teaching you, to disrespect your parents?" Cal's mother ranted, pacing angrily and waving her arms. His mother. This woman was his mother. Why couldn't he remember anything about her? Cal's frown deepened as a flash of pain shot through his head, and an intense image of a monstrous mechanical beast appeared in his mind. Its metal hands clawed at his mind, ripping away chunks of his memories, devouring them in its hunger. He shook his head, desperate to escape the vision. In a blink, he returned to reality. Blinking his eyes, he looked around once more. The woman was gone, as was the book that he was holding. Standing, Cal was surprised that he was tall, having grown higher than the beautiful woman had been before. He was in the same room, although the furniture and artwork differed. The room felt colder, less lived in, if that were possible. The windows were dark, the sun had fallen, and a white moon hung in the sky. Cal felt drawn to the outdoors, stepping onto a balcony and into the warm summer night. The air smelled of flowers, and he could hear cicadas in the distance. It was strange. He knew this place, but couldn't tell when it was. It held a familiarity to him, but was absent from his memories. Staring out into the night, he felt calm. The weight on his shoulders eased slightly. Drawing in a deep breath, he let it out softly. In a flash of intense light, the darkness was driven back by an explosion from above. Cal looked up, startled as the silent eruption of white light expanded across the moon, engulfing its surface. Watching the disaster unfold, Cal's emotions were turbulent. He knew without a doubt that this had been a monumental occasion in his life, something that had molded him into the man he was, but he didn't know why it occurred. The palace began to shake around him, the effects of the devastation on the moon's surface finally reaching them. "This is the consequence of your actions, Caledon," a man spoke from behind him. Cal turned immediately at the words, and the room shifted. He was in the large hall. A handsome man sat on the throne in front of him, wearing a uniform heavily embroidered in gold, his hands covered in rings with rare stones. The man stared at Cal emotionlessly. Emeric Caledon, Cal thought to himself. He remembered this person. The rage he felt threatened to break through, latching firmly onto the memory in a way that could never be taken away from him. Cal could see the similarities between them, almost mirror-like in their resemblance. But years of vice and debauchery had taken a toll on the Duke. His skin was flushed and waxy, stretched taut by rejuvenation procedures that kept him healthy, but could barely keep up with his lifestyle. Owing to his superior genetics, Cal's father was in shape, his figure slim and athletic, but the cracks were showing in the facade. A failure as a pilot, the Duke had never once trained in combat or even been near a mech, preferring to trust underlings with that duty. This memory was clear to Cal, the aftermath of the attack on that city, whose name had been erased from Cal's mind. His father had blamed the Emperor, but they both knew it was retaliation for Cal's actions against him. Looking away from the Duke on his throne, he focused on the woman beside him. His mother, a memory also ripped away from him. He vaguely recalled that she had spent years alone with Cal and his grandparents without a Merrick before becoming Duchess, but he could not find many of those memories. Cal didn't know if he should be angry at that. It seemed to him they were never close anyway. The scene shifted, and Cal was back on Caledon, but this time wearing the uniform of his house, the black and red clothing crisp and clean. Standing before him was a mech, its monstrous form dwarfing his own. The Titan Atlas stared at him with hungry green eyes, and Cal recoiled from it. He couldn't feel the link between them. The absence was a gaping hole in his mind, one where the memories of his youth had fallen into, never to be seen again. Cal screamed, shutting his eyes from the sight of the Titan, fleeing the memory of their first encounter. He ran through the corridors of his mind, arriving at a new location. Cal opened his eyes again, only to find himself trapped in the stasis pod. The oppressive silence of his cell was maddening, and even the loss of some of his memories by Atlas couldn't strip this time from him. He hung in the quiet solitude of the pod, listening to the ever-present beep as it counted down his sentence. In his mind, he railed at it, desperate to escape. With all of his strength and willpower, he urged his body to move and break free. Screaming, Cal clenched his fist and slammed it against the glass of his stasis pod. He was shocked at the unexpected feeling. The stasis pod had no glass. With that shock came new sensations. He could feel liquid against his skin, and something was over his mouth, providing oxygen while restricting his movements. Scared, confused, and unsure of where he was, Cal flailed at his bindings, ripping the mask from his face while he tried to open his eyes. Expecting to draw in air, he inhaled a mouthful of liquid, causing him to cough and choke. Clasping his throat, he slammed his hand against the glass, desperate to escape, when mechanical arms grasped him around the torso. The liquid began to drain around him as something sharp prodded his arm. Sedated, his last sight was of strangers rushing into his room, visitors he didn't recognize. Cal woke up to voices, a quiet muttering of a man as he spoke, followed by a crisp response from a woman. Their voices were comforting as he slowly came around. Blankets were across his body, tucking him tightly into a soft bed. His throat was dry, and his breathing was raspy. His consciousness fluttered between sleep and waking, and his awareness of what they were saying faded in and out. Quite severe, likely long-term, the man was saying before Cal lost track of it. Drifting off once more, he was awakened by a straw being placed in his mouth. Sucking the water desperately, he heard the voices again. Slower, don't choke. Just rest. You've been through. Before it faded away and he fell asleep again. He was in the black void, standing on a platform, staring at the darkness. In the distance, a pair of green eyes stared back at him, waiting for his return. Cal knew they couldn't reach him, and was too far away ever to hurt him again. But he was scared. That voice deep within him whimpered at the remembered pain. Falling onto the cold stone of the platform, Cal curled into a ball, shielding his head with his arms as tears streaked down his face. This is the consequence of your actions, Caledon, his father whispered, and the void shook around him. Looking out from the shelter of his arms, the Titan reared its head up from the darkness. Its green eyes hovered right in front of him. With a scream, Cal lurched awake, clutching the bedsheets in his grasping hands. He was coated in a cold sweat, his hair plastered to his head. Panting, he looked around wildly for the green eyes, but he only saw white walls and large windows that showed a sunny day and a field of green grass. Relief flooded through him before he collapsed against the pillows. Great, racking sobs ripped their way from his chest, his pillow stained with tears as Cal wept. Chapter 69, Recovery. Chapter 69. Cal released a deep, shuddering breath as he lowered his hands from where they covered his face. They were shaking, the left hand constantly twitching and spasming, the fingers curled involuntarily. His body felt exhausted and weak, the skin in areas significantly paler than others. Looking around the room, Cal tried to ascertain where he was when the door opposite his bed slid open silently, an older woman entering. She was stately and noble, wearing a dark blue dress with a beige shawl wrapped around her shoulders. Gray-haired and wrinkled, her appearance would have been fragile if not for how she carried herself with self-assurance. "Good morning, Caledon. How are you feeling?" she asked, her tone chipper and relaxed, not at all formal as he would expect from someone with her poise. From how she addressed him, she likely knew him somehow, but he couldn't recall anyone matching her appearance in his past. Frowning at the lack of memory of the person standing before him, Cal studied her features carefully, looking for a hint as to who she was. It wasn't polite for him to do, but in his current state, he was well beyond adhering to social necessities. If the woman was offended, she didn't show it, merely taking the chair next to his bed and crossing her legs primly as she waited for his response. "I feel confused. Where am I? How did I get here?" Cal asked, his gaze still locked on the woman's face, desperately searching for a clue in his memories as to her identity. "What's the last thing you remember?" she asked. "I was in space. There were other people around me. I think they were relying on me in some way. And there was a monster. Atlas?" Cal tentatively said the name, waiting for the green-eyed beast to assault him, to burst through the window or even crawl out from beneath his bed. When nothing happened, he let out a relieved sigh as his left hand twitched and spasmed out of his control. "You were badly injured, Caledon. On top of the physical wounds, your mind has been affected. Are there gaps in your memory?" the woman asked, placing a hand gently on his spasming hand to still it. Cal stared at it momentarily before choosing to confide in her. "I remember the rebellion, bits and pieces of my father. There was a woman there as well. My mother, although I can't recall her name," Cal admitted, looking up at her as he spoke. She nodded gently, encouraging him. "I was released from stasis and returned home. There are fragments, images, and scenes, but they are disjointed. I can't keep a clear timeline of events." "And do you remember me?" she asked, although she already suspected the answer. Seeing him shake his head, she provided the solution to his search for her name. "I'm Amelia. You delivered a tiara to my husband recently," the Empress explained, looking for the signs of recognition on Cal's face. They had met several times during his youth before Aurora's passing, and it was painful to realize he had no recollection of her. "Tiara, the Lunite tiara." "Oh," Cal whispered. He remembered visiting Terra with the item to be transferred to the Emperor for the tithe. It had been the Empress' favorite. He recalled how Aurelius mentioned his wife would be ecstatic by its return. "Empress Amelia." Cal greeted her, doing his best to do a seated bow which she waved off while laughing. "I'm glad that you finally remembered me. It was rather disheartening to think that I wasn't that memorable to a child coming to visit from Caledon." Amelia joked. "I'm sorry, but if you're here, then that would mean I'm." Cal looked out the large windows, trying to recognize the landscape. "On Terra, yes. We had you brought here for treatment. As for your memories, we hope they will return in time. Atlas significantly damaged your brain. The neural burden was too much for you to bear, but we have repaired as much as possible." Amelia explained. "I need to get back to Caledon," Cal stated, throwing back the blankets and trying to climb out of bed. It was embarrassing how easily he was rebuffed. Amelia's hand on his chest pushed him back onto the bed without any effort. Collapsing onto the pillows, Cal panted at the exertion. He had never been so weak or helpless. "You're going to be staying here for the foreseeable future. We have told the public that you are here to train and learn. Samuel is guarding Caledon in your stead as regent. The guard has scrubbed any mention of your battle and Atlas from the Imperial net," Amelia assured him. "I asked him to look after Caledon if anything happened to me," Cal muttered weakly. "And he takes that charge seriously. Your people are in good hands, Caledon. Focus on recovering. You're safe here," Amelia pledged. They spent the remaining afternoon in idle talk, discussing small, inconsequential things until Cal drifted off to sleep. "One step at a time, Caledon." Amelia encouraged him from where she sat as he tried to walk the length of the room carefully. It had been a few weeks since he had come out of the rejuvenation chamber, and his body was gradually strengthening. Better yet, his mind was more active, the gaps in his memory glaringly obvious rather than a confusing mishmash. He could recognize when something was missing rather than only suspect it. The Empress visited him daily, bringing not only pleasant conversation but news from Caledon and the rest of the galaxy, as well as study materials and entertainment programs to help him pass the time. On shaky legs, gripping a cane tightly in his right hand, Cal took another step forward, gingerly easing weight onto the limb before he was sure it would hold. The doctors assured him the rejuvenation procedure was flawless, but the regrown parts would need physiotherapy to function correctly. Despite the procedure, Cal had extensive brain and central nervous system damage, which needed time to repair. His left arm was unsteady, and tremors kept his fingers from being able to grip properly. Another step, and he collapsed onto his knees, exhausted. Amelia was beside him in a flash, her agility astounding despite her age. He had asked if they should have someone else present to assist, but she had been adamant that her skills were equal to any of the staff here. Pushing himself to his feet, Cal took another step forward. Baron, as you can see, these scans show significant changes compared to your last exam before the rejuvenation procedure. Particularly, this brain area has received extensive trauma from the neural link. We've repaired the damage as best we could, but you may notice significant fluctuations in your piloting abilities. Amelia was absent today, leaving him to recover alone. A doctor spoke to Cal in an office. A holo displayed a scan of Cal's brain. A few portions were highlighted as they overlapped with previous images. "What can I expect?" Cal asked, concerned. He had a duty as a noble to defend the Empire as a pilot if required. The Atlas needed to be ready in case something threatened the security of Caledon. Although his experience with it had been traumatizing, he still wanted to grow his skills in light and medium classes. "We're not entirely sure. The level of neural burden you experienced was severe, but you've been genetically designed to handle the Titan. To be blunt, not many people have ever lived through something like this. There are no records of a Titan's physical effects on its pilot. The few nobles possessing them have never submitted to tests. Their pilots were always prepared to handle them. I'm afraid your situation is unique," the doctor replied. The medical facility on Terra had top-level clearance, allowing them to access information not available to the general public. Still, even they were wading into unknown waters with a Titan. "For now, I recommend you avoid using any form of neural link, including VR, until we can be assured of your safety." The doctor finished, escorting Cal from the office. Chapter 70, A Gift of Land. Chapter 70, after 3 months, Cal was released from the medical facility. He was still weak and quickly exhausted after a few minutes of exertion or a short walk, but he was deemed stable enough to leave. To his frustration, his left hand still spasmed randomly, making it difficult to use. On the day of his release, Amelia met him in his room, this time wearing a thick coat, plain pants, and winter boots. The weather had changed over the last few weeks, and winter had come to the facility, the green lawns covered in a thick layer of white. Whatever clothing he had arrived in had long since been discarded, and his wardrobe consisted of things Amelia had tailored for him. Rather than his usual uniform, Cal wore a black wool coat over a plain, long-sleeved white shirt and black cotton pants. When the Empress entered his room, he was tying the laces of his new winter boots. They had become comfortable around each other over the past few months. Their relationship was similar to the one Cal had with his grandmother. Amelia was kind and thoughtful and incredibly intelligent. Cal suspected she was equal to the Emperor in that regard, although her skills lay in a different area. "Ready?" the Empress asked. Cal nodded, carefully standing and waiting for his legs to steady before following her out. Her entourage had been left behind today, leaving the pair in blissful solitude. The Empress's presence had been a regular occurrence over the past year and a half. The staff bowed or nodded politely at them as they walked the halls. Passing through the entrance, Cal drew a deep breath of fresh, Terran air. The wind was cold, well below freezing, while the sun was bright overhead. The snow shimmered in the sun, and tiny ice crystals reflected the light off the front lawns. Shielding his eyes with his hand, Cal could see mountains in the distance, their white tops visible. A hovercar waited for them, the driver wearing an Imperial Guard uniform as he waited patiently for them to board. Shining black and sleek, the doors opened silently as Cal and Amelia entered the luxurious interior. Sealed within, the temperature was comfortable, and Cal loosened the buttons of his coat. As they traveled, the Empress talked about some of the news from the Imperial net. Sports, entertainment shows, even gossip. Amelia was knowledgeable of a variety of topics, leaving Cal to wonder if she spent all her days studying or seeking information. The hovercar passed over snow-covered farmland and frozen rivers and lakes until they were flying over the mountains, the landscape a sight to behold to the recently bedridden Cal. He marveled at the countryside, pristine under the Emperor's care. "We're here," Amelia said, pointing out the window to their destination. The car slowed as it descended, giving Cal a view of their objective. It was a cabin, although calling it such a simple term diminished its magnificence. Modern and stylish, it was nestled on a mountainside, a walking trail leading through the forest to its doorstep. Just past it was a lake, its surface frozen and snow-covered. Further away, a cluster of buildings had steam rising from them, and Cal could see pools of warm spring water heated by the geothermal energy rising from beneath the mountain. "I thought I would be going to the palace," Cal asked in confusion. Amelia had mentioned his training and duties on Terra, and he was under the assumption that he would be living with the other nobles at the palace. "You still need time to heal, Caledon. Your body is progressing, but your mind needs rest and solitude," Amelia replied as the hovercar settled on the ground in front of the cabin. Exiting, Cal felt the temperature keenly. It was much colder here than at the medical facility, but the air was fresh and clean, and with the hovercar's silence, nothing could be heard except for the wind whistling through the evergreens and the snow blowing across the ground. "Besides, if you come to the palace, you won't be able to enjoy your birthday gift," Amelia continued, drawing her scarf closer around her neck as she walked through the snow toward the doorway. Behind, the driver followed closely in case the Empress needed assistance on the treacherous ground. "Gift?" Cal asked. He hadn't been aware that it was his birthday. It hadn't been important for years. His parents never mentioned it, and he had been busy since leaving stasis to notice or care about its passing. "This," Amelia replied, waving at the building and the surrounding area. "You're gifting me land on Terra?" Cal asked, astonished. Cal followed behind the Empress, looking in awe at the comfortable interior of the building. Everything on Terra belonged to the royal family. Even a noble would be shocked to own a piece of humanity's homeland. It wasn't luxurious or opulent. Its furnishings were plainer and functional, precisely as Cal preferred. Thick rugs covered the floor, and a fire crackled merrily in the large fireplace. Grateful to be out of the cold, Cal took off his jacket, slinging the item across one of the chairs in the living room. "Of course, it's your 522nd birthday, quite the milestone. How does it feel to be over half a millennium old?" Amelia asked. "I feel every year of it," Cal said wearily. The trip, combined with the cold and the short walk through the snow, had exhausted him. Smiling, she patted him on the shoulder as he settled into the cabin, leaving him alone. Cal spent his time walking the mountain trails, enjoying the crisp winter air. His body was slowly growing stronger, but the effect on his mental health was the most noticeable. Since he had left the rejuvenation chamber, he had been having terrible dreams and night terrors. It had become so bad at the medical facility that the staff would post someone by his bedside at night to calm him down. But after a few weeks in his mountain retreat, they had subsided. He often dreamed of Atlas or the terrible visions that plagued him, but he could sleep through them now. When he grew too cold or tired from his walks, he visited the hot springs in the rear of the grounds. This was where the true healing would take place. The warm water soothed his mind and body, leaving him exhausted but feeling better for it. The best part of leaving the hospital was that he could communicate with Caledon again, as long as the calls were short. After the initial week, he made his first call home in nearly a year and a half. Samuel waited impatiently for the others to file into the conference room, all but tapping his foot. Next to him, Miranda grinned at his behavior. Of all of them, the Imperial Herald seemed the most aloof, but she knew that he was keen to check in with Cal. They all worried about his health, despite the regular updates Samuel was receiving, but today would be the first time they saw him face to face. Merrick Tan was the last to enter the room. The man was wholly changed since Cal had been injured. His indulgences in vice were years ago, his body healthy and mind focused on gathering wealth for the Baron and Caledon. And his gains were significant. The vault under the palace brimmed with riches, and a small portion went to Tan himself for his efforts as a broker. Wearing a well-fitted suit, the former banker was eager to see Cal again. He had a list of new investments he wanted the Baron to review. Samuel frowned at the datapad Tan brought with him. He had warned him that there would be no business discussed today. They would take it slow. With a huff, he ignored Tan, taking his place at the head of the table. Next to him, Miranda tapped the display, sending out the communication request to distant Terra. Rounding out the group was Talha, Tamara, Elric, and Scylla. Next to the governor was David Rowe, the administrator of Luna City. "Remember, we keep things light. No business, no reminders of more difficult times. The doctors have warned that Caledon may be in a fragile state of mind. They have worked a miracle to revive him, but he needs time," Samuel warned, focusing on Tan momentarily before looking at the others. Seeing them all nod, he turned his attention to the display. Chapter 71 time, Chapter 71. For the people assembled in a conference room on Caledon, Their first look at Caledon after such a long period was shocking. The Baron who appeared on display was almost a different person. Cal's face was pale and gaunt, and his exhaustion was plain to see to anyone who looked at him. Lines creased the areas around his eyes, and the usually bright blue orbs were duller than they had been. His easygoing smile was absent, replaced with a seriousness they were unaccustomed to seeing. To Cal, seeing his companions on Caledon filled him with a mixture of relief, trepidation, and worry as the terminal connected. Despite Samuel and Amelia's assurances, he was concerned about their well-being, but laying eyes on them eased his fears. "It's good to see you all again," Cal greeted, his expression smoothing, and he smiled at the group. He looked around at the gathered faces, matching their appearances to his memories. Samuel was unchanged, the Imperial Herald a steady presence on Caledon, while Miranda looked more relaxed than he recalled, a smile on her face. She appeared to be close to Samuel, their chairs nearly touching. It hinted at an unexpected intimacy. Across from them, a handsome man that Cal vaguely recalled was named Rose sat next to Governor Scylla. The last Cal had seen him had been the attack on Trier. Why was he here? Cal frowned. Was it possible he forgot an important detail? As Cal tried to remember, a pain spread across his forehead, making his left hand spasm and clench tightly. Immediately, he ceased trying to remember, letting the information flow naturally rather than force it. Merrick Tan was present, looking healthier than Cal had ever seen him. Samuel had informed him that Tan was making a fortune through his investments, and it seemed he had not returned to his old ways. Smiling and nodding at the banker, Cal turned to the last trio. Talha grinned at him, relieved at his recovery. They had grown closer during his training, becoming friends, something that Cal had very few of. Although Cal looked worse for wear, she was happy with his improvement. She had witnessed the battle against the Corsairs and knew how terrible it had been on him. Elric was unchanged. The large man nodded in greeting, a smile on his bearded face. But it was Tamara that caused Cal to stop, staring at her intently. There was something about her that triggered his memory. The gray-haired soldier was heavily scarred, her face stoic, although he could tell she was happy to see him. To Cal, his last clear memory of her was at the palace during one meeting or another. But he knew something had happened, something involving her, but he couldn't remember. Since he awakened in the medical facility, everyone around him had avoided details about the circumstances of his injuries, but he was sure that Tamara was somehow involved. The group watched as Cal stopped his greeting, staring closely at Tamara. The sudden shift in the Baron was shocking. His left hand twitched, clenching and unclenching, while Cal's face reddened with rage and anger. Cal stared, and an image appeared in the back of his mind. The green-eyed monster reared out from the darkness, ripping and tearing through flesh and bone as it devoured everything around him. He was helpless, curled on the ground in his memories as the beast assaulted him. Worse, Tamara was in the distance, in danger, while he was powerless to save her. "Cal, is everything all right?" Talha asked as Cal stared silently in rage. He was shaking now, his hands clenched into fists. "Shit," Samuel swore. The curse was entirely out of character for the Imperial Herald. Standing, he leaned into the display, drawing Cal's focus onto him. "Breathe, Caledon. You're safe. There's nothing here to harm you," Samuel stated calmly, focusing on Cal's eyes. The Baron's nostrils flared as he tried to take in enough air to steady himself. His chest heaved, and his eyes were wild. To Cal, the sight of Tamara brought something primal out from within him. He wasn't seeing her or the others anymore. Instead, his mind was filled with visions of war and suffering, the Titan Atlas tearing through his foes while it slowly crushed his body and soul. These were memories buried deep within that his consciousness had tried to reject to protect him, but were now in the forefront of his mind. Cal screamed, clutching his head against the onslaught of images and sounds. The communication link was severed, and the display went black. On Terra, Cal collapsed in exhaustion, the images easing as he was left in blessed solitude. On Caledon, Talha stood, gripping the top of the conference room table while glaring at Samuel. "What the hell just happened?" she screamed, blaming the Imperial Herald for the outburst. Clearly, Cal wasn't as stable as Samuel had let them believe, and he knew what was happening based on his quick response. Beside her, Tamara was calmer, but rage simmered beneath the surface. She had come out of the conflict against the Corsairs relatively unscathed, but it shamed her to know that Cal suffered for it. Cal had saved her life by risking his own, and that was a debt she would never forget. "What is wrong with Cal?" Tamara asked, the anger barely concealed in her voice. "Severe memory loss, mental trauma, and a list of other problems. It's why they wouldn't let you contact him until they felt Cal was ready. The timing of this call was a mistake, Samuel replied, wearily sinking back into his chair. He didn't like the knowledge that Cal was in trouble any more than anyone else, but they could do nothing. He needs time, and Terra has the best healers in the galaxy, Samuel assured them. Page Break, Aurelius, and Amelia monitored the conversation between Caledon and his companions on Caledon, with a mixture of trepidation and hope. They had both seen the assessments, and Amelia knew better than anyone that Cal was broken. His treatment had stagnated. He needed time to heal, but he was also holding something back. This call home was a test to determine his reaction and their next steps. When Cal's outburst resulted in his collapse, Amelia immediately severed the link, having the emergency personnel on standby bring him back to the hospital for treatment. She was about to rush out to join them when Aurelius halted her with a gentle hand on her arm. "A moment, my love. Let them do their work. We must discuss Caledon's next steps," the Emperor requested, a sigh leaving his lips at the young man's state. Contrary to popular belief, he wasn't omniscient. Some things caught even him by surprise. It had been his intention for Cal to face pirates, who he knew Aesir was backing, to develop his character and hone his skills. The Baron was bright and saw the danger immediately, bolstering his forces and even purchasing Rise, which the Emperor had personally sent to auction for him. But even he hadn't known that Jonathan, or Lying Jack as he now preferred, was amongst them. The man was of noble lineage, and while he claimed to be a direct descendant of the royal line, the truth was much more complicated. Regardless, the man had the skills and knowledge to hide as a corsair leader in plain sight. With him on the battlefield, Caledon had no chance. The Emperor knew instantly once the Titan was activated and responded accordingly. He had sent the guard to retrieve Cal, bringing him to Terra for treatment. "I will need to be more direct with his treatments, but I require time, Aurelius," Amelia requested, turning away from the display holos and watching her husband's response. The Emperor nodded at her words, while wearily rubbing his forehead with his hand. "Something that we are short on. He needs to be ready, Amelia, but we can grant him a moment. 3 years, he must be prepared by then. The envoys are already clamoring for our participation. I cannot halt what is to come," the Emperor explained. Chapter 72, Secret. Chapter 72, wearily, Cal walked out of the cabin, his coat bundled tight around him against the winter cold. He had been released from the hospital for the second time a few weeks ago, and the doctors warned him against agitating his condition. To put it succinctly, he had intense PTSD, combined with the trauma of rejuvenation and the mental burden of the neural link with Atlas. Physically, they repaired what they could, but he needed a way to come to terms and accept what had happened to him, or he would never recover. Standing in the snow, Cal waited for the hovercar carrying Amelia to arrive. They had been meeting regularly since his latest health scare in an attempt to address his problems, discussing his past, what had happened during his call to Caledon, and even his missing memories. Easing into it, Amelia showed another set of skills, that of a therapist and healer. She knew to push him far enough to help without breaking him down. Today, they were going somewhere, although the Empress was cagey with the details of their destination. The sound of the hovercar cut through the wind, the noise of its approach announcing it long before it entered Cal's eyesight. Cresting the trees, the slick black car hovered in the air before drifting gently to land on the ground in front of the cabin. Shaking off the snowflakes from the shoulders of his black wool jacket, Cal climbed in, greeting the Empress with a smile and a hello. "Are you curious as to our destination?" Amelia asked, gesturing for the driver to take them away. Cal shrugged in response. Curiosity had been absent from him for a while now. Truth be told, he felt numb to the events surrounding him, detached from his emotions. The only time that changed was when the sudden rage erupted from deep within him, something he shared with Atlas. "You've made progress in the last few weeks, but I think it's time we addressed some of your fears," Amelia replied, and Cal turned to her in alarm. "You don't mean," Cal stammered out. The image of the green-eyed mech appeared in his mind. He wasn't ready to face that, not yet. "No, not Atlas, but I think it will help you understand more about it. I want to show you the origins of the Titan and demonstrate to you that it is just a mindless machine created by humans and controlled by it. Atlas doesn't possess any intelligence beyond what you bring it. Everything you experience in the link is part of your subconsciousness. It fed on you, enhancing what was already there until you couldn't handle it anymore," Amelia explained. "I don't understand," Cal replied truthfully. He knew very little about Atlas. The records about its production and capabilities were sparse. "You'll see we're almost there," Amelia assured him. The hovercar sped across the surface of Terra, passing over forests and mountains, orchards and snow-covered farmlands. It passed silently through thick layers of cloud that obscured their vision before Cal saw the palace again. The home of the Emperor glistened amongst the snow, the paths shoveled and gold gilding contrasting against the white. Rather than land at the central pad like they had last time, the car passed over the palace, stopping at the rear of the grounds before settling gently onto the cleared area. Disembarking, Cal followed Amelia through the rear lawns, following a path the staff had marked, the snow removed from the stones. The wind was warmer here than it had been by his cabin, enough that he felt much more comfortable walking in the winter environment. Through here, Amelia said, showing him a small building at the estate's rear, nestled amongst the trees. She placed her hand on a pad next to a door, and heard the click of the magnetic locks disengaging before the door soundlessly swung open to reveal a well-lit stairwell. The pair descended, with the hovercar driver staying on the surface. Concrete steps sloped deep beneath the earth, twisting slightly as they traveled. After nearly 15 minutes of it, both Amelia and Cal were out of breath. Her age had deteriorated her stamina, while Cal had still not fully recovered from his wounds. Still, they pressed on until they reached a wide-open area at the bottom. It was a concrete bunker, its walls reinforced with modern technology, but it had clearly been erected thousands of years before. There was an aged quality to it that spoke of its era, but the air was surprisingly clean and dry, well ventilated. Lights began to brighten the hole as they walked, white orbs of light that lit the walkway harshly, washing away the color from the clothing and skin. "It's just over here," Amelia stated, pointing ahead. Cal could see the hole widen into a large room, the lights barely brightening the gloom. As they approached, he could see a massive figure, its head nearly brushing the ceiling hundreds of feet high. It was a mech. Its metal frame shined with a gold hue in the white light, its humanoid body similar to Atlas. Unlike Caledon's Titan, this one was sleeker, appearing nobler but lacking the weapons and armor of the others. Worse, large sections of its body were missing. Its torso had gaps, and even most of its limbs had been stripped of their valuable components. Still, it was a marvelous sight, and Cal's breath caught in his throat before the feelings of unease began to creep back into his stomach. Despite its inert appearance and its differences from Atlas, he still associated it with the green-eyed beast from his dreams. "What is it?" Cal asked. "Our Ouroboros, the personal mech of the Grand Unifier himself," Amelia stated. Using this machine, a single man united the galaxy under his rule, becoming the first emperor. Cal was familiar with the story. Everyone was. The Grand Unifier was a genius, and a noble of Terra who used this mech to leader a force across the galaxy, uniting humanity. As famous as the mech was, no details of it were available on the Imperial net. Every record had been swept clean, all references of it expunged. The only thing Cal knew about it was that it existed, and that Atlas was based on its design. "Why is it incomplete?" Cal asked, confused as to why such a valuable machine would be left in a state of disrepair. Despite being nearly 10,000 years old, it was in pristine condition, only lacking the parts needed to make it function. If it were whole, it would likely be more powerful than any other mech in existence. Once the galaxy was united, the Grand Unifier solidified his rule through 12 of his greatest generals, each becoming a duke or duchess of his new empire. He created the Titans, gifting one to each that contained a piece of our Ouroboros to symbolically connect them. Amelia explained. "It's beautiful, but why are you showing me this?" Cal asked, grateful for the experience but confused about his purpose here. "Because I wanted to show you that Atlas is just a machine. You may think of it as a demon rising from the depths of hell to capture your soul, but it's merely a tool. See, the greatest creation of humanity is left at the bottom of a storage facility. The Titans aren't alive, Cal. They have no spirit and are no different than a sword in the hands of a warrior or a hammer to a craftsperson." "I disagree. My memory may be in tatters, but I still recall some of what I experienced in Atlas. A beast in the Titans is waiting to claw its way free," Cal retorted, staring at the mech before him. Even now, he could see it if he closed his eyes, waiting for him. "There's nothing in a Titan you don't carry with you, Caledon. If there is a beast in Atlas, it comes from your mind," Amelia replied. "My grandfather didn't think so. He told me the Atlas uses the experiences of its previous pilots to build on it, lessening the neural burden and enhancing its abilities." Cal explained, turning away from the Ouroboros and looking at the Empress. "It does, in a way. But wouldn't that touch on the taboo? Creating a machine in the likeness of a human mind is forbidden." Amelia questioned, quirking an eyebrow at the Baron. He said it borders on the taboo. He's wrong, but I understand why he would think that. There's a secret to the Titans, Caledon, one that I will share with you, but you must never tell another. Soul, the Empress waited for Cal's nod before continuing. The Grand Unifier never created them. Our Ouroboros was gifted to him by a race interested in our unification. Amelia said, waiting for Cal to work it out himself. Who would be interested in that? Humanity had always been alone in the galaxy, except for... Cal's eyes widened as he realized what her statement meant. Chapter 73, Genetic Memory, Chapter 73, seeing Cal come to the answer on his own. Amelia smiled. Nodding to confirm his hypothesis, she continued. It's logical when you consider it from their point of view. The peace treaty with the Artificial Intelligence Collective was predicated on preventing humanity from recreating and enslaving new AI. But the memory of humans can be short. How long would it take before someone somewhere saw the power that such a technology could bring? Within a few generations, the horrors of that war would be forgotten, and with humanity fractured and spread across the galaxy, the taboo could never be enforced. Amelia finished, turning away from Cal and looking at the Ouroboros. Her statement shocked Cal, the revelation that the Empire was founded primarily due to the contributions of one of their historical enemies, was staggering. If this information got out, it would rock the very foundations of the Empire. So you see, Amelia continued, ignoring Cal's stunned expression. There is no possibility that Atlas would replicate the human mind. Its designers would never let something like that happen again. As I've said, everything you experienced while piloting your Titan came from within you, not through its systems. That's impossible. I saw things, memories, images of the past from its previous pilots. How could that be feasible if there wasn't something hidden inside Atlas, some remnant of my ancestors' minds? Cal asked, ignoring the ramifications of our Ouroboros' creation and focusing on the immediate problem of Atlas. Why do you think that only your bloodline can pilot Atlas? Amelia countered the question with one of her own. Cal was taken aback by the inquiry, recalling his grandfather's words. Atlas had always been in their family since its creation, and they were the only humans who could pilot it. Our genetics, we were bred and engineered for compatibility with the Titan, Cal guessed. If that were true, any noble or person with the means to manipulate their descendants' genetics could pilot a Titan. Nobles are more robust, dexterous, and more intelligent than the general population. They have access to the very best medical procedures in the galaxy, careful management of their reproduction and progeny, and generations of overlapping genetic modifications. It's not hyperbole, but a simple fact. But even with those enhancements and advantages, they cannot pilot a Titan. It remains restricted to 12 bloodlines. So I ask you again, why? Amelia posed the question, pushing Cal to think. The system in the Titan is built upon subsequent generations of pilots, all from a direct line to maintain compatibility. Cal answered, basing it on the information his grandfather had provided in his holo recording. Amelia shook her head at the answer. That would eventually create a creature capable of thought and emotion. It would not border on the taboo. It would completely break it. Even basing a system on the human mind would render the peace treaty moot, knowing that only one variable is left. Amelia guided him, nudging him in the right direction. Cal was at a loss. He could only review what she had told him and try to piece together what she was hinting at. The Titan is a tool, unthinking and without emotion. It was designed by AI, using techniques no other mechs are capable of. When I piloted it, I saw and felt things from beyond myself, but they could not have come from Atlas. The Titan uses a neural link that would place a lethal burden on anyone but a member of a ducal bloodline. Cal spoke out loud, his left hand uncontrollably clenched painfully by his side. If nothing in the Titan would cause such a limitation, nor is it a restriction only nobles can pass, then there must be something special about us, a fundamental difference that separates our families from everyone else in the galaxy. Cal reasoned. His unfocused eyes blinked before regaining their concentration on the Empress. She nodded at his words, agreeing with his logic. You're correct. The ducal bloodlines all have something distinct embedded within them. I'm curious if you can deduce what it is. I'll give you a hint. If Atlas didn't show you the visions of your ancestors that you described to me, where did they come from? Amelia asked. Cal furrowed his brows, thinking through the problem. It made no sense for him to be able to experience his ancestors' memories, unless they were somehow contained within the Titan. But Amelia had been clear that the Atlas was an unthinking tool, more powerful than other mechs, but fundamentally similar. Could some technology exist, implanted into his family on birth, to record their experiences and carry them on to the next generation? Cal shook his head at his question. There had never been a mention of anything like that ever being created, nor did any of the numerous scans on his body reveal anything unordinary. He felt that the key lay in the bloodline. Amelia specifically mentioned that it was unique and distinct from others. Could the AI that visited the unifier also have provided knowledge that would assist his descendants in the form of some kind of generational awareness? Something else about the visions nagged at his thoughts, drawing his attention to them. He witnessed many of his ancestors' memories, going back thousands of years into the past, but he didn't see the first time the atlas was used. Granted, each vision was merely a fragment, disjointed and strange. The Titan had also harmed his memory, but he could trace his lineage back through the images. One thing missing, a significant event that hadn't been shown, was the first activation of Atlas. The founding Duke of Caledon had been a noble of the planet, who joined the unifier in his struggle against various factions. It was likely that the first Duke of Caledon would have used the Titan to solidify his hold on the region, but nothing appeared in his memories. Why would others be shown, but not the first? There was turmoil for centuries after the unification, remnants of insurrection all across the galaxy that would have required his intervention. But there was nothing in Cal's memories of the Titan regarding the first Duke. Was the unique attribute of his bloodline created well after the unification war ended? It was doubtful, since it seemed like it was part of the requirement to use Atlas in the first place. And Cal could not believe that the Duke would have left Atlas in storage while he stamped out the fires of rebellion in the newly forged empire. Cal felt he was touching on the truth, hinting at the edge of his awareness. What can you tell me about the first Duke of Caledon? Cal asked, looking to Amelia for more information. She smiled at the question, understanding Cal's mind's direction. Emery Caledon. He was king of Caledon before the unification, and joined the first emperor as a general after his defeat in a duel against Ouroboros. After the war, Emery was the first of the dukes to receive a Titan. The event coincided with his first and only child's birth, a daughter who would go on to become Duchess after him. Amelia explained. A child, born just as he became the pilot of Atlas, but before he would have first used it in combat. If there were something in his bloodline, some changes to his body to adapt to Atlas, it would have passed to her when she was conceived. Cal murmured, coming to an understanding. The memories are carried through our bloodline, our genetics. The AI granted the Emperor the secret of unlocking genetic memories to be used in conjunction with the Ouroboros and the Titans. Cal asked, waiting for Amelia to confirm his hypothesis. I knew you could figure it out. Yes, those memories, along with the skills to pilot Atlas and the visions you saw in a time of great stress and danger, are a legacy ingrained in your body, in every strand of DNA. A legacy stretching back to the founding of the Empire. It's why only your bloodline can use Atlas. It's physically impossible for anyone else to pilot that Titan. The burden would overwhelm them in an instant, but your body remembers piloting it in the past, allowing you to succeed where others fail. Amelia illuminated. Is that why the Emperor is interested in me, for my ability to pilot Atlas? Cal questioned. No, truthfully, although you are the last of the Caledonian ducal bloodline, if that was his interest, he could have harvested what he needed from you while you were in stasis and trained another pilot during your incarceration. Amelia clarified. Her cold logic sent a shiver down Cal's spine. The Emperor doesn't care about your ability to pilot Caledon. At least not entirely. He is much more interested in your ability to lead, keen mind, and kind heart. But enough of that. You need to focus on getting better, not on what the road ahead is leading to. Amelia stated, brushing away his questions and refusing to elaborate further. Chapter 74, Upcoming Celebrations. Chapter 74, Cal sunk into the warm waters of the hot spring. The buildings around him shrouded in steam as the pool's heat clashed with the cold air of the outdoors. There was a calming and relaxing quality to the way the stream of hot water trickled into the pool, filling the area with its sound. He sighed, sinking deeper into the water until it was up to his chin. Leaning his head back against the lip of the pool, he stared at the night sky of Terra. His eyes unconsciously traced the constellations, trying to track their path to the part of the galaxy where Caledon lay. He couldn't see it, not from here, but he still longed to view it again. In the water, his left hand formed a fist. The nails dug into his skin, and the muscles trembled. The spasms were growing worse, not better, and he was concerned it would never improve. Ignoring it, Cal thought back to the day's events. The revelations regarding AI and their involvement with the Empire could be shoved aside for now. The consequences were too massive and far-reaching for him to begin dissecting. He focused on something more tangible, smaller and easier to digest for his tired mind. The Ouroboros had been a surprise. Cal expected to have a more significant reaction to seeing it, but the memory of the green-eyed beast remained dormant inside him. Even more astonishing had been the knowledge that his vision inside Atlas had been inside him all along. Genetic memory, Cal whispered, his voice barely heard over the sounds of the water. Generational knowledge and experiences carried through his family line, encoded into his very DNA. Amelia had made it clear that stressful situations like combat or piloting the Atlas impacted a person's body more, thereby being more likely to be at the forefront of any vision he unlocked. It explained why he only saw memories associated with Atlas. It had probably been the most stressful moment of his ancestors' lives, thereby carrying it down to him. Cal let out another deep breath, stilling the conflicting emotions within him. He had been alone for so many years, lacking guidance and direction. Even with the interest of the Emperor and Empress had shown him, he needed help. Was it possible to unlock these memories, to gain something from his ancestors' experiences? Could these genetic memories be the solution he had been looking for? His thoughts were in turmoil. Cal sat in the pool for hours as the moon climbed high into the winter sky. Page break, Empress Amelia busied herself around the solarium, watering some of her plants that had been neglected over the past few weeks. She endeavored to spend as much time with Caledon as possible, but he sometimes needed space from her. With a spray bottle in hand, Amelia was just about to begin when the door to the solarium opened, and a young woman walked into the greenhouse. Mare had a smile on her face to see her grandmother. It had been over a year since she had left with her parents on holiday to one of the vacation destinations on the far side of the galaxy. New Eden had gardens, beaches, and resorts that catered to the Empire's wealthy elite and nobility. Mare hadn't wanted to go initially, but it had been at Amelia's insistence that she join her parents. In the end, she was glad she had. Wearing a long, white dress that accentuated her black hair and fair skin, Mare greeted her grandmother with a hug, gripping the older woman tightly before stepping back. "Well, isn't this a wonderful surprise? I didn't expect you back for another few weeks," Amelia exclaimed, gripping her granddaughter gently by the arms to get a better look at her. The young woman was slightly tanned. When she had last seen her, the ever-present look of boredom on her face had been prominent, but now it utterly vanished. "I came back early. Mother and father are extending their stay, and if I didn't leave New Eden soon, I was going to lose my mind. Vacations are wonderful, but an entire year there is much too long. I don't understand how they can tolerate it," Mare explained. "They were under quite a bit of stress over the last few years. I can appreciate their reluctance to return just yet," Amelia clarified. Mare's father was the second son of one of the ducal houses, while her mother was Amelia's youngest daughter. The burden on them to meet the Empire's expectations was high, and they were often sent to functions and commitments. "Are you not happy to see me, grandmother?" Mare asked, playfully pouting at the older woman. "Of course I am, darling girl. Don't be silly. I would have been quite upset if you had stayed with your parents on New Eden. It would have ruined everything I have planned for your birthday celebrations," Amelia said, patting her granddaughter on the hand and leading her to the nearby table where tea and snacks had been prepared earlier. "Celebrations?" Mare asked, confused. Her birthday was usually observed in relative obscurity, with only close friends and family. This was the first time she had ever heard of celebrations being planned for her. "Of course, you only turned 23 once," Amelia replied, smiling at the uncomfortable look on the young woman's face. "It's not a very big milestone to celebrate. Just a few close friends and family," Mare asked hopefully. The thought of a crowd gathering just for her birthday was embarrassing and more of a hassle than she was willing to entertain. "Oh, heavens no. There will be tens of thousands of people attending. I've already begun building the venue. White sand beaches, azure blue waters, a fairground and resorts. I'm planning on hosting them for the entire month of June," Amelia said, going into detail on the activities Mare could expect. Amelia even planned nightly concerts by the galaxy's most popular bands and idols. With each word, Mare's face turned paler until she snapped. "Tens of thousands. An entire month. Are you insane? Grandmother, please don't do this to me. What's wrong with how we usually celebrate my birthday? Can you please cancel everything?" Mare begged, her pale face flushing red. "Of course I can't, my darling girl," The invitations have already been sent out. Amelia replied, hiding her smile as her granddaughter nearly had a fit. This is a disaster, Mare muttered. Don't worry, I made sure to invite all of your friends as well. Amelia added. Friends? Wouldn't their status already include them in the invitations? Mare asked, confused. Her official friends were the youth amongst the nobility, all around her age, heirs and scions of ancient noble houses. One of her best friends was the daughter of a duke. They all would have been invited based on their status alone. Why would you need to take special notice to invite them? Mare inquired. They would never have been invited without their connection to you. I made sure to seek them out from your friends list in that silly little game you play. Amelia replied, and this time she could barely hide her amusement at her own antics. You mean you invited the people I play VR with? Mare screeched out, her voice raising an octave. They had no idea who she was. How would she explain to them that they were suddenly invited to Terra to attend the birthday celebration of the Empress granddaughter? She would never be able to play VR again, one of the few activities that she truly enjoyed. Of course, it would be rude to ignore the people close to you on your special day, Amelia responded flippantly. Mare began to pace the room, muttering to herself angrily. Amelia watched her with delight, secure in the knowledge that her granddaughter would be too concerned over these events to worry about Caledon's attendance. If you're that worried about it, I'm sure you'll come up with some reason for them being invited. Besides, it isn't as if you have to greet everyone personally. They are here to enjoy the celebrations. Only the nobility will attend the formal ceremony. Unless you want to invite one of them especially. Maybe you have a boy you are interested in, Amelia taunted. Throwing her hands up into the air, Mare stalked out of the room, intent on doing damage control. Her grandmother's smile followed her out. Chapter 75, ranked Chapter 75. What's this? Cal asked as he entered the cabin. He had been on his daily walk, trekking through the mountain passes. His footpaths had been worn into the snow over the months he had been here. On returning, he noticed a white envelope on the cabin's hardwood floor. Cal bent down to pick it up. The creamy white envelope was sealed, the symbol of the Empire pressed into the red wax. His name had been elegantly written on the front. Closing the door, he took off his jacket before sitting on the couch in front of the fireplace, letting the warmth drive away the lingering chill that had stayed with him. Cracking the seal with his thumbs, he pulled out a stylish invitation written on thick, high-quality paper that matched the envelope's color. It was addressed to him in gold ink, inviting him to Princess Morella's birthday celebrations in June. Skimming the information, Cal noticed that he could request a guest to join him, which would require careful consideration. He hadn't had anyone around him for a while, but it would be good to have company. Tossing the invitation on the coffee table, he shook his head at the words. He had no idea who this person was, or why he would ever want to attend her birthday. He suspected it was part of Amelia's plan to rehabilitate him, forcing him to leave the isolated cabin and interact with the world. Ignoring the upcoming obligation, Cal relaxed before the fire, watching as the wood was slowly consumed. Page break the lid of the VR system slowly closed around him. Rather than the expected anxiety and fear he thought it would create, Cal felt calm and steady. Amelia was beside him in the cabin, her presence reassuring him that he was safe. The VR terminal had been delivered to his home on Terra several days before, and Amelia suggested that he spend some time growing accustomed to its presence first before entering. Their therapy sessions had been going well, and she wanted him to take another step in recovery. It had been almost 2 years since he had last been in the VR system, but his time on Terra had worked its magic on him. He was no longer gaunt and sickly, nor did he grow tired from the slightest physical activity. The only bodily effect the injuries had on him was the occasional spasm and cramp in his left hand, although the doctors suggested it was mental rather than physical. If those closest to him on Caledon could see him, they would agree that he looked nearly completely recovered. But he still had a long journey ahead before returning home. The lid was sealed, the internal lights brightening slightly to drive away the darkness. The console in front of him glowed, waiting for his input. Taking a deep breath, Cal pushed the button to start the program. The dim interior faded to black briefly, before lightening into a familiar scene. Cal was in the virtual world, a cozy cabin in the middle of nowhere. It was strange how similar it was to his current location on Terra, although his home in the real world was much more extensive and less isolated. The VR world felt both foreign and familiar, and it took him a moment to adjust. Cal expected pain or tension in his mind from the neural link, but he felt completely normal. In fact, the muscle spasms in his left hand disappeared, leaving his virtual body as soon as he entered. Breathing deeply, Cal walked around the room, his virtual body graceful and sure. Unlike his first time here, he didn't stumble or bump into anything. "How is it?" Amelia asked from outside the terminal, her voice slightly muffled by the sealed lid. "Good, great even. I almost feel silly for worrying." Cal replied, only to hear Amelia scoff at the answer. "You're never silly, Caledon. After what you experienced, it's natural to be apprehensive. Take it one step at a time. I'll be here next to you," Amelia assured him. Grateful for her presence, Cal walked over to the table in the center of the cabin, where the miniature figurines that represented the various apps and functions of the VR world were situated. As he had done several years before, he slowly reached down and picked up the figure representing Mechtek Battle Warrior. He studied the small object carefully. Now that he was more experienced in mech combat and their variants, he recognized it as a scout, the most common of the light class. Holding it in his hand, he squeezed his fingers together gently. The figurine disappeared into motes of light, taking the cabin with it. The scene faded, and he found himself back inside the game world. Looking down, he found he was wearing a black pilot bodysuit with the small white circle he had chosen as Merit's symbol. Looking around, he noticed he was back in the warehouse storage room he had rented. Unlike the main in-game universe, this was a private and separate space no other players could enter. When he had last been here, he had died in the world event of Beluth. He had logged out rather than respawn in another location, so he had no idea where he would end up after logging in. The penalty had been his removal from that system until the event ended. The storage room was empty, and the blade that he had used was destroyed in the event. Unlike him, it wouldn't respawn. It was forfeited as a penalty. He didn't even have the golem or the Achilles exosuit. Both had been traded in for better equipment. Pulling up his in-game display, he looked for his currency and local events nearby. In only a few weeks of gameplay on Beluth, Cal had earned enough credits to purchase whatever light class mech he wanted, and all the equipment and transport he needed to his next contract. But the little symbol next to his name caught his interest. Merit of Caledon, ULCM. The U meant that he was still a rookie, far from the upper tiers of the ladder. It symbolized his rank in the ladder challenges. In fact, on Beluth, he had seen plenty of people with E and F ranks. They stood out, and many local teams tried to recruit them while completely ignoring Cal. It had been a sore spot for him then, something that he always intended to return and reattempt. Maybe this was the perfect time to try. There was no penalty for a loss, and he could have some fun while trying to get back into the swing of things slowly. Before he made a decision, he asked Amelia what she thought. "If you feel you are up to it, but don't push it. Today is about adjusting to the neural link again, and judging your reaction. You don't want to set your progress back or harm your mental health by taking on too much." Amelia replied. Cal nodded at the words, agreeing only to test how it went and stop if he had an adverse reaction. He walked to a nearby shopping terminal with a limited supply of mechs and equipment to purchase when in the storage area. More advanced, rarer, or exclusive variants like the Blade or Golem wouldn't appear here, but common mobile suits like the Scout would always be available. Scrolling through, Cal found what he was looking for immediately. A brand new, never-before-used Scout mech created by Hyperion Industries, based on the most general design variant. Unlike the heavy Golem or the agile Blade, this Scout was mid-range in speed and mobility, adequately armored and capable of being outfitted for close or long-range combat. Clicking the buy button, Cal watched the credits decrease while the mobile suit appeared in the storage bay. An ugly gray color, the mech looked like a person wearing armor with no thrusters or weapons in its hands. With a flick of his hand, he brought up the customization tab. First, he colored the suit black, with streaks of red along its arms and chest. Finally, he placed his symbol, the white circle that represented Luna. It shamed him that he had forgotten the tragedy of Luna City, even if it was only temporary. The memories had come crashing back on him during one of his therapy sessions, leaving him a mess for weeks. Frowning, Cal shook away the unpleasant thoughts, focusing on the present. Turning to look at the mobile suit, he nodded at what he saw. It looked sleek and elegant, rather than the fearsome demon his Blade had been or the lumbering giant Golem. Outfitting it with a heavy lasgun, a beam sword, a few other weapons, and a suite of thrusters and sensor upgrades, he closed the terminal with satisfaction. It was time to go back into the ladder, and this time he wouldn't stop until he reached the rank. Chapter 76 Tournament, Chapter 76, Too Slow. Cal thought as he sidestepped the bluish-white streak of energy. Time had reduced to a crawl, and his perceptions of his surroundings heightened to almost superhuman levels. The neural burden of the scout was non-existent, so much so that the mech almost anticipated his movements, responding to his thoughts instantaneously. Cal answered the attack with one of his own. The lasgun in his hand thrummed as it discharged. A crack of thunder split the air as it sped across the gap between the fighting mobile suits. They were in a clear, grassy plain with a blue sky overhead. The ladder-ranked match randomized the environment each time so that no one had an advantage. The stream of energy pierced the light-class scout his opponent piloted, burning a hole in its torso before it crumpled to the ground, lifeless. Cal heard a loud ding as the match ended, the environs fading as he was brought back to the storage area. Winner, Merit of Caledon, DLCM. The words flashed in the air above his eyeline, accompanied by a mechanical voice to announce his win. Ignoring the announcement, Cal turned back to the ladder rankings. After nearly a week since returning to the VR game, he was accustomed to its quirks. He had a new notification in his inbox, congratulating him for his promotion to D rank. There was also a fascinating inclusion. A request to a spectated ladder tournament where their battles would be streamed live to spectators across the galaxy. Taking a glance at the bottom, he saw a list of participants had been included. Over 10,000 people had already joined, and Cal was curious about the prize. It seemed that wins in the tournament would count extra towards their promotion points in the ladder, and the top participants would receive credits, equipment unlocks and cosmetics, and even rare variant mechs. It was tempting for players, those that desired to become pilots in the real world or simply stay in the VR game. For those that were already in a clan, it could lead to promotions within. Raising their rank opened many doors. More importantly for many, the increased exposure could lead to real-world or in-game recruitments to teams, mercenary groups, clans, and other avenues. Cal's hand hovered over the tournament join button, hesitating momentarily as he weighed the pros and cons. It would last for several days, but he didn't have anything else scheduled for the moment. Amelia would understand that this was part of his therapy, Cal reasoned. He firmly pressed the button, and the orange holo flashed green before fading. He thought he should be satisfied or have some reaction to fighting again, but he felt strangely calm and detached. Cal had spent the last several weeks in the ladder matches, defeating hundreds of foes as he climbed his way to D rank. Cal remembered that he used to be concerned about entering a mech or excited when he won a match or scared if he faced a foe of overwhelming strength. But since piloting the Atlas that had been robbed from him, maybe he would find it again during this tournament. Paige, a trio of young people, walked the virtual city streets holding the tournament. A floating coliseum hovered above their heads in the sky, made of white stone and shimmering crystals, large enough to contain millions of people and the mechs that would be fighting within. The friends had joined the crowds of people within the game to watch the light-class ladder rankings. "Are you still upset that you didn't make the cut?" One of the young men, with tanned skin and short black hair, asked the other, who was walking beside him in the middle of the group. "Of course not," Ty replied, shaking his head at the question. His blonde hair fell into his face, and he brushed it aside absent-mindedly. Next to him, Sid recognized the lie but let it go. Amongst their group, only John and Mare had made it to the invitationals, the tournament that was held for the light-class ladder rankings. They were here to watch John compete. Mare had said she was busy with something and couldn't participate, but promised to meet up with them later. "There's always next year. Maybe all of us will get invites," Sid replied cheerfully, trying to prevent Ty from entering into a funk. She gripped his arm tightly, glad to spend some time together, even if it was only virtually. They had all been separated for the past few months, and it was rare that they could see each other. "Or John will win the whole thing and take us with him when he joins a clan," the tanned young man, Micah, exclaimed. Sid smiled, nodding her head at the response. "I don't understand why we can't just watch this elsewhere. Why do we have to sit in the stands up there?" Ty asked, gesturing to the hovering arena casting a shadow onto the ground below them. "Because it's more fun this way. You get to experience the crowd's cheers, excitement, and energy. There was something different about watching the matches with other fans surrounding you. I'm sick of being stuck on a starship all the time." Sid pouted, and Micah agreed. "Look, let's have a look at some of the merch. I want to get a t-shirt." Micah yelled, already moving towards an NPC vendor stall selling merchandise for the various participants, clans, or even generic mech tech battle warrior clothing and trinkets. Micah grabbed a black shirt with a picture of a goblin light class mech on the front, while an image of its pilot stood in front. The mobile suit was in an eye-blistering mix of bright colors, drawing attention to it. Seeing what his friend was gazing at, Tai frowned. "You serious rooting for Sim?" Tai asked, watching as Micah purchased a shirt, hat, and even a banner of the rival pilot. With a click of a button, the young man outfitted himself with his purchases, the shirt drawing attention with its image of the hideously colorful goblin. "He's from home. Of course, I'm a fan," Micah explained, shrugging his shoulders. Sim was from his planet, and despite the pilot's quirks, he wanted Sim to win. Next to them, Sid selected an outfit in bright pink, a woman prominently displayed on the chest in front of a similar-colored scout mech. The pilot was wearing a bubblegum pink bodysuit with matching hair, while making a peace sign with her hand. Her beautiful face was pouted into a kissy face as she winked at the camera. "You too," Tai exclaimed, observing Sid change her outfit as well. In a flash, all her clothing matched her hairstyle. "Osiris is so cool," Sid exclaimed. Osiris was not only an rank pilot, but also a singer and famous actress. She was one of the most popular competitors, and Tai could see other people decked out in her merchandise from where they were standing. "Traders," Tai muttered, swiping his hand through the shop's offerings before pulling up the search function. Amongst the least popular was their companion's merchandise. John's shirt was navy blue, his figure looking solemn as he stood before his plain scout mech. Hitting the purchase button, Tai donned the shirt, matching it with a Hyperion Industries hat. The credits on his account decreased by a marginal amount, and part of the proceeds was split with the advertised pilot. The trio continued their walk through the busy marketplace. Vendors had shops set up with various in-game goods, even exclusive paint jobs for mechs, unique bodysuits, and exclusive, limited edition equipment. Tai stopped by one stall, looking at a holo for a gold-plated lasgun for an obscene number of credits, as Micah and Sid tried to pry him away. "Attention, matches will begin shortly. Automated teleport to the viewing stands can be accessed at any time via your HUD." A voice spoke out over the loudspeaker, clearly distinct above the crowd's noise. A small icon flashed in the center of their vision, indicating they could travel to the floating Coliseum anytime they wanted. "Ready?" Tai asked, waiting for Sid and Micah to finish their purchases before the trio confirmed with the system, disappearing into motes of light before reappearing miles above in the arena. Millions of people were in the stands, ascending levels of stone seating arranged as an amphitheater around the arena floor. In contrast, tens of millions could also watch the live stream from anywhere in the galaxy. Above, large holo displays would show the action. Still, for spectators, visual amplification technology made what was happening below easy to see from any level of the arena, allowing viewers to see all the mechs fighting or watch the curated video feed the organizers provided. Waves of noise watched over them as the fans cheered and screamed to be heard over the tumultuous crowd. Most wore clothing to match their favorite pilots, clan or team, which made a sea of color. Banners were raised high, waving in the air, and the trio added their voices to the noise as the first pairing was announced. Chapter 77 Tournament, Part 2, Chapter 77. Welcome, one and all, to the Light Class Ranked Ladder Invitationals sponsored by Delphi Optics. Delphi see the future. An announcer began to speak, his voice carrying over the crowd. With his words, the corporate logo of Delphi Optics hovered in the air over the arena. "We've got a banger of a show for you today. Over 10,000 participants have been invited from all corners of the galaxy, but only the top 500 will compete in the arena below. For now, we've sent all our pilots to a custom-created battleground for the preliminaries." An image of the battleground replaced the Delphi Optics logo, showing an impossibly large city with tall skyscrapers and wide roads. A river ran through the middle of the metropolis, with multiple bridges connecting the two sides. The buildings and streets were empty, and no NPCs cluttered the area, leaving the pilots free to demolish everything in their quest for a spot in the tournament. Custom designed and built by Kobayashi Entertainment, the rules of the preliminaries are simple. Killing an opponent will give you a point. The first 500 players to achieve 20 points will secure a spot in the tournament. There will be unlimited respawns, but each will cost you one of your points. The crowd cheered at the announcement, and the battleground image above them shifted to show some of the more popular pilots. When Sim appeared with his garishly painted goblin mech, Micah screamed along with thousands more. The most impressive was Osiris. Her pink bodysuit and matching mobile suit sent the crowd into a frenzy. Even fans of other pilots cheered at the sight of her. Tai had to admit, Even he felt like standing up and shouting when she appeared on display. Pilots, get ready. The preliminaries begin now. Page break. Cal reviewed the rules of the preliminaries from the private storage area. Leaning against the leg of his scout mech, he scrolled through the holo hovering in front of him. The rules were simple. All forms of combat were allowed. Pilots could even form teams if they wanted, although the points would only go to the person who dealt the killing blow. The organizers even provided a map of the battlefield, and Cal marveled at the attention to detail the developers put into it. The city was likely 100 miles wide, but perfectly flat. They removed the planet's curvature, allowing sensors and weapons to track much longer distances. It would make for a quick battle, as 10,000 mechs would be crammed into such a tiny area. Additionally, they would all enter the battlefield in different ways, either from below-ground bunkers, drop pods, or simply appearing in the middle of a street. Their entry method would be randomly chosen, and Cal would have no way to prepare. Disturbingly, the expected nervousness or excitement over the coming battle was still absent within him. He didn't feel anything as he read through the description. His left hand shook slightly, the tremors returning. Cal clenched his hand tightly into a fist, waiting for them to subside. Over the past few weeks, he had learned that they would only truly stop when he was in a mech, an oddity that he had come to accept. Pilots, 2 minutes to deployment. A voice spoke out, the announcement simultaneously broadcasted to every pilot's storage area. Closing the holo display, Cal gripped the ladder of the scout mech, letting it retract and carry him to the open cockpit. Enclosed in its interior, he waited for the preliminaries to start. 3, 2, 1, the voice sounded off before Cal's vision turned dark. Deploy. Cal felt himself transported, the mech shifting from the storage room to another dark location. He had a moment to adjust when the ground began to rise, propelling him upwards at a tremendous speed. Looking above, he could see a circle of light rapidly approaching, the velocity of his ascent pushing him into his seat. In an instant, Cal was flying through an opening in the ground. His scout mech catapulted from a tube below the city streets. He was above the buildings in seconds, his mobile suit sensors feeding him data. In the short time he had spent in the dark, streaks of energy and lasgun fire were already crossing the city skyline. Far above, hundreds of mechs were deploying from drop pods, red streams of light trailing behind them from the friction of their descent. Something stirred within Cal, a faint excitement, and deeper still, a bloodlust that he hadn't thought would stay with him outside of Atlas. With a grin, Cal raised his lasgun, looking for his first target, as the city exploded around him violently. Page break, what a spectacle. They're really going at it, folks. Thanks to our sponsor, Delphi Optics, we are bringing you the action in crystal clear clarity. Delphi, the future of eyesight. The announcer was yelling out over the match being displayed above the crowd. There's young Sim Delmer from Cygnus. Already with 4 kills, he really stands out in a crowd. The recruiters are going to have a field day with him after this. Moving over towards the city's west side, we have Amara Jacobson from Praxis absolutely tearing through her opponents with an excellent 3 kills. She's a real contender for number 1, but idol sensation Osiris is drawing the attention of today's crowd. With 4 kills, she's looking to secure her place in this tournament early. At the mention of their chosen pilots, the crowd shouted and cheered, their banners waving in the air. Despite John's name not being included, Ty shouted as loudly as the others. He couldn't spot his teammate's mech in the confusing melee. The dull navy blue color wouldn't stand out, but he hoped he was doing all right. Let's check the leaderboards, sponsored by Agamemnon Industries. Conquer the competition. The display changed slightly, showing the leaderboards next to the ongoing conflict. Quickly running his eyes down the list, Ty's eyes widened at the name at the top. What's this? We have a rookie in the number 1 position. A D-rank, Merit of Caledon, has a commanding lead over the other competitors, with an astounding 7 kills. Let's focus more on this newcomer. The battlefield zoomed in on a section of the northern city where buildings were on fire and large craters had been carved into the ground. In the center, a black scout mech was pulling its beam sword from the cockpit of another scout. Kicking the powerless mech away, it quickly turned around while raising its lasgun one-handed. The weapon discharged in a deafening crack of thunder, burning a hole through the center of another mech that had been coming around the corner of a toppled building. Not hesitating to see the mech stumble, Merritt dashed forward, his beam sword sliced down, cutting the disabled mech in half before searching for more opponents. What a display of skill. Merit of Caledon is now at 8 kills. Astonishing. I look forward to seeing what this young man can do in the one-on-one. Truly a talented newcomer, Merit has only been in the game for a few months before taking a 2-year hiatus. We'll try to get you more information after the preliminaries. In the background, the tournament organizers were hurriedly trying to pull up any information they had on Merit to display to the crowd. He was a complete unknown, his invite having been sent out automatically after his recent winning streak in ladder matches. He didn't even have any merchandise to sell. Moving on, we have Tai ignored the announcer, looking at his companions in shock as he heard the name. Isn't that the guy we teamed with during that world event a couple of years ago? The one that Mare was so interested in? Tai asked. The only reason it stood out in his head was the fact that the usually cold and removed Mare had been unexpectedly close to Merit at the time. After the world event, they tried to keep in touch, but Merit never returned online to answer their messages. Sid was already pulling up her communication panel, furiously typing a message to Mare through their friend list on the holographic keyboard. With its connection to the Imperial Net, communication with the real world was possible anywhere within the game, as long as you were friends or teammates. Sharing a glance with Micah, the two men shrugged, oblivious to the gossip their third member was engaging in. Chapter 78, Pending Confrontation. Chapter 78. Mare paced her room in the Imperial Palace, racking her brain on how she could convince the others of a reason they were invited to Terra to celebrate her birthday, without giving away that she was a princess. The only thing she could think of at the moment was to tell them that she was a noble and had extra invitations for friends. It had led to questions about her background, who she was, and what family she belonged to, but she had forestalled them by claiming to be busy and not responding to their communications. Letting out a frustrated huff, she cursed her grandmother again in her mind. Amelia's thoughtless invitations to her friends had put her in a precarious situation, one where she had no choice but to reveal small parts of her personal life to teammates she preferred to leave in the dark. It was no doubt part of the Empress plan. Amelia was far too intelligent to do something like this to her, without understanding the consequences. She likely wanted Mare to stop playing games and make a decision on what she wanted to do with her life, preferably something less violent than becoming a pilot. But it was what she enjoyed. She loved the power a mech gave her and the excitement of combat. Before she could spiral any further, the communication link on her wrist flashed a notification of an incoming message. Seeing the pink hue and cute cartoon image of a cat hovering above the device, Mare knew Sid was messaging her. Swiping her hand over the holo, she opened it immediately, expecting an inquiry on when she would arrive at the tournament. Hey Mare, are you on your way? Someone showed up in the preliminaries that I think you want to meet. Sid ended the message with an emoji of a smiling face and a heart. Mare stopped pacing, staring at the message and wondering who she meant. With no choice, Mare opened up the communication display and began to type on the holo keyboard. Who? Mare messaged, waiting impatiently for the response. Rather than send a message, Sid sent her a picture from the arena. The trio sat in the arena's stone stands, with millions of other people in a large circle around the center. It was a colorful display of fans and banners, proclaiming their support for certain clans or pilots. Mare could see a battle raging in a large city in the still image. She could see the smoking remains of mechs littering the ground, while streaks of lasgun energy lit up the metropolis. Half the buildings were in ruins, and fire raged out of control. To the right of the image was a projection of the leaderboards with a familiar name on top. Merit of Caledon was in first place with 20 points, and based on the green border around his name, he had secured his spot in the tournament. A list of other pilots also had the same green edge on their score, coming in behind Merit. If there was any doubt about his identity, it was removed a moment later when Mare spotted his image on the left side of the arena, along with all the information the organizers had found on him. Caledon, or Merit, had joined the game over 2 years before, but only logged a few months of gameplay. A few notes speculated the reason for his absence, but nothing concrete. They promised an interview with the #1 contender before the start of the tournament. Mare stared at the handsome face of Caledon, her anger growing as she saw him flaunt his image in public. Rather than do the respectful thing and hide on Caledon to not expose people to his family's sins, he participated in a tournament in front of millions. Worse, despite a short beard hiding his features, it wouldn't be long before people pieced together his identity. He had been out of the public zeitgeist for centuries, but people were smart. Someone would put it together and expose him. It was as if he didn't care about the consequences at all. Gritting her teeth, Mare typed a message to Sid, promising she would be there shortly. Closing the communication panel on her device, She marched toward the VR terminal. Page break. Cal returned to the mech storage bay in exhaustion. The intense combat had been draining, but at least he would have a few hours to recover before the matches resumed. With the cockpit open, he leaned back into the gel cushioning of the seat, closing his eyes for a moment to rest. It was strange to be tired in the game, his mind weary but his body still fresh and ready. He was interrupted by the communication channel of the scout flashing, letting him know he had an incoming call. His first instinct was to ignore it. Since his win in the preliminaries, many people have been trying to contact him. The organizers were looking for information on him. Companies sought to license his likeness for merchandise, and even clans and teams wanted to recruit him. He had been forced to block all incoming messages, but it was curious that this one came through. Opening it, he saw that it had come from his friend list, a channel that hadn't been blocked. "Hey, why didn't you tell us you were joining the tournament? We're all rooting for you." The message came from someone named Sid. Her profile picture was of a pink cartoon animal. Cal stared at it momentarily, trying to remember who this person was. His memory had been improving, but it still wasn't perfect. He had no recollection of the name, and her picture didn't help matters. He was about to respond when another message came in. "Congrats on the top spot in the prelims. We went looking for your merch, but you don't have any. Let's catch up if you're free. We're in the shopping district below. No pressure." This one came from Ty, and Cal recognized the face attached to the profile. The blonde-haired young man had been in the world event on Baluth, which meant that Sid had also been there since they were the only teammates he had friended in the game. Looking at the time, Cal saw that he had another 3 hours before the first match, and even then, he might not be fighting first. With 500 competitors, there was bound to be some downtime. Decision made, he exited the scout, walking towards the terminal that would teleport him to the city below. "Page break, you were great, John. The top 500 is incredible. I probably couldn't have done better myself." Ty congratulated his large friend as they walked the streets of the virtual city hosting the tournament. All around them, fans were gathered together, discussing the match or purchasing items related to their favorite pilots or brands. Even better, restaurants and bars were serving exotic foods and drinks, the sensory information able to pass through the terminal to the players' taste buds. However, it was significantly diluted compared to the real thing. Although it was satisfying to eat as much as you wanted without worrying about your weight or becoming ill. Thank you. It was harder than I thought it would be. I doubt I will make it far in the rankings," John said, his deep voice a rumble. "Don't say that. You never know who you're going to be matched against. With a bit of luck, you could take the whole thing," Micah added. John smiled at him before looking down at the young man's shirt. Sim and his garish goblin stared back at him, proclaiming Micah's true allegiance. His smile slipped a bit at the sight. "Mare said she would meet us here." Sid came running up to them. She gripped an ice cream cone while passing another over to Ty. Thanking her, the young man took a bite. The chocolate flavor was subtle in the VR world, but it didn't keep him from devouring it. "Really? This could be awkward," Ty responded, wiping away the ice cream from his lips. "Why's that?" Sid asked, paying more attention to her treat than what he was saying. Ty shared a look with Micah before continuing. "Merit is on his way. He finally answered my message," Ty explained, and Sid stopped eating to look at him. Her face lit up in delight. "We're going to need popcorn for the show," Sid exclaimed, already running over to the vendors. Chapter 79, Lackluster Revelation. Chapter 79, Walking through the city streets. Cal could feel the spectators' eyes following him. Wearing his black bodysuit, he was helmetless, allowing everyone to see his face. Violence was forbidden in the arena's host city, meaning everyone there would automatically be switched from bodysuits or combat uniforms to civilian clothing. Cal thought it was a not-so-subtle attempt to have people purchase cosmetics with real-world credits, since no one wanted to be seen in plain tops and nondescript pants. Cal's height, handsome face, perfectly proportioned noble's body, and the fact that he was one of the few pilots allowed to retain their suit, a privilege granted to the preliminary winners, meant he drew attention. Ignoring the stares, Cal followed the waypoint leading him to Ty and his former companions. He had told him that he would meet and catch up for an hour or two. He didn't have many friends outside the handful he had left on Caledon, and it would be nice to interact with people who didn't see him as a noble baron that ruled their planet. As he walked, a shorter woman came out of the crowd, pushing her way through the throng and stopping in front of him. Wearing jeans and a shirt with the Matchdeck Battle Warrior logo on the front, staff was written prominently on the chest. "Merit, my name is Christina, and I represent the tournament organizers. I need a moment. Cal cut her off before she could continue. I apologize, but no, I'm not interested, Cal stated, not slowing down. But it's in your contract. Christina shouted, her words causing Cal to stop and turn toward her. Contract? Cal asked, frowning. He didn't recall signing any contract with the organizers. It's implied, after you accepted the invitation. We have a right to sell products using your image, and that of your match, as long as a portion of the credits is transferred to you. Christina rushed out her words as she came closer to him. You want to sell merchandise with my image? Cal laughed at the absurdity. He was notorious for being the son of the Duke, responsible for one of the largest rebellions in imperial history. Didn't they know who they were promoting? It was likely they hadn't looked too deeply into his background. When he made the account, he hadn't provided many details. Yes, we would do all the designs. You would only need to approve the final products, she replied. Cal thought about it for a moment before nodding. Fine, but the proceeds will go to a charity of my choice. As for approval, you can contact Miranda Atkinson or Merrick Tan. They are my staff on Caledon. They will work with you and give approval. They will also want to review the contract before agreeing to anything, Cal explained. Christina frowned at the statement, wondering why a rookie pilot would have staff, but ignored it in her excitement over his agreement. The man was hard to reach, blocking or ignoring every attempt to contact him. Agreeing to reach out to them after he provided their contact information, she left with a smile on her face. Cal shook his head, putting the thought of merchandise with his face on it out of his mind. People would be either disappointed or upset once they found out exactly who they supported. But at least some good would come out of it. Page Break Ty and his friends were sitting around a table, an arrangement of snacks and drinks in front of them, when they spotted Merritt. He was easy to see with his height, handsome appearance, and black pilot bodysuit. He looked like an immortal, deigning to descend to the mortal plane and play. The crowd around them fell silent at the sight of him, as if it were natural to do in his presence. If Merritt was annoyed by it, he didn't show it at all. An easygoing smile lit his face as he saw them, and he quickened his pace to join their group. Hello, it's good to see you all, Merritt said, nodding at his former teammates. John stood up as he approached. The large man was shorter than Merritt, but stockier. Congratulations on the win. First place is an incredible achievement, John said, holding out his hand. Merritt grabbed it instantly, giving the man a firm handshake. To you as well, Merritt replied, recognizing that John had also made the top 500 by wearing a navy blue bodysuit. He had been too busy to review the scoreboard, leaving the storage room to join them right after a short rest. Turning away from John, Merritt greeted Ty, whom he remembered. After spotting Sid's pink hair and cheerful demeanor, the rush of memories returned to him. He recalled the bubbly, infectiously happy woman from the World event. Looking at the last person, Merritt was at a complete loss regarding his identity. Knowing he didn't know him, Micah stood up, shaking Merritt's hand while introducing himself. Micah, you filled in for me as Vanguard on Beluth. Don't worry, you haven't forgotten me, Micah joked, and Merritt smiled in relief at the statement. Sitting in an empty chair, Merritt was about to speak when a voice interrupted him. I thought you had the decency not to show your face anymore, Merritt. What happened? Couldn't keep away any longer. Mare spoke from behind them, her tone ice-cold. Turning away from the others, Merritt observed the young woman who held such animosity towards him. Mare wore a white blouse, black pants, and a matching black jacket. Her long black hair was loose, billowing slightly in the artificial wind. Merritt had to admit she was one of the most beautiful women he had ever seen, despite the look of disdain and coldness on her face. Looking at her standing there, Merritt wondered how everyone didn't know that she was a noble. She was nearly as tall as him and so perfect that it was inconceivable that such a person could genuinely exist. Whatever her feelings were towards him, Merritt was indifferent to it. Smiling broadly at the noblewoman, he waved his hand at her nonchalantly. Good to see you again as well, Mare. Unfortunately, my absence was due to an injury. But don't worry too much. I'm finally on the mend, Merritt replied. That's why you didn't respond to our messages. It must have been pretty serious if it took you away from the game for 2 years. Ty asked before Sid dug her elbow into his ribs. That isn't a polite thing to ask, she hissed. Merritt laughed, shaking his head at the comment. No, it's perfectly fine. It was touch and go for a little while, but the worst part is over. I was released from the hospital a few months ago, Merritt explained. Mare frowned at him, thinking over his words. Really? I hadn't heard anything about it on the Imperial net, Mare stated. Why would you hear about it on the net? Micah asked, confused at the comment. Mare was about to respond when Merit spoke first. It's because of my status. Usually, any injuries involving a noble would be newsworthy. Thankfully, the details of my circumstances were kept quiet. Noble? Sid asked, her eyes widening. She was so surprised by the comment that she dropped the handful of popcorn she was gripping. The others all focused on Merit, silently urging him to explain. You didn't know. I thought it would be obvious, and it wasn't as if I spent much time hiding it. Merit stated with amusement. Really? That's great. Do you have any openings in your house guard? Micah exclaimed, leaning forward over the table. Merit laughed, shaking his head. Before you start fawning over him, you should know who Merit really is. Mare stated, walking over to the group and facing Merit. The others felt the chill coming from her. He's Caledon, Mare declared, waiting for the others to react. To her dismay, they looked at each other for a moment. Micah shook his head at Ty, who merely shrugged his shoulders. Sid looked as if she had no idea what Mare was talking about. Only John's eyes widened at the statement. Baron Caledon, John said, looking over at Merit with a mixture of respect and wariness. Despite Merit's kind nature, he was still a representative of the Emperor and should be treated as such. There was also his background. Although he didn't believe Caledon should be held responsible for his father's actions. I thought Caledon had a duke, Micah asked, causing Sid to nod. Mare held a hand over her eyes, her frustration at their lack of awareness plain to see. Clearly, the trio hadn't much interest in history. While Mare explained to the group the importance of the revelation and who Merit really was, the man leaned over the table to grab a handful of snacks, his smile never wavering. Chapter 80 seated participants. Chapter 80, 500 years. You're 500 years old, Sid exclaimed, looking at the young man sitting across from them. Merit smiled at the question, shaking his head. No, I'm 522, Merit replied. To his surprise, the group accepted his identity relatively quickly. Whether it was their lack of knowledge regarding the rebellion or the time they spent together on Baluth, they interacted with him easily, the tension draining away as they talked. Despite Mare's best efforts of trying to turn them against him, she seemed to have failed. The culprit herself was sitting at the end of the table, her arms folded crossly. Are you hiring house guards? Micah asked again, and this time no one stopped him from asking. It was clear that the Baron was rather easygoing. I'm not sure. I haven't been back to Caledon since I was injured. You can message my guard Captain Tamara to find out. Merit responded. You aren't on Caledon. Where are you? Mare asked, looking up from the table and focusing on Merit's face. The Baron shrugged his shoulders, not put off by the question. He had come to expect inquiries into his personal affairs from her. Tara, I won't be able to leave until I've been given medical clearance. My guardian is quite adamant that won't happen anytime soon. Merit answered, frowning slightly at the thought. Amelia had denied his requests to return, implying that it would be some time before he would be able to leave. Guardian, Mare wondered quietly. Caledon was on Terra, which is something her grandmother would undoubtedly know. Could she be involved with him somehow? You're on Terra. That's great. We'll be there in June for the birthday celebrations. Maybe we can all go together. Sid exclaimed, bubbling with excitement. You are? How did you all get invitations? Merit asked, looking at the group. Access to Terra was restricted to only the most loyal Imperial servants. It would be strange for this group of young people, who have nothing to do with Imperial politics or service in its ranks, to obtain an invitation to visit. Mare got them for us. Oh, I almost forgot. Do you and Mare know each other? She's a noble as well, Sid stated, looking from one of them to another. They know, Merit asked, raising an eyebrow at Mare. He had thought she was keeping her identity a secret from everyone. The ordinarily cold woman was flustered as the attention turned back on her. I had to tell them. My family invited them all to Terra for the celebrations, without letting me know. It was likely an attempt to keep me from playing the game anymore. And no, we don't know each other. He's much older than I am, Mare stammered out, pointing at Merit. He laughed at the remark. They were around the same age, if his time in stasis was removed. Oh, I just thought you might be friends outside the game. You both were acting very friendly with each other when we were on Baluth. Sid continued, and Merit laughed as Mare flushed red in embarrassment at the insinuation that there was something between them. No, we haven't met outside the game. I don't meet many people. I don't even know what family you're from, Mare. Merit asked, waiting for the young noblewoman to respond. Mare hesitated for a moment before speaking. The Havencroft ducal house, Mare replied, observing Merit for any sign of doubt on his face. It was true her father was the second son of Duke Havencroft, which technically made her a part of that house, although her status in the royal family was much higher. Better yet, her cousin, Catherine, also her best friend, made the perfect person to emulate and copy to protect her secret. Catherine preferred to keep a low profile, unlike many nobles, so there wasn't much known about her on the imperial net. Mare could easily mimic her background. Merit quirked an eyebrow at her reply, surprised at the revelation. She was of much higher status than he thought. Havencroft was incredibly loyal to the emperor. During the rebellion, they had been one of his staunchest supporters. It made sense that she disliked him, recognizing his father's rebellion as the ultimate betrayal of the emperor. Learning that Mare was a noble had been a shock to the others, but the disclosure that she was from a ducal household was even more surprising. There were tens of thousands of nobles in the galaxy, barons, counts, and earls, but only 11 remaining ducal lines. They were second only to the emperor. Tai whistled, looking impressed as he saw Mare shift uncomfortably at the attention. Sid clutched her arm tightly, smiling at her, while Micah and John simply stared. That's incredible. No wonder you could get us invitations. Oh, I know. Merit, since you're going to be on Terra for the celebrations, do you want to come with us? Unless you have plans. Sid's smile slipped a bit as she realized that Merit, as a baron, might have other responsibilities or wouldn't want to attend the celebration with commoners. Sounds good. I have to attend a ball, and a few other obligations will take up some of my time, but I would be happy to. Oh, I'll also be bringing some guests. Are you fine if they join us? Merit replied. Sid nodded eagerly while glancing at Mare from the corner of her eye. We should return. The matches will be starting soon, John said, punctuating his words by pushing back his chair and standing. Merit nodded, joining him. I should be returning as well, Mare said, only for Sid to clutch onto her even tighter. But you just got here. Stay for the matches. Sid pouted, and Mare lost the will to fight her. She joined the others as they returned to the arena stands. The other fans also began to appear, bringing with them a surprise of their own. Banners waved in the air with the rookie pilot's name, joining the throngs of others. Many of the crowd wore black tops with a white circle symbol on the chest. A picture of Merit and his scout mech was on the front, while on the sleeves, it proclaimed that all proceeds would go to charity. Mare looked at the crowd in astonishment. It was surreal to think that the son of the traitor, the instigator of the rebellion, would be celebrated like this. She wanted to know if anyone had discovered his identity. Pulling up her holo, she looked at several of the Mechdeck Battle Warrior forums. To her surprise, there was an entire thread dedicated to it. From a quick glance, people seemed rather accepting of him. The rebellion was 500 years ago, and even with how long the average person lived, it was still multiple generations since it occurred. Unless you were one of the nobility, with their exceptional longevity, or the wealthy who could afford expensive rejuvenation, few people who had fought in the rebellion remained alive. Closing it, she stared at the colorful spectacle, trying to remind herself of her grandmother's remarks regarding Caledon. She couldn't stand seeing his smug face or hearing his voice. Maybe he was different from his parents. She could even see it for herself. But why, then, did she find him so distasteful and irritating? Shaking away the thoughts, she settled back into her seat to enjoy the show. Welcome back to the 34 Letter 1D57 Aspirated Annual Light Class Invitationals, sponsored by Delphi Optics. If you're just joining us, you've missed a hell of a show. We've gathered over 500 of the top players in the galaxy for you today. Merit of Caledon took first place in the preliminaries, securing his spot in the tournament. Will he be able to cinch the win against his opponents in the one-on-one eliminations? The announcer shouted, his voice amplifying across the stadium. But there's more. We have a surprise prepared for you today. 12 representatives from the top clans are seeded into the matchings, all of which are scouting for recruits. Defeat them, and you may just earn your place within their illustrious company. The pilots who were waiting in the storage rooms heard that announcement, and their minds ran wild with the possibilities. Joining a clan was the goal for many of them in the game, and it even had real-world importance. House guards, even the Imperial Guard, were often recruited from within the clans. The rules are simple. Each player will be matched against another. 2 pilots enter the arena, and only one can leave. If your mech leaves the boundary of the competition area, you will be considered a forfeit. All weapons are allowed, and all styles of combat are encouraged. The announcer finished while the crowd roared. 5 separate arenas began to fill with various obstacles and terrain. The arena below them expanded, and a square of white light surrounded them, separating them into smaller areas. There were cityscapes, forests, and even sandy areas with giant dunes. Let the tournament begin. Chapter 81, Flag Chapter 81, Winner, Merit of Caledon. The announcer shouted and the crowd cheered. A small, distinct portion booed and jeered, their selected champion having fallen to the Baron of Caledon. Merit lowered his lasgun, the barrel still glowing a bright orange-red as the heat from its discharge slowly dissipated. His opponent's mech slowly disappeared into motes of light, the arena floor gradually emptying, and the damage done in the conflict to the environment leisurely repaired itself. Looking around the crowd for the first time since he entered the tournament, Merit was shocked by the amount of support he was getting. There were banners with his name and likeness, fans wearing clothing with his white symbol emblazoned on the front. Tan and Miranda work fast, Merit thought, waving to the crowd before returning to his waiting area. The tournament was different than other events he had participated in. Rather than suddenly appearing in the arena, dropping from a pod or shooting up from the ground, the pilots would enter from their allocated storage areas, walk to the edge of their designated battlefield, and wait for the match to begin. Once they were in position, their mechs would not respond to commands until the battle started. Merit's battlefield had been a flat plain strewn with large boulders and trees for cover. The distance between him and his opponent was quite large, giving snipers or long-range weapons an advantage. Unfortunately for the other pilot, they were piloting a blade, casting aside the last pistol for dual-wielding melee weapons. Once the match began, the blade charged toward Merit's scout, who responded by carefully aiming his heavy lasgun. A shot to the torso was deflected off the blade's armor, so Merit adjusted for the blade's weak point, the knee. One strike had been enough to cripple the mech, and his next two shots penetrated the cockpit, eliminating it. It had been a remarkable display of marksmanship on Merit's part, but easily done as time slowed to a crawl for him. Ever since he had piloted Atlas, it seemed the neural link was stronger than ever, resulting in a state of hyper-thought and intense concentration that most pilots only experienced under extreme duress. The fights appeared to be in slow motion to Merit. His opponent's intent and actions were obvious. Returning to the waiting area, Merit watched the other battles on the HUD display, looking for anyone who could present a serious challenge. His excitement and bloodlust, dormant for so long, began to stir at the thought of serious opposition. Paige Breakmare watched the matches from the stands with fading interest. It had started exciting enough, but she quickly realized that the skill levels on display were below her own. After watching the competitors rotate out of the arena, only to be replaced with others as they cycled through all 512, she only found a handful that caught her eye. The seeded pilots from the clans were incredible, but that was to be expected. Even more, they were piloting experimental variants from famous manufacturers, highlighting their upcoming product lines to the watching consumers. There were scout variants with more agility than average, heavily armored blades, missile-launching goblins, and even a new mech, a light-class variant of the Seraph named the Angel. If the latest variants and their skilled pilots held an advantage, it wasn't too unbalanced, as the top 500 still held their own against them. Sim, Osiris, and John all won their matches, moving on to the next bracket. But it was Merit that caught the crowd's attention and the clans. Entering the arena in a plain, unmodified scout that any player in the light class could easily afford, he crushed his opponent without effort. Before the modified blade could cross half the distance, Merit had crippled it and dispatched its pilot, his shot so accurate that Mare wasn't sure she could replicate the feat. Amazing! Sid shouted from beside her, standing up from her seat and cheering Merit as he slowly returned to the waiting area. Micah was staring at the scout with admiration, stunned at the display of skill. I didn't know he was so good. He was above average on Beluth, but this is an entirely new level. Ty stated, confused at the difference. Merit had said he was injured shortly after the world event, meaning he had no time to train. If that were so, how did his skill improve so much over a few years? Was he lying about his injury? I don't know, Mare replied, shaking her head at the comment. It was strange, and she was determined to follow up with her grandmother. If there was a secret to his improvement, could she replicate it somehow? What a show! That's the end of the first round, and what a stunning spectacle it was. 256 pilots remain, and for the next bracket, we're going to shake things up a bit. We've added a flag to the center of each arena. In addition to eliminating your opponent, if a pilot retrieves the flag and returns it to their side of the ring, that will count for their victory. The announcer revealed, and in the center of the 5 rings, a large flag with Mech Tech Battle Warrior was raised. The terrain in each ring shifted, the boundaries widening as the rings reduced from 5 to 4. The landscape became more complex, with shifting sands, artificial rivers and lakes, and forests with trees that reached the sky. Let round 2 begin. Page Break Merit ran toward the center of the ring toward the flag, while explosions sent gouts of fire and debris into the air. The forest around him was on fire, the red flames reflecting off his mech's black armor. Next to him, a burning tree cracked and groaned as it slowly tumbled to block his path. Leaping into the air, he had barely left the ground when a warning rang out from his mech. Instinctively, he engaged the mech's thrusters, spinning to the side as he did so. He careened to the left, rolling across the ground as a streak of red energy left a trail of destruction on the ground next to him. Stopping his roll, Merit was back on his feet, his lasgun sending lines of bluish-white energy into the burning forest in response. The air cracked with the gun's discharge. Not slowing down, he was already running, firing blindly behind him as he raced toward the flag. This match was more challenging than he expected. As soon as it was announced that he would face one of the seeded players using a variant mech, Merit knew it could be difficult. But the fact that his opponent's mech seemed custom-made for forest combat exacerbated things. Nero of Clan, Scarlet used a scout mech with a camouflage modification, allowing him to blend into his surroundings. It wouldn't have been a problem without the dense foliage of the trees, but Nero held the advantage in this arena. After hunting for him, Merit decided it would be easier to simply grab the flag and return, since he had given up trying to track Nero's movements. The enemy scout had a few tells that gave away its location, but once the forest began to burn, it was too chaotic to spot it. Casting aside his lasgun, Merit pushed the scout to move faster, weaving around the trees and jumping over obstacles. Counting the seconds in his head, he estimated that the right charge on the PPC would need another 10 seconds before it could attack again, giving him time to get the flag and find cover. The flag waved in the smoky air from an elevated pedestal in the center of the arena. Knowing that Nero would be targeting the flag, Merit didn't slow down as he sped forward, his hand clasping the flagpole just as the thermal warning notification rang out again. Too fast, Merit thought, spinning around and trying to get out of the way of the approaching streak of red energy. Even with his enhanced reflexes, he wasn't fast enough to altogether avoid the attack. Making a snap decision, he spun slightly, sacrificing his left arm and shoulder as he crashed to the ground and began to roll. Warning, severe damage sustained. Left arm, inoperable, the mechanical voice stated as Merit climbed to his feet. Racing back the way he came, he imagined the ticking clock in his mind, counting down the time to the next attack. Bursting from the burning tree line, another stream of energy shot out from behind him. Leaping into the air again, he let his momentum carry him across the arena line just as the PPC burned through his scout's lower body. Crashing onto the ground outside the arena with the flag still clutched in his hand, Merit heard the announcement. Winner, Merit of Caledon. Chapter 82, Favorable Impression. Chapter 82, the day ended with the top 128 competitors advancing to the next round. Unfortunately for John, his last match was against one of the seeded pilots from a prominent clan. Although he put up a great defense, ultimately he was eliminated. The sun rose the next day in the virtual world, and the throngs in the city were even more enormous than yesterday. With the news of the clan's participation, people who missed the first day came in droves to witness the second day's competition. 4 people made their way through the crowds, dressed in clothing that marked their allegiance to Merit. Wearing black pants and matching shirts, they all had merchandise of the Caledonian pilot. The large man in front even had a decorated banner with Merit's name written in a sparkling white font. "Are you sure he will be fine with us attending? He didn't seem too pleased to see us last time," Talha asked her grandmother, who was walking next to Elric in the lade. "He was reminded of the battle. His doctors have assured me he is mentally in a much better place. If he weren't, they would never have allowed him to participate in this event," Tamara replied. With her back straight and steady gait, she was an intimidating presence. Clearly a soldier and competent pilot, the crowd parted before her quickly. If he didn't want us to know he was here, he wouldn't have had the organizers reach out to Miranda. "His name is all over the net. The Battling Baron is what they are calling him." "Silly name," Scylla added, scoffing at the title. The governor was wearing a large hat with Merit of Caledon written on it over a white circle. "Let's just enjoy the day. Whether Cal wins or loses, what's important is we see all these new variants that are on display," Elric stated, practically bouncing on his heels to see what the top mech manufacturers had provided to the clan pilots. He had watched the footage from yesterday's matches, but most ended quickly without showing their skill set. The only one that had lost was Nero of Clan Scarlet. His mech's camouflage abilities had been showcased to the galaxy. Already, Elric had heard that orders for the scout variant with that feature had skyrocketed, despite its loss against Cal. After an hour of exploring the city and its vendor stalls, they received a notification that they could now enter the arena. As a group, they disappeared into motes of white light, reappearing in their seats in the Colosseum, floating in the sky above the city. It was an incredible sight. Millions of people gathered around to watch the tournament. There was an energy in the crowd as they shouted and cheered, their clothing displaying their chosen pilot's colors. Compared to the live streams, this was completely different. Even Tamara was impressed. Her stoic face cracked slightly, and she smiled as she noticed how many people supported Merit. If the old Duke could see his grandson now competing in a mech tournament, she was sure he would have loved it. Settling into their seats, they waited for the next round to begin. Page Break Merit tossed away the heavy lasgun as his opponent's blade leapt at him. He hadn't gotten a clear shot at the mech. From the undulating terrain and heavy boulders, it was weaving its way around. The blade wasn't hiding, not with its fluorescent neon green paint job, but it was using cover to its advantage to draw Merit into close-quarters combat. With his two hands free, Merit pulled out his beam sword. Unlike the vibrating progressive blade that could cut through anything, the beam sword was a metal weapon coated in a layer of energy, enhancing its durability and giving it a keen edge. The blade was wielding a long, heavy two-handed sword made of durable tungsten alloy. Rather than try to block it and risk his weapon against the sword, Merit dodged, stepping backwards as the sword buried itself into the soft, grassy soil. As Merit was about to counterattack, the blade spun around, using the buried sword as leverage, kicking out with its leg. Blocking with his left arm, the force pushed Merit's scout mech off balance, giving his opponent time to heft his heavy weapon again. Merit was impressed. This pilot was experienced in hand-to-hand combat, closing in on his foe with creativity and keeping them on the back foot while it set up its next attack. But to the quick learning Merit, once he saw how the blade approached combat, it telegraphed its movements with exaggerated slowness. Steady on his feet again, Merit waited as the blade swung its sword horizontally at him. At the critical moment, Merit leapt over the heavy weapon, using his boosters to gain height. At the peak of his jump, Merit reversed his beam sword, pointing it downwards and gripping it with two hands. The blade hadn't been expecting the quick maneuver and had only started to look up when the energy-coated weapon buried itself into its head, burning its way through its torso, and finally, the cockpit. Releasing the beam sword, Merit jumped backwards, and the unsteady blade toppled to the ground. Winner, Merit of Caledon. The next few matches went quickly, with Merit winning them with ease. It wasn't until the top 32 that things changed. Page Break the crowd, which had begun the day as a multitude of colored clothing and banners, slowly divided into clear groups as the tournament progressed. Merit's merchandise became prominent, the crowd cheering as he continued through the brackets. For Ty and his friends, it was like watching a new celebrity being born. They had known Merit the longest, and to see him gaining so much attention was surreal. But for Micah, the next match was critical. Merit of Caledon vs Sim Delmer of Cygnus. By the time they had reached the top 32, the arenas had shrunk into a single unit. The increased size of the playing field allowed the matches to take an entirely new shape. Reaching the flag in the center was still a valid strategy, and several pilots adapted their mechs and style to get it as quickly as possible and return it to their side for a quick victory. Others used the terrain to snipe or fire salvos of missiles at their opponent. Good luck! Sim Sent opened a channel to his enemy before the match began, the link private between the two of them. Merit had a good impression of his foe. His mannerisms and tone showed he was a friendly and respectful person. Sim was piloting the light class mech, Goblin, a short and squat humanoid mobile suit with missile pods on its shoulders, heavy armor and slow movement speed. It was designed for long-range, overwhelming firepower, but could also eject those attachments and fight in close quarters. Its thick armor made it difficult to penetrate with a lasgun, requiring multiple accurate shots in a small area to be successful. His mech's slow speed meant that Sim was cautious of quick opponents, reaching the flag and speeding away. He dealt with it by not allowing his foe to approach it, without taking fire from the Goblin's superior weapons. Thank you. Good luck to you as well, Merit replied. The connection between them was severed as the match began. Start, Sim's goblin, painted in a kaleidoscope of colors from dark greens and blues to neon red, purple, and pink, started the match by firing a full salvo of missiles at Merit as he entered the arena. Arcing into the air and trailing white vapors, they were sparking specks well above them as they reached their full height. The arena was another city, this one already entirely in ruins. The goblin was on a slight rise, while Merit entered through a wide avenue next to a park. Raising his lasgun, Merit carefully aimed. Tracking the missiles, his lasgun cracked as he fired. Streaks of bluish-white light lanced through the air, striking 3 of the rockets and detonating them. The arena was filled with the rumble of explosions, the thunderous crack of lasgun discharge, and the smell of smoke and fire. The crowd looked up in awe as the entire salvo was detonated in midair, none reaching their target. Instead, they created an ineffectual spectacle for the gathered spectators. Even Tamara was impressed by the display of marksmanship. She didn't know if she would have been capable of replicating the feat with an unmodified lasgun in a stock scout match. Damn it, Sim cursed as he watched his attack be easily repelled. With a thought, he disconnected the missile launchers, freeing some of the weight from his goblin. The heavy metallic weapons crashed onto the ground, raising a cloud of dust as Sim lifted a PPC into his arms and began to make his way to higher ground. There was no way he was going to lose this match. Chapter 83. Good game. Chapter 83. Merit was pinned down, huddled behind the remains of a giant statue that had crumbled to the ground. He was in a clear area, formerly a park or garden, but their battle had burned and ruined it. The goblin was situated on a high building, aiming down at him from a rooftop. Its PPC was accurate and devastatingly powerful. Worse, it was guarding the flag. The white piece of cloth fluttered in the artificial wind a few hundred meters away, but Merit couldn't reach it with his opponent so focused on the attempt. Ducking out from behind the statue, he pulled the trigger of his lasgun, sending a few bolts of energy toward the partially hidden figure before hiding from the returning stream of destruction. Merit had scored a few hits on the goblin, but its thick armor and position meant it deflected most of the damage. There was no way he would be able to eliminate it without getting closer. Tusk, Merit was frustrated by the turn of events. It wasn't a difference of skill or ability. It was simply a matter of match disparity in their equipment and outfitting. The scout he was using wasn't designed to pack a punch long range. It relied on its superior speed to close the distance with its foes. But against a goblin in a stationary position with superior firepower, Merit couldn't get near enough to it for his lasgun to pierce its armor. He needed something to change, a variable in the terrain or circumstances that could shake things up. Concentrating on the neural link, Merit cycled through the mech's suite of sensors, assessing the area for anything he could use. Temperature, radiation, atmosphere. Merit went through them all before he saw something that could be useful. The goblin was perched on top of a large concrete structure with several other buildings behind it. The highest was a skyscraper that dominated the skyline, rising from behind the goblin and slightly to the right. Focusing on it, he pushed his sight deeper. The scout mech's sensors penetrated the concrete surface of the structure, giving him a general overlay of what lay beneath. From what he could see, there were half a dozen potential weak points in the frame, areas where only a few steel beams or crossmembers supported the weight. Typically, they would never present a problem, but the building would topple if he could strike a few accurately. At worst, it would provide Merit a distraction and buy him enough time to close some of the distance between them. And at best, timing it correctly, Merit spun out of cover, his lasgun sending shots burning through the air toward the goblin. They were ineffectual, only one striking its shoulder and leaving a small scratch in its armor. Sim responded by sending another stream of PPC energy toward him. Dodging behind the rubble, Merit began to count the recharge time in his head. Rather than duck back down as he had been doing, he leapt into the air, his boosters giving him more height. Aiming down the lasgun's sights, he marked the spots his sensors had shown him. Crack! The sound of the lasgun split the air, disturbing the silence. A half-dozen shots struck the skyscraper behind the goblin. He wanted those shots to be as powerful as possible, so he drew more power than the weapon could safely handle. Merit pushed the lasgun to its limits, the heat warping the barrel and rendering it useless after the last of the energy dissipated. Merit tossed the worthless gun aside, gently gliding back toward the ground as the PPC energy recharge countdown ended. "Are you getting tired, Merit? You missed me by a mile," Sim called out on the universal channel, his words amplified for the arena's crowd. Confident, he aimed at the drifting scout, ready to knock Merit out of the tournament. "I wasn't aiming for you," Merit replied as the building behind the goblin began to shake and groan. Turning around, Sim watched as the concrete facade crumbled, the structure twisting and collapsing. Not hesitating, Sim leapt from where he was perched, plummeting to the ground just as the building crashed around him. Clouds of dust were sent in all directions, so thick it even blocked the sensors of his mech. The rumbling continued for what felt like hours, the debris raining down on him as Sim covered himself with his arms, the goblin's thick armor keeping him safe. Finally, the noise stopped, and he could stand. Pushing away thick slabs of concrete and steel beams, the goblin emerged into a world of gray dust. Nothing could be seen around it. To the audience, they stared in awe at the devastation. Even with their advanced view screens, the only thing visible was the goblin, its colorful paint subdued in a layer of dust. No one in the crowd cheered. They waited with bated breath for what happened next. Behind the goblin, a bright blue light emerged in the swirling dust cloud. Before Sim could react, a beam sword was plunging at it from the gray, piercing its back and burning a hole through its torso. Aiming for the gap in its armor, the blade slid into the goblin with ease. "Good match, Merit," Sim conceded as critical damage warnings were voiced from his mech. The scout, equally dirty as its opponent, retracted the blade. "You as well, Sim," Merit replied as the goblin slowly disappeared into motes of white light. Winner, Merit of Caledon. At the announcement, the crowd went wild. Even people cheering for Sim applauded Merit's win, recognizing the greatness of the match they had just witnessed. In the stands, Micah was subdued. His hopes for someone from his home planet to win had just been dashed. Next to him, Ty, Sid and John tried to comfort their morose friend. "Sim was fantastic, Micah. It can't be helped that Merit is unstoppable," Ty stated. Sid looked at Mare, silently urging her to comfort their friend. Mare was at a loss for a moment, trying to think of something to say. Being in the top 32 is an accomplishment to be proud of. Next tournament, I'm sure he will place even higher with the proper preparation and luck, Mare added. On the other side of the arena, Scylla had her hands locked around Elric's arm nervously as she watched Cal struggle against the goblin. When the building collapsed, she let out a worried yell that could barely be heard over Elric's laughing. He was slapping his knee in joy while the goblin was buried in dust and debris. "That's using your head, lad," Elric shouted, and Tamara clapped her hands to show her support, as much of a display in public as she was willing to give. When the match ended, she nodded at the outcome, pleased with the resourcefulness Cal demonstrated. Talha had a frustrated look on her face, frowning at the scene of Cal's victory and the crowd's adulation. Tamara recognized the source of her granddaughter's feelings. "Do you wish you could have participated?" Tamara asked, brushing her shoulder against Talha to get her attention. The young woman snapped out of her musings. "He should have told me he was going to join. I would have loved to come along as well," Talha stated. She had trained with Cal during his time on Caledon and knew how talented a pilot he was, but she felt there was no way he could have competed with her. Perhaps next time, real-world combat experience makes a pilot more skilled than any tournament. The clans have sent some of their more capable people. I would guess they are members of some of the more prominent mercenary groups, or even a noble house guard. You have experience in combat, but you have never been on the losing side of a conflict before. It's a transformative experience, Tamara advised. "Is that why Cal has improved so much?" Talha asked. "Partially, he was close to death in the past, and will fight harder to keep it at bay than someone who has never been in its clutches. But there is more. The Atlas was cruel to him. Who knows how it has changed him?" Tamara remarked. "Bah, you're both overthinking it. Young Caledon is a noble scion, so it's only natural that he succeeds. With the pair of you overseeing his training, it's no wonder he's quick to adapt to a situation. The only thing that will hold him back now is that mech he's using. A scout is a fine machine, but will struggle against some of these custom variants. He should re-outfit it before going into the next bracket before he regrets it." Elric chimed in, running his free hand through his beard. Next to him, Scylla had the grace to look abashed at her earlier behavior, letting go of the large man's arm and sitting back in her chair. Tamara gave the governor a small smile, showing that there was no embarrassment over her reaction to the match. "We should talk to him before the next match starts," Talha replied, pulling up her communications display and selecting Merit from her friend list. Typing a quick message, she sent it. In a minute, a reply came, inviting them to his storage area to chat. "Good, I've got a few recommendations for him," Elric said as they all were teleported to Cal. Chapter 84, A Surprising Question. Chapter 84, A Surprise Awaited Merit. When he returned to his private waiting area, Sim, the opponent he had just defeated, sent him a message requesting a face-to-face. Having a good impression of the player, he immediately accepted. Sim teleported into the empty room, his body suit as colorful as his goblin. The young man smiled as he walked toward Merit, eventually craning his neck to look up at him. Merit's first impression of the talented young pilot was that he was short. He barely reached Merit's chest. His spiked black hair almost seemed to have been styled in an attempt to make him appear taller. Aside from that, he was thin and average-looking. His appearance wouldn't stand out in a crowd, with a plain face, tanned skin, and brown eyes. But he was very amicable, striding toward Merit with a smile on his face as he stuck out his hand. Matching him, they amiably shook hands. "That was an incredible match. I thought I had you," Sim exclaimed, letting go of the taller man's hand before smacking his fist against his palm in frustration. "You nearly did. I didn't think it would actually work," Merit added. They chatted about the match for a moment before the grinning Sim ran his hand across the top of his spiked haircut. "It all worked out in the end. I've got an offer from one of the clans, and Corwell want me to be their mascot," Sim shouted, his excitement palpable as he described the offer. It made sense they would hunt for a talent like him to represent their brand. Corwell manufactured the goblin, and the fact that Sim was the only pilot in the finals using it was telling. "I'm glad that everything is working out for you. I'm looking forward to our next match. Maybe we can." His communicator's notification cut off Merit. Someone was requesting entry to his waiting room. Only a small number of people on his friends list could contact him, outside of Sim, who still had their connection from the tournament. Glancing at the name, he immediately allowed them entry. In a moment, Ty and his friends were standing in the warehouse. "Merit, what a win, you crushed him. That guy never stood a chance." Ty came charging toward Merit, not noticing the smaller pilot beside him, despite the colorful bodysuit he was wearing. Halfway across the room, Sim turned and waved at the newcomers, causing Ty to stop talking and flush a bright red immediately. Laughing at his predicament, Sid gripped him by the arm and dragged him forward, while Micah reacted entirely differently. "Sim, you're here," Micah exclaimed, dashing forward, seizing the short pilot's hand and shaking it vigorously. "Ah, hello. You're Merit's friends?" Sim asked, looking around at the eclectic group of young people. His eyes passed over them quickly before stopping at Mare. The tall, beautiful woman folded her arms, looking like she didn't want to be there. Her height and icy expression made her stand out in the group, and Sim quickly looked away, not wanting to be caught staring. Merit quickly introduced the group to Sim, who enthusiastically greeted the famous pilot. Even Mare was polite, greeting him with a hello and a handshake. While the others were chatting, Merit sidled next to the tall woman, leaning his head slightly toward her to whisper without the others knowing. "So you can be civil. I thought that perhaps that skill was foreign to you," Merit joked, grinning at his comment. Mare turned toward him slightly, her face growing colder while her eyes stared daggers at him. "I'm only rude to those who I consider contemptible. It's a very exclusive group with only one member," Mare retorted. Merit laughed loudly, drawing attention to the pair briefly before the group went back to discussing the match and Sim's background. Surprisingly, Sim was still a student on Cygnus, completing a degree in engineering. His talent as a pilot had been as much a surprise to him as it had been to the people who knew him in the real world. His interest in the mechanical workings of mechs led him to start playing the game. "Are you looking forward to the ball?" Merit asked, trying to draw Mare into a conversation. It was tiresome to have her directing her animosity toward him constantly. The best way to fix it would be to show her that he was nothing like his father. Kill her with kindness, Merit thought. "What?" Mare asked. The sudden change of topic caught her off guard. Since when did Caledon engage in small talk with someone who had shown him nothing but contempt? "The ball for the princess's birthday. I know everyone is going to the celebrations, but we're the only ones with an invitation to the noble's ball. Are you looking forward to it?" Merit asked, clarifying his question. He thought that discussing the upcoming festivities on Terra would be a safe topic of conversation between them. "No," Mare hesitated for a moment before continuing. "I'm not one for parties. Everyone gathered around me, expecting things from me, and I've never been to a ball before." Mare confessed an admission that surprised both of them. Merit hadn't expected her to reveal a piece of her private life. "They aren't so bad, all things considered. The food is usually delightful, and there's music and dancing. But it could be that my memory of them isn't accurate. The last ball I attended was when I was 6. Merit replied. Atlas had ground away the details of those memories, leaving flashes of images and the impression that they had been pleasant. You're not worried about attending. You still have a fearsome reputation amongst the nobility. Even the few that supported your father have long since turned against Caledon. Merit explained. Merit shrugged at the comment, shaking his head. I've never cared about my reputation. As long as Caledon is safe, people can think what they want about me. Besides, I doubt they will be worse than you. Merit stated, grinning at the snipe to take the sting from the words. I'm offended. I think I've been rather tame and forgiving. While they were whispering, the others gave the pair small glances, wondering what they were talking about. It was surprising to see the aloof mare chatting with someone in private. Tame PFFT, Merit scoffed. Despite her initial dislike of Merit, she was warming to him. It was easy to forget who he was when she was around him. Brushing her hair back behind her ear, she was about to speak when Merit asked her a question. So do you have an escort for the ball yet? Escort? Mare balked at the word. What she was about to say was forgotten. Merit was confused by her reaction. Surely she knew something about these formal affairs as a granddaughter of a duke, unless she was incredibly sheltered or disinterested in her position, which was likely considering her interest in playing a match simulation game. Yes, someone who accompanies you to the ball, a partner for dancing and such. It's tradition. You didn't know? Merit asked. No, I didn't. As I've said, I've never been to one before, and I will go unaccompanied, Mare said stiffly. Maybe her cousin Catherine would know more, although she hadn't spoken to her since returning to Terra. Did Catherine have someone to escort her to the ball? Was Mare going to be the only one alone, the center of attention and a laughing stock for not having anyone interested in spending time with her? Would she be some awkward third wheel, standing to the side at her own birthday party while she watched her peers having fun and taunting her? Lost in her thoughts, she didn't hear Merit's response. Pushing the errant thoughts away, she returned to the conversation. Did you have someone to go with when you were young? Surely not everyone is paired together, Mare asked almost desperately. I went with one of my distant relatives on my grandmother's side of the family. I don't remember much about her, but I think she had a good time. All I remember was that she smiled and laughed a lot. But yes, everyone should have a partner. It would be socially awkward to attend without an escort, Merit stated, and to Mare, he twisted the knife deeper into her stomach with that statement. Oh, Mare said breathlessly, panicking slightly. Did her grandmother have someone in mind for her when she planned this? She must. There was no way that a princess would go to her own birthday celebration unescorted if it were tradition. Narrowing her eyes, Mare thought of the sly old woman. She must have something planned. Which stranger would she be partnered with? Someone that her family thought would be suitable for her, likely boring and a braggart. As her mind raced, the person she imagined herself paired with steadily worsened in her imagination. Do you have someone you're attending the ball with? Tentatively, she questioned Merit. The man shook his head. No, I only found out about it a few weeks ago, and I've been in recovery on Terra. Besides, as I've said, I don't particularly care about my reputation. Merit replied, smiling at the question. Will you go with me? Chapter 85 upgrades Chapter 85. You can't be serious. Cal hissed, his loud whisper drawing the eyes of the others. Seeing the usually composed Baron losing his calm was a surprise, but he quickly reined in his shock. Mare took satisfaction in seeing his reaction. Breaking through that shell of nonchalance and self-assurance made it worth it. Why not? It's a perfectly reasonable arrangement. Neither of us has a partner for the ball, and I would rather be paired with you than some stranger that has been selected for me by my family. As loathsome as you are, at least I am accustomed to you and understand your proclivities. Who knows who I could be stuck with? Mare nearly shuddered at the thought. Seeing that the pair's discussion was still amicable, their friends returned to their conversation, the topic shifting to the upcoming matches and who they were favoring. Naturally, most of the group chose Merit, but they were also fans of Osiris and some of the clan pilots. Why, thank you for your concern. Better the devil you know than the unknown, Cal retorted, scoffing at the suggestion they pair for the ball. But as he thought about it, it started to seem appealing. If left to her own devices, Amelia may find someone for him that was suitable, and he had no idea what the Empress' opinion of that could be. Mare was intelligent and polite when she wasn't making rude comments about him, and they got on well before she learned who he really was. As time passed, she even seemed to accept him, although she still enjoyed her cutting remarks at his expense. He found that he enjoyed his time with her. Their verbal sparring was a welcome relief from the constant good manners and respectfulness that was expected from him. "We'd need to dance together. Can you handle that? Wait, do you even know how to dance?" Cal replied, partially in an attempt to goad her into canceling the suggestion, but mostly just to tease her. "Of course I can dance. Who do you think I am? And I know we would need to dance together. It's me that should be worried about you stepping on my toes with your clumsy, oafish feet. I can take some comfort in the fact that everyone will be staring at your display of awfulness and that they won't be concerned with me." Mare stated with a huff. "Wow, you're really endearing me to the concept of escorting you. Anything else you would like to comment on? My appearance or perhaps my smell? Are you worried I'll enter the room with my unbuttoned shirt and pants undone while shouting expletives?" Cal asked. "I haven't met you in the real world, so I wouldn't know what you smell like, although I can imagine it's a combination of arrogance and dung." Mare retorted, and Cal broke into loud laughter this time, great guffaws that echoed through the storage room. The conversation between Sim and the others ended as they saw Merritt chuckling, wiping tears from his eyes as he regained his composure. "Everything all right?" Sid asked, wanting to know what was so funny. "Everything's fine. We're going on a date," Merritt replied, gesturing to Mare. The tall woman spun around at the statement and stared daggers at the Baron. "It is not a date," Mare shouted, causing Merritt to nod exaggeratedly and give Sid a wink. "Of course not. It's not a date. It's just two people attending a function together, where they will be dancing partners and enjoy a meal and drinks while getting to know each other better." "Definitely not a date," Merritt finished. "It sounds like a date," Ty replied, confused. Mare flushed red, her mouth open to respond, but only a strangled sound emerged. "Sounds fun." Sid rushed forward before Mare could explode. Wrapping her arm around the taller woman, she whispered quietly for a moment in a calming manner. Cal caught a few words, including dress, hair, and escort. Knowing they were discussing the ball and the unexpected pairing of Mare and him, he ignored it. Cal was about to tease Mare when his communicator pinged, letting him know that someone on his friend list was attempting to contact him. Seeing who it was, he allowed them access. Elric, Tamara, Talha, and Scylla emerged into the storage room and were immediately assaulted by the noise of conversation. For a small group, Ty and the others made a ruckus once they started talking, waving their arms animatedly as they discussed the match. Spotting Cal in the group's center, Talha shouted to be heard over the noise. "Are we interrupting something?" the red-headed woman asked. Cal waved the comment off, gesturing for them to come forward while he made introductions. "Not at all. This is the group I was telling you about, the ones I teamed with on Baluth," Cal explained while he provided names. Ty and Sid were polite, while Sim smiled and waved. If Talha had been more observant, she would have noticed that Micah stared at her the entire time, clearly entranced by the newcomer. "Everyone, this is Talha, Tamara, and Elric from my house guard, and this is Governor Scylla," Cal finished. Scylla nodded politely to the group at the mention of her name, looking over the assortment of people carefully. When she saw Mare, she stopped on her briefly. A tall, otherworldly beauty with a graceful demeanor, the governor recognized her for nobility immediately. Scylla couldn't help glancing from Cal to Mare with curiosity. Standing next to each other, they had a discernible closeness, an intimacy that Cal rarely displayed with others. Could this Mare be someone important to the Baron? "I should be going. Good luck on the next match," Sim said after the introductions were concluded, waving at the group before exiting the storage area by teleportation. "We should go as well. It was wonderful to meet you all," Sid added, cutting off Ty just as he was about to speak to Tamara. Sid rightly assumed he was about to ask about any openings in Cal's guard, and she wanted to avoid the awkward situation. In a flash, the others left, but not before Mare talked quietly with Cal. "I'll be in touch," she whispered before she was gone in motes of white light. "Anything you want to tell us, Cal?" Scylla asked as soon as the tall noblewoman was gone. He shrugged at the question, not giving it much thought. "Nothing much. She was the one on Baluth who discovered who I was and gave me a hard time. But things have improved. We're going to the princess ball together in June," Kale explained. "I would certainly say they've improved." "You've got a date. Good for you," Talha exclaimed, laughing at the situation. Yes, it's all wonderful. Now, let's discuss something more important. That loadout you're using on your scout is terrible. I can't believe you would ever have gone into combat without." Elric began to prattle on, dragging Cal to the outfitting terminal for the scout and giving him a rundown on the types of equipment he should be using. Shaking their heads at the fact that the large man didn't care for anything other than mechs, they resigned themselves to not finding out more until they were finished. Page break, what a spectacle. Let's hear it for our top 16 pilots. The next brackets have already been determined by random draw. The first match we have is... The announcer paused for dramatic effect, waiting as his voice echoed off the Colosseum walls. Merit of Caledon vs. Osiris. Cal's picture appeared with his black scout mech in the air above the arena. Stern and handsome, he contrasted the smiling, pink-haired Osiris, who was making a V with her fingers that was matched by her own mech doing a similar pose. Osiris was a serious contender for the top spot in the tournament. She was incredibly skilled, only held back by her lack of real-life combat experience. Cal didn't take his opponent lightly while waiting in the storage area. Entering his mech, Cal teleported into the arena. Chapter 86, an unexpected visit. Chapter 86, their beam swords clashed, and the large, 20-foot-tall mechs pushed against the other, each trying to overpower their opponent. Their weapons cracked and sizzled, and arcs of electricity left scorch marks on their armor, gouging lines into the ground beneath them and setting the grass ablaze. What's the Empress like? I heard that she... Merritt ignored the voice constantly buzzing in his ear through the communication channel. He didn't know who Osiris had convinced to keep their private link open. Maybe they knew that the sound of her incessant talking would turn the audience off, so they locked their channel to private, disallowing the universal band. Osiris had not stopped talking since the match began, her conversation ranging through a variety of topics, all of which were inane. Even now, with her pink scout mech doing its best to eliminate him, she could split her focus between talking and fighting. Kicking her away, Merritt stabbed forward with his right hand, the blazing beam sword piercing toward Osiris' right hip. With a little spin, she avoided the blow, returning it with one of her own. They had been in melee combat since the match began. Elric had recommended a few changes to his equipment, including a higher-powered lasgun with a slower recharge time but additional impact. With Merritt's accuracy, one shot would usually be enough, but Osiris piloted like a dancer, gracefully avoiding the shots and closing in on him quickly. Was it a tactic to break his concentration? Merritt thought as her equally pink beam sword narrowly missed his torso. Using his free hand, he punched forward, only to have her mech's forearm block it. Oh, that was close. Osiris chimed in, commentating on their own fight. It must be purposeful, Merritt thought. There was no way anyone this irritating could be an idol to millions, unless they kept her on mute. It had only been a few minutes into the match, and already Merritt wanted it to end. Her chipper tone and high-pitched voice were grating on his nerves. Gritting his teeth, he dashed forward. Page break. Cal sank into the couch, sighing loudly as he relaxed. The tournament had ended a few hours ago, with the top 8 proceeding to the final round tomorrow. Physically, he was fine, but piloting in the game had left him mentally drained. Pulling up the holo display for the Imperial Net on a nearby datapad, he was about to scroll through the news when there was a knock on his door. Curious, Cal opened it, expecting it to be one of the Imperial Palace staff with a package from the Empress or maybe delivering a schedule for the upcoming celebrations. He didn't expect to see Mare standing in the doorway with a nervous expression on her face. The young woman wore a thick white sweater, black pants, and an open winter jacket. Her skin was pale and flushed at the cheeks from the cold. It was spring near the Imperial Palace, but the mountain on which the cabin was situated was still snow-covered and would likely be that way for a few more weeks. "What are you doing here?" Cal exclaimed, stepping back from the doorway in surprise to see her in real life. She looked exactly the same as her VR counterpart. Unlike Merritt, who kept a beard and long hair to obscure some of his features, she copied her real-life appearance. "I told you that we needed to talk," Mare replied, stepping into the cabin and shutting the door. Walking past the stunned Cal, she removed her jacket, draping it across the back of a nearby chair. "So you tracked me down onto Terra. What a minute. We spoke to each other a few hours ago. There's no way you could have traveled here in that time. You were already on the planet," Cal said, following in her wake. "Of course, I've been here for a few weeks. Do you have any staff here, or is it just you?" Mare asked, looking around the cabin with interest. It was a beautiful, cozy, warm building, while appearing modern and clean. "It's just me," Cal confirmed, wondering why she was asking. Several of the palace staff would come by to clean and restock the pantry periodically, but he was mostly left alone. "Oh, I was hoping for tea." Mare stated with disappointment, looking at the kitchen through a doorway through the room's rear. Cal shrugged at the comment, gesturing for her to follow him. He led her to the kitchen, directing her to a high stool beside an island countertop. Filling a kettle with water, he placed it on the stove's burner and set it to high. Terra was an anomaly in the galaxy, the center of human civilization, but oddly backwards and traditional. Even the imperial palace lacked amenities that would be standard in many homes, preferring the old way of doing things, eschewing the new. "Does anyone know you're here?" Cal asked as he leaned his back against the opposite counter, crossing his arms. Mare rested her head on her hand, looking at the Baron carefully before responding. Dressed casually in a long-sleeved shirt and gray pants, he didn't look imposing or a source of fear to the galaxy. It was true that Cal was nothing like his parents. He lacked the deceitfulness and hatred of the Duke that instigated the rebellion. Seated before him, in his home on Terra, Mare wondered how she ever thought he was anything like his father. "My grandmother told me she had been looking after you for the past year. I'm surprised she gave you this place, even for a birthday gift." It had been sort of a retreat for her, Mare replied. "Grandmother," Cal repeated. Amelia was the only one who knew who he was. The realization of who she was hit him suddenly, and he felt like a fool for not seeing it sooner. "You're Princess Morella," Cal stated, rubbing his palm over his forehead and eyes. It was so obvious. She shared many of the same facial features as her grandmother. It was no wonder that she was able to find him here. "I am. That's why I'm here. We will be attending the ball together. It is only fair you know who you will be escorting before it is too late to back out," Mare said. Deep within her, she hoped that he would accept who she was, that he wouldn't be scared away by her title as she feared her other friends would be. Cal was one of the only people she could see who wouldn't be frightened away or look at her with expectation and greed at the connections she could bring. Cal was already close to the Emperor and Empress, and had made it clear he wanted very little to do with the other nobles of the empire. His actions spoke of someone who cared about his fiefdom, and nothing of the politics beyond it. Also, there was the fact that her grandmother revealed the nature of Cal's injury to her shortly before she arrived at the cabin. He led a force against pirates that had been raiding the nearby planets. It was Cal that had pushed for this task, petitioning her grandfather for permission, and he had nearly died doing it. It hadn't been for glory, honor, or pride. He had done it because people were suffering, and he wanted to help them. If Mare's opinion of Cal hadn't already changed, this fact alone would have sufficed. Cal sighed again as the kettle began to whistle. Turning around, he turned off the burner and grabbed 2 mugs. Placing a tea bag in both, he slowly filled them with hot water. Mare stared at him as he did so, noticing that he didn't use his left hand, even when he had to carry the 2 cups back to the counter where she sat. Setting them on the stone countertop, he fetched sugar and cream. Next to his side, his left hand spasmed and clenched, turning white from the pressure of his fist. "What's wrong with your hand?" Mare asked. Her grandmother had said that Cal was nearly fully recovered, but this was out of the norm. Worse, he hadn't shown any problems with his hand in the VR game. "I'm not sure. Amelia told you how I was injured?" Cal asked. Mare immediately nodded at the question. "Some lingering damage from the atlas. It should heal over time," Cal explained, carefully scooping a spoonful of sugar into his cup. Adding a tiny bit of cream, he carefully stirred it before setting the spoon aside. He took a sip before speaking again. "I don't care if you're the princess. I'm not too fond of attention, but neither are you. I think if we go together, we'll get through this ordeal as quickly and painlessly as possible," Cal finished. "There will be rumors," Mare added. Cal shrugged them away. "I've been the subject of gossip my entire life. There's nothing anyone could say that could be worse than what I've experienced. Stasis couldn't break me. A few unkind words won't either," Cal finished. He was silent for a moment before breaking into a grin that she associated with the teasing merit. "Besides, it would be impolite to turn down your offer of a date. I'm a gentleman, after all." Chapter 87, Last Match, Chapter 87, It's Not a Date. Mare grumbled to herself as she returned to the palace. Stepping through the large entrance doors that members of the Imperial Guard flanked, she nodded to them politely before making her way through the large hallways toward her rooms. A voice called out to her before she had made it halfway through the building. "Milady?" Turning, she saw one of the Emperor's stewards, a member of the staff responsible for the day-to-day affairs of the palace, or whatever projects the Imperial royal family assigned to them. Mare sighed in resignation as she spotted the high-ranking member of the Imperial staff rushing toward her. The steward gripped a datapad in his hand. His white uniform was spotless. He stopped in front of her, panting slightly from the exertion. Taking a moment to adjust his clothing, the steward continued speaking. "Milady, I apologize for disturbing you, but there are several things we need to discuss regarding the upcoming celebrations," he stated, drawing himself upright and trying to look taller. Mare towered over the steward by nearly a foot, and he tried his best to match her. Later, Mare replied, trying to brush past the steward and return to her room without any more interruptions. The steward sidestepped, blocking her path once more as he cleared his throat. She frowned at his persistence, wanting nothing more than to relax and decompress after her conversation with Cal. "Apologies, milady. A few things are extremely time-sensitive and require your approval. For example, your dress for the ball needs to be finalized immediately. If we are to have one made in time, you must select a color and style. Now, I would suggest a pale blue matching your escort's attire." The steward began, displaying a holo of a few different color swatches. "Wait a moment. How do you know my escort's attire?" Mare asked, confused. She had only spoken to Cal about attending together a few hours ago. Aside from her friends in the VR game, no one else would know they were attending together. "Why? Your parents sent over the information earlier today. Did your highness not know?" The steward asked, tilting his head slightly to the side to express his confusion. "No, I did not. And aside from that, I do not know what color attire he will be wearing. How would my parents know before I do? I believe that the prince and princess have forwarded the information they had obtained from Duke and Duchess Carmichael, confirming the young master's choice of style and coloring, milady." The steward replied, showing the young man's suit on the holo display. "Duke and Duchess Carmichael. Oh no, where is my grandmother?" Mare asked, coming to the realization that events had begun to unfold involving her, but without her knowledge or opinion. "The Empress is in her study, milady." Mare didn't bother to say anything further, rushing down the hallways of the palace before bursting into her grandmother's study. The room was well lit, with large windows letting in the last vestiges of the sun's light. The walls were lined with books, and several more stacks were arrayed on tables throughout the room. Her grandmother was standing at the table, frowning at an open book, when Mare barged into the study, already voicing her question before her grandmother looked up. "Did you know that my parents have chosen an escort for me, without asking my opinion or whether I had already asked someone else to attend with me?" Mare asked loudly, her voice echoing off the high ceilings. Amelia raised her head from the book she had been reading, blinking at the granddaughter for a moment as she processed what the young woman had said. "Yes, they sent word shortly after you left to see Caledon," Amelia replied. She had expected this reaction, and like an actor, she assumed the needed role that would see the outcome she desired. "Why didn't you stop them?" Mare exclaimed, throwing herself into an empty seat in front of the Empress. "They did not ask for my opinion. Once I had sent word about the celebration last week, they began to entertain offers from the nobility. The choice of who should escort you to the ball is well within their right to select." "Why is this such a concern for you?" Amelia asked. "Because they didn't ask me at all, and they chose Malik Carmichael, that detestable oaf. It doesn't matter. I won't be going with him. I've already asked someone else to escort me," Mare stated, crossing her arms obstinately. "Oh, who?" Amelia asked, feigning ignorance. She knew of the budding feelings Mare held for Caledon. It was apparent to anyone that knew her at all. Even the girl herself probably didn't truly know, but for the Empress, it was written all over her. "Cal, of course," Mare replied. "Well, this is certainly a problem," Amelia stated, placing her long, painted fingernail against her lips. She pretended to think about it for a moment. "Perhaps you can explain to young Caledon the situation. I'm sure he will understand. I could even arrange for him to escort someone else, so there are no hard feelings between our house and his. Perhaps your cousin Catherine. I believe she has yet to find a companion for the celebration." At the statement, Mare glared at her grandmother. She loved her cousin dearly, but she couldn't picture Cal and her getting along. It would be a disaster for everyone involved. The thought of Cal and Catherine attending the celebrations together while she was stuck with Malik Carmichael was revolting. "Absolutely not. I've already given my word to Cal. I will inform my parents of my decision immediately," Mare stated, standing from her chair. "If that's how you feel, then you should do as you must. It's only proper that you keep your word," Amelia replied, and she smiled as her granddaughter marched from the room. Pleased with herself, she returned to her open book. Page break, the finale begins now. On one side, we have the newcomer, Merit of Caledon. Out of nowhere, our rookie pilot has taken this tournament by storm. But will he have what it takes to win it all against one of the greatest pilots the world of Mech Tech Battle Warrior has ever seen? Almer of Clan Zero, seeded champion and winner of the past 3 invitational tournaments. The crowd cheered as the announcer called out the names of the 2 remaining pilots. Merit's face and symbol could be seen everywhere in the Coliseum. The millions of people who had packed the stands to see the tournament's last match were split into 2 distinct colors: black clothing for Merit and a bright blue for Alma. Piloting the Angel, a new mech introduced by exclusive for the tournament, Alma had breezed through the brackets with unparalleled skill. Accurate, agile, and brutally efficient, Alma was a textbook example of piloting at its finest. Unlike most pilots with their faces plastered on merchandise, Alma was mysterious, their face constantly obscured by their pilot bodysuit. Aside from their name, and the fact that they were a high-ranking member of a large clan like Zero, very little public information was available about them. The Angel couldn't fly like its medium-class counterpart that its design was based on. Light class lacked the reactor power and neural capabilities of its pilots for sustained flight. But it could hover, and with its lightweight frame, it could leap high above the arena floor. With a railgun and long-range lasgun, it could stay out of range of slower-moving or melee-focus mechs. The finale would occur in space, amongst a debris field once a planet. Only the shattered remnants remained, and the large landmasses meant there would be significantly reduced gravity, enough to stick to the ground or fall slowly but diminish the weight of a mech to a fraction of its norm. After piloting a Nyx, Cal was used to combat in space. He was comfortable even with the remaining gravity and the debris to anchor to. He could manage even if they were to fight in the vacuum of deep space. But it was a tricky battlefield, with small debris floating around. Let the last match of these invitationals begin. Chapter 88, Merit. Chapter 88, the oppressive silence of space weighed down on Merit as he entered the battlefield. The creaking of the mech while it walked, and the hum on its reactor, was a comforting presence, as they were the only things to alleviate the quiet. The scout mech weighed little as he hopped across the barren shard of ground that had once been connected to a planet. Gray rock, pockmarked from collisions with debris, passed beneath his feet as he drifted forward, his lasgun raised, and sensors strained to their limits to find his opponent. Unnoticed by Merit, a sheet of sweat was covering his face in the real world, and his left hand clenched into a fist. Thermal energy signature detected. The mechanical voice spoke out in his cockpit, and a spot pinged on his HUD. Adjusting his jump, he turned slightly to look, focusing on it as his vision zoomed. The Angel glided swiftly through the void, with 2 streaks of white vapor streaming behind it. Its railgun was raised and ready, its sensors locked onto Merit's scout at the same time as his own. In the top right corner of his vision, a distance gauge displayed there proximately, glowing red to indicate it was still out of range of his improved heavy lasgun. "Looks like they found each other. We're seconds away from the start of the show," the announcer shouted, and the crowd responded, the noise surging as they screamed. Throughout the stadium, banners fluttered in the wind. In this atmosphere of festivity, a wave of fear, loathing, disgust, and bloodlust crashed down upon him, striking him without warning. "You're a disappointment, Caledon," a voice whispered in the silent cockpit. Cal's fist spasmed painfully, digging into the soft gel cushion of his pilot chair. Time ground to a halt, the Angel's movements in the distance stopped, and the silence of space pressed down on his mind. "You're not real," Merit growled through clenched teeth. He tried to ignore the laughter that erupted from his statement. He panted, struggling to catch his breath. Panic gripped him, and it felt like his heart was stopping. "Aren't I, Caledon? Perhaps you aren't the one who is real." Merit spun his head to confront the voice, and suddenly he was somewhere else. He stood in a vast storage room on Caledon, the stone walls bare and cold. Towering above him was Atlas, its green eyes glowing with light as it stared down at his diminutive figure. He could feel the connection between them, the neural link throbbing like a heartbeat in his mind. "You're not alive," Cal whispered. He wished he didn't sound as if he were trying to convince himself of the truth. "Amelia explained to me that what I experienced resulted from genetic memory. You don't have a mind of your own." Atlas stared at him in silence, and Cal shivered at its gaze. He seemed to be drawn into those glowing green orbs. "You're right, I don't have a mind," the voice whispered, seeming to come from every direction at once. "But I do have a soul," the Titan screamed, throwing its head back and howling. Its mouth opened, revealing a black void and rows of jagged teeth. The room shook with the noise, and Cal fell to his knees. He covered his ears with his hands, desperately trying to block the sound. His voice added to the roar, and he screamed as his vision darkened. The Atlas, mouth agape, swallowed him whole. "Page break, who do you think is going to win?" Sid asked as she dug into a tray of snacks placed delicately on her lap. Next to her, Mare was wearing a black shirt and hat, both bearing Merritt's name and likeness. Something had changed in the young woman since the day before. She seemed relieved of a burden, more accessible and outgoing. Everyone in their group noticed it, but only Sid knew the true source of the change. Cal, of course, she replied with confidence. She reached out and plucked a handful of popcorn from Sid's bucket, popping it into her mouth and enjoying the buttery taste. Even diluted by the VR system, it was good. Cal, Sid asked slyly, smiling at her friend. What? Mare asked, turning away from the arena and looking at her friend. Sid leaned close to her, placing her head on Mare's shoulder and blinking cutely at her companion. I didn't know you were so close. Calling him Cal, going on dates, when's the wedding? Sid teased, and Mare flushed red at the question. Shut it. We're just friends, Mare retorted, shrugging her shoulder to dislodge the girl. Sid giggled loudly, causing Micah and the others to look over at the pair. Looks like they found each other. We're seconds away from the start of the show, the announcer declared. Mare turned away from her friends, observing the match as the Angel and Merritt's scout match closed in on each other. Without warning, the scout suddenly stopped moving. Its boosters ceased firing, and it began to drift forward on its momentum alone, tumbling slowly through space. Confused, Mare watched as the scout seemed to power down, its motion stopped, and the lights from its lasgun, sensors, and attachments turned dark. What's happening? Sid asked, turning to Mare for an answer. The young woman shook her head, confused. Was Merritt injured somehow, or was his mech defective? On the other side of the arena, Scylla and Cal's other companions were equally confused, looking at Elric for an answer. There shouldn't be anything wrong with his scout. If this is the real world, I would say there may be a problem with the link or its reactor, but this is artificial. Elric replied. Could something be wrong with Cal? Scylla asked. Tamara was already pulling out her communication holo, contacting the Imperial Guard to send someone to check on Cal. Samuel had granted her special privileges when it came to Cal, giving her a direct line to the Terran guards. Folks, sit tight. We may be experiencing some kind of system fault. We're going to pause the match temporarily to ensure the connection is fine and that both pilots are ready to participate, the announcer stated, while in the background, the organizers were frantically checking the connection, trying to find a possible source of the interruption. It's not on our end. There's something abnormal going on with Merritt's neural link, one of the technicians said from his computer terminal. We're getting intense feedback from his scout, another shouted as the neural activity from Merritt's mech spiked. Cut the connection, their supervisor ordered. VR was as safe as they could make it, but there was always a risk in the neural link. Feedback could harm the user if it is severe enough. Better to cut the connection, reset, and potentially delay the match than see harm to one of the participants. No good, it's rejecting us. Page break, we're experiencing technical difficulties. The match will resume shortly. Please be patient. The announcement came as the Merritt's scout drifted aimlessly. Hearing of the delay, Alma's Angel ceased its movement, entering standby. While the crowd murmured, Merritt's scout began to move. With exaggerated slowness, it righted itself, the boosters on its legs and back giving it enough thrust to cease its tumbling and straighten. Hold on. It looks like the issue may have resolved itself. Give our technicians a moment to verify. Mare settled back into her seat, comforted by the movement of Cal's mech. It may have been a delay or interruption from the server that was the problem. She was about to explain to Sid when the scout suddenly shot forward at incredible speed. Throwing its weapon away, its thrusters turned red-hot from the intensity of the power they were exuding. In a moment, Merritt was streaking through the black void toward his opponent, who reacted immediately by firing its railgun. A streak of blue light flashed through the darkness toward the scout mech, instantly adjusting its course. The tungsten round barely grazed the scout before impacting into a large piece of floating debris, obliterating it into gray dust. Page break in the cockpit. Cal screamed as the pressure from the neural link was overwhelming. The scout's mech reactor was being pushed beyond its limit as its pilot railed against the presence of the green-eyed beast that was attacking his mind. Cal was no longer in the game or facing Alma in their Angel Light class. He was back in space above the abandoned mining outpost in the cockpit of Atlas as he fought for his life. To an outside observer, it would seem Merritt was calm, focused, and in control, with a slight smirk on his face as he fought against the Angel. But inside, a portion of him was screaming, railing against the neural link and its connection to something inside him, something buried deep in his genetic memory that had been wrenched to the surface by Atlas. "I'm not weak," Cal whispered, and the scout's reactor whined as he pushed it further. His normally blue eyes glowed green in the dim cockpit with an inner light. Chapter 89. Broken Chapter 89, Merit's scout mech was a blur as it crossed the distance to Alma's Angel. Its frame was glowing orange-red from the heat, its thrusters and reactor generated. It dodged 2 more tungsten railgun rounds before closing in on its foe. The fragile scout mech could barely handle the burden of the aggressive movements, and his cockpit was filled with the screeching sound of strain, the metal twisting and groaning from the velocity. Merit laughed wildly as the scout slammed into the Angel, sending a spray of metal pieces flying as the armor of both mechs warped, split, and shattered from the force of the impact. The momentum carried both mobile suits careening into the gray surface of a large section of debris. A dust geyser exploded from the crater, obscuring the audience's vision. "I didn't know a scout could move like that," Talha whispered to her grandfather. The large man shook his head, eyes glued to the battle before them. His hands were clenched nervously in his lap, showing his unease over what was happening. "It shouldn't. Cal's pushing it too hard. A light class won't last long at this rate," Elric explained. "How is that possible? Shouldn't there be limits on what a pilot can do in a mech?" Talha asked. "He's too powerful for a light class," Tamara replied, frowning. "It's what happens when someone who is accustomed to piloting heavy or assault mechs tries to downgrade. You've adapted to a higher neural burden which strains the neural link." "I don't understand," Scylla asked from the side. "Think of a mech like a cup, and the neural burden is the water that fills it," Elric explained, holding up his drink to demonstrate. "The bigger the cup, the more power a mech has, but the burden on its pilot strengthens. It takes more on the part of the pilot to fill the cup. Each time you advance a mech class, you need time to adapt to the new size. It takes time to fill the cup, so to speak. And when you go back down in class, the cup is too small for the pilot. The mech can't handle the strain the pilot puts on it, pushing it past its limits." Tamara finished. "There is too much water for a smaller cup to contain. We call it neural spillage," Elric added. "So what happens then? Does the mech stop working?" Scylla asked, and Elric looked at Tamara for a moment before replying. "It depends on how hard you're driving it. It could overload its systems, requiring repairs. Best case, you damage it. Worst, he let the word linger. It explodes." Page Break the Scout groaned as Merit slammed its fist into the Angel, shattering a portion of its head. Still laughing, he was interrupted by a mechanical voice in its cockpit. "Warning, severe damage detected. Warning, reactor overload. Warning, neural link unstable. Warning, system instability detected. Warning, Tusk." Merit replied, silencing the alarm with disgust. This machine was nothing compared to the Atlas. He just gave it a slight push, and it was already crumbling around him. The cockpit was like a sauna, the environmental systems unable to expel the heat generated from the reactor. "Looks like the fun is over. I don't know what you were so fearful of, Caledon. If you're too scared to fight, then you should step aside and let me pilot. I'll crush everything in our way," Merit said. His green eyes were bright in the dim cockpit as the warning lights flashed red all around him. "See you on the other side," Merit said playfully as the reactor within the Scout exploded, sweeping over his body in a white light. The Scout detonated in an explosion as bright as the sun. Energy from the overloaded reactor scoured the surface of the shattered landscape, obliterating everything in its path. The Angel mech was vaporized, lying motionless on the ground at the Scout's feet. In moments, nothing in the arena remained. The crowd was stunned by the development, shocked by the display of power from the Scout and the outcome of the match. Very rarely do mechs explode from their pilot's actions, and it left the winner of the match up in the air. Behind the scenes, the organizers were scrambling to understand what happened. There were only a few facts they were clear on. First, there were no problems with Merit's VR terminal or connection with the game. If there was a problem, it came from the pilot and not the system. After consulting with the developers and a few technical experts, it was determined that Merit's neural link was too strong for a simulated light class mech to handle, resulting in a catastrophic failure as it bypassed the built-in safeguards. The crowd began to grow restless. Their shouts demanded the organizers announce the winner. In the live stream, they could see the discourse toward the tournament was souring. He won. Even before the reactor exploded, Merit had defeated Alma. He should be declared the winner. Bullshit. Alma had the upper hand before Merit's mech malfunctioned, pausing the match and giving Merit time to respond to the Angels' railgun. Combined with their performance during the tournament, there can be no doubt that Alma should be crowned champion. Another spokesperson for their group shouted. Not everyone was convinced by their argument. There was an unspoken agreement to support the clans amongst the developers, since it was these players that their most die-hard players were a part of. The bias was clear, and many worried that such an announcement would turn the fans against them. We should declare a technical fault and hold a rematch, another suggested. After a few minutes of debate, they reached a settlement. Thank you for your patience. What a match and a stunning conclusion to our tournament. In consultation with our judges and technical experts, we must declare the last match a draw. Merit and Alma will split the title of greatest light class pilot of this season's tournament. The crowd booed and jeered at the announcement, but the organizers were stuck between a rock and a hard place. One had the backing of a prominent clan, while the other was a noble. Both pilots were famous, and when looking at their backgrounds, the developers were unwilling to antagonize either pilot. With the day ending on a sour note, the tournament ended. Page Break Cal came out of the VR terminal, covered in a cold sweat. Kneeling next to the pod, he emptied his stomach. Drawing in a shuddering breath, he wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and staggered to a nearby chair. What the hell was that? Cal whispered, closing his eyes against the throbbing headache. He remembered everything clearly. The visions, the voice, the feeling of self fading away while someone else came forward and took control. It was still him, but different. It wasn't Atlas, the lifeless mech wasn't even on Terra. It was still safely stored in the vault on Caledon, deep beneath the palace. Amelia assured him it had no mind of its own, that it was a powerless machine waiting for a pilot. Whatever that was during the match that devoured him and took control, it was a part of him he analyzed what happened, looking back on not just his memory of the game, but the feelings he associated with it. Cal was okay initially, but uneasiness and dread seeped into him when his mech entered the battlefield. It was too much like piloting Atlas against the Corsairs. Did it trigger something inside him? His emotions had drained away after the visions began, leaving him divided. On the one hand, there was a Cal that was calm and in charge, excited by combat and the thought of destroying his enemies. And the other was that scared kid who stood before his father and trembled at his anger. Was he so broken that he would never be whole again? Burying his face in his hands, Cal sat on the cold stone floor of the cabin's basement and tried to find himself again. Chapter 90, Neural Spillage. Chapter 90, Amelia found Aurelius in his study. A holo of the Kalen's match hovered in the air in front of him. He seemed to be watching replays, the image pausing and resetting periodically as he stroked his hand over his beard. He's fine. Mare is with him now. Amelia spoke before the Emperor, assuring him of Kalen's health. He merely nodded in response, his face clouded and unreadable. They've grown close. You must be delighted. Aurelius replied, not turning away from the holo. I believe them to be an excellent match. They complement each other well. It is much better than her marrying into the Carmichaels. I cannot believe Amara even considered their proposal to have that fool of a boy escort her to the ball. Amelia raised her head primly. You didn't have anything to do with that. I must admit, you can still surprise me, my love. Aurelius smiled at his wife. Waving his hand through the holo, he closed the display and turned his attention towards her. Are we going to discuss what happened? Amelia asked. It is inconsequential, a side effect of his contact with the Titan. He will adapt if given enough time, Aurelius assured her. You sound pleased with this development. Does the boy's hardship not matter to you at all? Amelia asked while frowning severely. She had grown close to Caledon over the past few months, thinking of him as her family. But she had learned long ago that her husband had a different view of things than others. Do not mistake my calmness for indifference. We all have adversities to overcome if we want to grow strong. Amelia, a flower sheltered in a greenhouse, cannot face the coming storm. I would sacrifice 1 billion young men and women if it meant that humanity could survive. And if he dies before he can serve the purpose you have in mind for him, then I will seek another. Caledon is talented, but he is hardly singular in the galaxy. He has the potential to meet the envoys, but so do many others. We still have time for him to prove himself. Page break, neural spillage. Cal asked from the end of the small kitchen table in his cabin on Terra. Mare sat beside him, facing a holo display of a doctor from the medical facility he had recently been discharged from. Correct. From what you describe, it would conform with documented instances of neural spillage. Combined with your scans, it confirms that the effects of piloting the Titan extend far beyond the physical strain placed on your body. It would explain the visions you had and your unregulated emotions. The doctor continued. How do we prevent this from happening again? Mare asked. She had rushed over to Cal's cabin after the match. Finding the door unlocked, she had burst into the room expecting the worst. He had been sitting in the living room, staring at nothing and shaking from the aftereffects of what he experienced. It had taken her nearly an hour to coax him to speak to her. They had gone to the medical facility, only to have scans taken and no definitive answers until now. I'll be blunt with you, milady. This is unfamiliar territory for us. We've had many cases of pilots progressing through the classes too quickly, causing irreparable damage. I have even seen neural spillage injuries. But this is the first time I've seen the effects of a Titan on the human body. The ducal lines are simply too guarded to allow the information to be studied. It boils down to the fact that their bloodlines are biologically engineered to pilot their Titan. You're programmed, for want of a better word, to adjust to the strain caused by Atlas. By entering it without adequate preparation, you've forced your body to adapt to it, while disregarding the physical and mental pressure it will put on you. Worse, by piloting the Atlas too early, you've begun a process that can't be halted. It's a ticking clock winding its way down to an inevitable conclusion. And that would be, Cal asked, either you adapt and evolve, controlling the changes that are happening and overcoming them, or it will irreparably harm, even kill you. How long do I have? 3 years, maybe longer. The symptoms you've been experiencing. The doctor gestured to Cal's clenched left hand. The Baron followed his gaze before forcing it to relax. Are only going to get worse. Your genetics are driving you to succeed, to become the perfect pilot for the Titan. But, and forgive my bluntness, as a light-class pilot, I'm surprised you weren't killed as soon as you entered the Atlas. The very thing that saved you, your bloodline, is now slowly killing you. The doctor stated. So you'll train, and I'll join you. We'll do it together, along with the others. You've already mastered the light class. We'll move on to medium in the game as soon as possible and go from there. Mare said with forced enthusiasm, trying to give Cal hope. I'm afraid it's more complicated than that, milady. The VR terminal simulates the neural link and the burden with higher classes of mechs, but it isn't real. By using VR, Baron Caledon risks more instances of neural slippage. I'm afraid I will have to forbid you from entering the game, my lord, until your condition shows significant improvement. The doctor said, shaking his head at the suggestion. Thank you, doctor. I'll figure something out, Cal said, politely dismissing him. The holo winked out of existence, and Cal let out a sigh as he ran a hand through his hair. So, I can't use VR to train because it may kill me, and I can't sit here doing nothing because it will have the same result. Any ideas? Cal asked, looking at his companion. Mare was one of the only friends he had on the entire planet. He enjoyed having her here, even though their relationship had gotten off on a rocky start. He found he could trust her. We just need to train using medium-class mechs in the real world, Mare replied. You're going to help? Cal asked, grinning at the woman. He was already starting to feel better knowing that she was with him. Of course, I'm going to make it look easy, because I'm incredibly talented. That will motivate you to try harder. It's a faultless plan, Mare said, shrugging her shoulder nonchalantly. She pushed her chair away from the kitchen table and pulled out a communicator while she did so. I'll be back in a minute with our next steps. Mare was gone only a few minutes when she returned. Pack a bag. A shuttle will be here in a few minutes. Where are we going? Cal asked. There wasn't any place on Terra that he knew of that would accept them training with mechs. The only people allowed to operate them here would be the Imperial Guard. Mars. Page break the transportation shuttle slowed down as it approached Mars. Once a barren planet, it had the distinction of being the first planet humanity had successfully terraformed. Now, only a tiny remnant of its past remained. A small red desert that was visible from where Cal and Mare stood, surrounded by blue seas and lush, green vegetation. With its gravity being only a little over a third of Terra, Mars forests grew to unimaginable heights, with trees over 100 feet tall being incredibly common. The wildlife had been brought here from ancient Earth during the initial expansion, and in many cases, they were the only examples of their species in the galaxy. While war, overpopulation, and pollution damaged Terra, Mars had always been restrictive of immigration, remaining a military outpost since the AI war. Ironically, in defending Terra from external threats, they safeguarded humanity from its own destructive tendencies. In the Empire, Mars was the headquarters of the Imperial Guard. Their training centers, repair centers, and barracks were on the surface. While in space, Starports was a port for hundreds of starships and mech repair and manufacturing facilities. It was hard to believe that Mars had once been lifeless. To the Empire, it was the military hub of the galaxy, as well as the goal for nearly every pilot who longed to join the ranks of the Imperial Guard. The transport left a trail of red in the Martian sky as it approached a landing pad in a small, out-of-the-way part of the facilities. Settling on the ground with hardly a jostle, Mare and Cal left the ship and breathed in the fresh Martian air for the first time. Chapter 91, Training on Mars. Chapter 91, Sergeant Warner of the Imperial Guard tapped his foot impatiently against the concrete surface of the landing pad. Rather than his full uniform, he only wore a black t-shirt and camo pants in the Martian heat, the sun warming him pleasantly. He could see the transport slowly descending toward him through his sunglass shades. Stationed in Fort Argyll in the Martian southern highlands, it was an isolated region of the planet that was more remote than most of the other bases, primarily used as a waypoint for the Imperial Guard Rangers for survival training and complex terrain traversal. The base only held a maximum of 500 people at any given time. They were currently in between training groups, leaving the fort with only half staff and a handful of mechs. Warner had just been in the middle of leading a training group at headquarters when he had been pulled away by a superior, informed that he would be meeting a pair of VIPs, and sent to Fort Argyll with a small bag and unanswered questions. If he had a choice, he would have declined this task. He would rather be anywhere else than here, babysitting VIPs for the Emperor knew how long. He had only been told that he was to cater to them for as long as they wanted. While he was waiting and wondering who he had offended to be stuck with this thankless job, the transport settled gently onto the Martian surface. Extending its walkway from its opening bay doors, Warner was startled to see the pair walking down the ramp. Seeing them, Warner sighed heavily. Both were much taller than him and attractive. They were dressed like they were out for a walk, wearing stylish sunglasses and immaculate outfits. The man wore black pants, boots, and a white-collared shirt, while his female companion sported khaki pants and a navy sweater. Nobles, he thought, already dreading the time he would be spending here. He usually didn't interact with them often. His time in the Guard was spent training recruits or traveling by starship to distant parts of the galaxy that needed the Imperial Guard to enforce the law. Nobles had their own house guard, and although the Guard looked down on them, they were often competent enough to handle their own affairs without the Guard's interference. Seeing them stop and focus their attention on him, he strode forward. If he was going to do a task, he would make the Guard proud, even if he hated waiting on entitled nobles out on a sightseeing lark. "Good morning, I'm Sergeant Warner of the Guard. I've been tasked with escorting you here in Fort Argyll." Warner called out, stopping just before them and craning his neck to match their eyes. Emperor Forfend. He forgot how tall nobles could be. Guard soldiers were genetically enhanced, but only after they were recruited. Combined with a strict diet, exercise, and medical procedures, they were amongst the fittest people in the galaxy, but a noble could outclass them easily with their generational enhancements. Warner was over 6 feet tall, but the pair in front of him rose head and shoulders above him, and didn't seem awkwardly proportioned despite the height. "Good morning. We're here to train on medium-class mechs. Have your superiors briefed you?" The woman asked, brushing her hair out of her face and shielding her eyes from the sunlight with her hand, despite the large set of sunglasses she was wearing. Warner was at a loss for words for a moment, not wanting to lie, but unwilling to admit that he had no idea what they were talking about. "They haven't. Perhaps you should start from the beginning, Mare," the man offered, accurately discerning through Warner's reaction that he hadn't been provided with any information. At the statement, the woman Mare removed the sunglasses that had been obscuring her face, revealing it to the sergeant for the first time. "Princess Morella," Warner exclaimed. How could he not recognize the favorite granddaughter of the Emperor himself? He may not have been in her presence before, but anyone in the Guard would know her. "Please be at ease, Sergeant. Allow me to explain why we are here," Mare said, trying to reassure him. "As I said, Cal and I are here to train on medium-class mechs. We've been granted full access to the fort and permission to retain you as our trainer. Have rooms been prepared for us?" Mare asked, her tone businesslike. "Cal," Warner thought to himself before he recognized the young man next to her. Baron Caledon, son of the traitor. The Imperial Herald had notified everyone in the Guard to treat the Baron with the respect his station deserved. which was fresh in Warner's memory. "Of course, milady." Although Warner paused awkwardly before continuing after seeing the princess' encouraging nod. "The accommodations are sparse, milady. We're on the Martian frontier, and Fort Argyle is remote. It's more of a way station or resupply point than a fully stocked garrison," Warner admitted. "That will be fine, Sergeant. Neither of us expects anything extravagant as long as the mech are in a suitable condition. We want to be treated the same as you would any other recruits," Mare said, but even Cal could recognize that there was no way the guard would treat an imperial princess as a regular recruit. Cal caught the sergeant's eyes, giving him a slight nod. "Very well, milady. Right this way," Warner replied, gesturing to the few buildings behind them. Constructed of sturdy concrete, capable of withstanding the intense Martin storms, the buildings themselves were small and tidy, showing them their quarters, nothing more than a tiny room with a bed, wardrobe, and desk. He gave them a tour of the facilities after they had dropped their bags off in their rooms. "The mess hall is right over here, although we would be more than happy to serve you in your room as well, milady. The bathroom and showers are in that wing. Administration offices are below ground, and the mech repair facilities are in the bunker toward the rear of the complex. Things are slow here for the next month or so. We're between training groups. Otherwise, there would be people stopping by for repairs and resupply until they reach the next stop on the trip," Warner explained, leading them through the hallways and buildings of Fort Argyle. Cal was surprised at how Mare reacted, readily accepting the accommodations and the environment. He knew she wasn't a spoiled or soft person, but he thought there would be some discomfort. Unlike him, she had a loving family that cared for her well-being. Cal was impressed by her. "What exactly is Fort Argyle used for, Sergeant?" Cal asked, not familiar with Mars. "Resupply and repair for Rangers during their survival training. Exosuits mechs, even without a suit or equipment. The length and challenge changes, but generally it's a trek across the breadth of the Southern Highlands." "Sounds incredibly challenging, even with a mech," Cal replied. They had seen the rough terrain on the descent. "It takes anywhere from a month to a year, depending on how you're outfitted. Mountaineering, survival training, navigation. It tests you in every way imaginable. We've even added ambushes and firefights to some of the more advanced groups," Warner explained. "And you've done this as well?" Mare asked. The sergeant nodded in response. "Exosuit and light class. I'm training a group for the Bear Challenge. 3 months straight through Hela's Basin, with no stops along the way. Should be fun," Warner bragged. Cal and Mare shared a look, both shaking their heads slightly. They couldn't imagine trekking through the Martian wilderness for months on end without a mech or exosuit and calling it fun. "When I arranged things with Commander Brand, she assured me Fort Argyle would be perfect for our needs. I trust her judgment, but what about your stock of mechs?" Mare asked. "They have a few stored as replacements for the trainees. I assessed them myself before you arrived. They're functional, but they are older models. I suspect several served in the rebellion," Warner stated before looking at Cal and wincing. "Apologies, my lord." It was easy to forget that the young man next to him was over 500 years old, thanks to his famous stint in stasis. Warner recalled too late that Caledon was present during the rebellion, and his family would have been fighting against the guards' mechs in the conflict. Cal smiled, shaking his head at the apology. "There's no need to apologize. If they were in the rebellion, I've seen them in action. They'll be fine for what we need." Chapter 92, Medium Class. Chapter 92, right through here, Warner said, stepping into a small side door of the large concrete structure. Rising over 50 feet into the air, the large bay doors were sealed shut. Lights automatically came on overhead, revealing the interior. It was a typical storage hold, with bare stone floor and walls. The ceiling had large fans twirling slowly to circulate the air inside and keep the temperature and humidity from becoming overwhelming. 3 mech stood against the walls waiting to be used. Clean and well-maintained, they didn't show their age despite their mismatched color palette from the different parts used to outfit them. As I said, these are training models for the guard, and they don't typically leave the fort for long. We loan them out while their regular mechs are being repaired, so they don't have too much downtime waiting. But they worked. I'll vouch for them myself. Cal and Mare walked deeper into the storage room, carefully looking over the 3 mechs. The first was tall and slim, with long limbs and large wings folded behind it. A seraph capable of flight, they had seen the mobile suit in action in the game and knew of its capabilities. The XMF Seraph. Its design is based on one of the heavy class variants that the guard prefers, the Throne. It's perfect if we need to fly a mech out for a rescue mission or a quick scout of an area. Light armor, paper-thin shield, it has the defensive capabilities of a wet paper towel, but it's agile and quick. Warner joked, walking up to the mech and patting it on the leg. It can have a harsh learning curve, depending on what light classes you have experience with. Warner made the statement sound like a question as he waited for the pair to offer information. I've used a few, but a sniper variant scout has been my preferred model, Mare said. A blade and a base model scout. I enjoyed the scout's flexibility. Cal finished, looking at the Seraph. Milady, the Seraph may work for you as a sniper, but I always found that its light frame couldn't handle the recoil as much as I prefer. And for you, my lord, the Seraph doesn't work as a vanguard like a blade can. You might like one of the others more, Warner said, waving them to follow as they walked past the Seraph. Medium class is different than light in more ways than just having a larger frame and better reactor. Light class mechs use all their energy and neural burden to run and gun, but they are mostly all the same. The more power it produces means that they are typically pigeonholed into a particular role. Medium class generally pushes that excess reactor power into a single aspect, like flying for the Seraph or defensively like the Bolger. Warner said, moving to the following mobile suit. Cal was familiar with this one. The shorter and stockier mech looked like a heavily armored knight, its head having a similar look to the ancient Norse Viking helms with two wings on the side. Staring at it, he couldn't help but recall the battle against the Aesir-sponsored Corsairs. The Bolger is a tried and true defender, thick armor and shields, can take a hit and keep going. I've seen one get struck dead center by a PPC, and shake it off with nothing more than a scorch mark as a souvenir. The Aesir variant is based on an older, obsolete design of the Guard's protector, but it was retired after the rebellion. This variant has stronger shields and lighter armor, so it has a bit more maneuverability, but it still makes a good vanguard, Warner explained. Unlike the Seraph, which was brightly painted in white and blue for the Imperial Guard, this variant was a dull gray and black. Both mechs had obvious replacement limbs, and the paint color was slightly off. I've seen it in action. I'll take this one, Cal said, his eyes distant momentarily before returning to the present. Excellent, my lord. I think this next one would be better suited to a sniper. The final mech stood across the room from the others, tall, powerful, and ominous with its bright crimson paint, offset by black stripes through the torso. It was the only mech that was equipped with weapons. It held two long-barreled PPCs in its hands, pointing down at the ground. The DSBT oppressor, stereotypical glass cannon. This monster is designed as a medium-class version of the Tyrant. There are no shields outfitted with light armor, but an unparalleled suite of sensors and two PPCs hardwired into the reactor. Quick recharge on the PPC, and they can even be combined into a more powerful shot at the cost of depleting the reactor, Warner said with pride. I personally pilot the Tyrant. There's nothing better than burning through a half-dozen mechs before they even know you're there. The Heavy has flight and shields, but this one is nothing to scoff at, Warner explained. I'll take it, Mare said, nodding her head at the predatory mobile suit. Great, then we'll have to do the neural suitability and burden test, but if you're comfortable in a light class, you should both pass. Once you're cleared, all have them prepped and ready on the surface for you while you grab something to eat and change into your suits, Warner offered. Cal grabbed onto the retractable ladder that hung down from the Bolger, placing his foot in the stirrup as it lifted him to the open cockpit. Similar to the light class variants he had piloted before, the interior was padded gel with a seat in the center. Resting against the comfortable chair, he brought up the mobile suit's holo display. Initiate neural link, Cal ordered. The mobile suit began to hum as the reactor activated, the link pushing against the edge of his awareness. Neural suitability testing in progress. Stand by, the mechanical voice advised, and Cal busied himself by browsing the information on board about the mech. He despised the logo of Aesir Corporation as it hovered in the air above the cockpit console. According to Amelia, the people involved in financing the Corsairs were all imprisoned. Aside from a large fine, they didn't suffer any real losses.